has here starting at 1 o'clock this weekend.
5.3 kilometres, getting on for just over 3.5 miles.
Now, we have a massive crowd here.
Biggest grids in GT3 and Porsche 992 Cup that we've ever seen. Historic numbers of cars. As the intensity is ramping up. As the green flag is in the air, and the Porsche straight away tries to get it down. It's a long run on the top of the brow and down towards the first corner. Behind the Pure Racing and Creventic. By side through the first corner. Audacious manoeuvre. This is going to be a bit closer. It's only 16 seconds as he goes on to his last lap now.
Between their brand new machine, the M4 GT3 Evo.
Congratulations, you've got the car home, you've won the Dubai 24 Hours.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 6th edition of the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi here at the beautiful Abu Dhabi Yas Marina circuit, bathed in glorious sunshine, a temperate 25 degrees out there, and we are getting set for this 6-hour enduro. What a grid we have, 60 cars, and it's going to be absolutely 6 hours of excitement. Let's have a look at the calendars, where we've been, where we're going. Okay, round 1 happened at the 12 Hours of Malaysia. This is for the Middle East Trophy. 3 rounds decide that. You must compete in at least 2 of those rounds. Today, we're at the 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi, and next weekend, 110 kilometres up the road, we have the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, the 21st edition of that race. So, wow. Joined in the commentary box today by Nick Damon. Nick, what an exciting season that this has already been.
Yeah, we're in the midway point, not in hours, but in race numbers here at Abu Dhabi. And of course, it all finishes next week with the big one, the 24 Hours of Dubai. But up ahead of us is 6 hours at this circuit with 60 cars. 60
cars on the grid of all varying classes and a massive 30-car GT3 field. We watched them qualify last night, and boy, it was amazing. And the grid is absolutely jam-packed down there, and I think we should cross down to the grid now and welcome John Hindorf.
Oh, is this me? Am I on? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm doing my other job at the moment, which is pole position for the Michelin 6 Hours here at Abu Dhabi at Yas Marina. No, I'm not. Let's leave that to the professionals. The ladies here are doing a great job. I do want to have a look at what we're racing for here this weekend. We've got the Bodberg watches that will go to the winners and the class winners, and of course the silverware for this particular 6-hour race, and then we'll crown our champions of the Michelin Middle East Cup next weekend over at Dubai. The front row is all AMG and all Windward Racing. And with me now, Dan Arrow. Oh, and hello, and Maro Engrill as well. Hello, Maro. Let's start with you two, if you two come in here. Maro, welcome back to the Middle East. Looking forward to this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a great time of year to be here. Great grid we've got here, and so looking forward to some great racing.
Looks like the AMGs have got a good balance here. How was qualifying yesterday in terms of learning and the practice in terms of learning about the 6 hours today?
Yeah, the team have done a fantastic job, and to be honest, all 6 drivers, obviously great to start with a front row lookout, but 6 hours is long, so we're hoping that we're in good shape for the race as well.
Now, it doesn't look like it, gentlemen, but you've got a 20-kilogram increase in weight. Are you going to feel that today, Dan?
I think so. You always feel it. We work very hard off season to stay on shape, and then you get penalized like that. But we're going to try and make up for it and just drive as fast as we can.
Well, Maro knows that a few years ago I was 25 kilos heavier than I am now, and I'll tell you, I felt it walking around. How's that going to change the dynamic abilities of the AMG, particularly when you're having to use some used tyres that you qualified on, Maro?
Yeah, well, I mean, I skipped dinner and I skipped breakfast, so I think we should be all right.
Yeah, you see, it's too much of this, though. That's another couple of grams on there. Race well, gentlemen. Well done for Winwood for looking out the front row. And there are the two AMGs. Behind them, another AMG on the Pro-Am class as well is the number 28. That's the TFT car, which sits there resplendently. And we've got over here on driver's right, the Antares Luke Hartog and Van Eindhoven. I say it's Antares in looking in. Now, you're looking in there like you were a fan looking in. Can you actually believe that you're going to be sitting in this Porsche later on in the race?
I'm still pinching myself. One thing to share with you, I started my first race 10 years ago to this day.
To this day?
To this day. Not in Yas Marina. I didn't know Creventic back then, but it's a special day for me.
You were a fan before you became a driver, it's fair to say, yes. And you remain a fan now.
Absolutely. When I'm not driving, I'm watching you commentate.
Why Creventic? Why does someone like you? You can choose to race anywhere you want in the world. You have the wherewithal, you have the means. We'd all love to beat you, and we'd all be doing the same thing. Why in this championship?
You're definitely way too kind. I'm thankful that Creventic would let folks, they're very welcoming, number one. And, for folks, to come in and find the right people, the right camaraderie, the right culture, it's always the people. So there are always more competitive things out there, but finding the right people, I think that's one of the unique things. So thank you to the organisers. You and Luke have formed a very strong bond very quickly and a good driver pairing. You've got Huub van Eindhoven with you as well. What did you talk about last night and this morning when it comes to the tactics of the planning of a 6-hour race? We're talking about ice cream and where to get them.
Do you know what? I actually believe you.
It's not easy to find a good pint around here.
No, yes, indeed so. Thank you for coming to race with us, and thank you for
having us.
And thank you for your increased
pleasure.
Thank you very much. Antares out. Car is number 10. It's a very pretty blue car, starting off third on the front row. Part of the grid is still in shadow. Actually, we've just got a little bit of overcast at the moment, which might mean I can grab and a couple of drivers. Let's have a word with Nicholas Startle. Nicholas, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Welcome. I'm very good. You have been doing some single-seater racing, as evidenced by what I can see on your race underwear there. Tell me about the transition into sports cars and GT3.
Yeah, obviously it's quite a bit different coming from single-seaters. Haven't really done a lot of GT stuff, but yeah, here to give it a crack.
You're one of an increasing number of drivers from the Antipodes, right on the other side of the world from us in Europe, who are coming up to play with us here in the Middle East and in Europe. Is that because there's more opportunity for you here?
Yeah, obviously I think there's more opportunities in GT cars than Formula cars.
So tell me a little bit about the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, you and your drivers. How have you got on? How have you gelled as a team?
Yeah, obviously all of us drivers gelled really well. Been working together. I worked with Brendan in Misano last year in Super Trofeo in Europe and won both races, which was really good. And then, yeah, just working with Stan and Thomas, both of our bronze drivers, have been really good so far.
How much is the Super Trofeo car different from the GT3 car? It's probably actually a little bit more powerful than the Super Trofeo, and it's a bit skinnier, it's a bit faster, because it doesn't have quite the aero.
Yeah, obviously the GT3 has a little bit more aero than the Super Trofeo, but yeah, just have to adapt at the end of the day.
And what's going to be a good result for you guys today? Have you discussed that, or do you just take what you're given?
Just take one step at a time.
All right, mate. And we'll see you next weekend for Dubai as well?
No, you won't see me there.
Oh, mate!
No, not this time.
All right, well, we'll hope to see you in the future. Nicholas Startle, thank you very much indeed. And that is the Lippert Lamborghini in an unusual colourway. It's sort of a satin blue and bright orange. And the problem with the grid being as it is most of the people on the far side of the grid are staying out of the sun. So I'm going to just head further down on the left-hand side. I don't mind the sunshine. But, now here's a face, an absolute superstar. This man isn't driving here, but should be. Jan Mardenborough, Le Mans podium sitter in LMP2. GT driver extraordinaire, came back into GT racing last year, got some decent results in SRO racing, and you did NLS 9 as well, the one that Max Verstappen did.
That's right. Nice to meet you again. How are you doing?
I'm very well indeed. What are you doing here?
I'm tourist. So I've been poking around as well, of course. I want to be behind the wheel, but I have some friends racing here, and I just come down to say hello and see what's what. And also there's the 24-hour next weekend as well. So, yeah, just keep myself known.
You live in Dubai now, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So, doing work here, I noticed you, I think I saw you yesterday with the Dragon guys, yeah?
Yeah. I was popping there. There's a good friend of mine from way back, GT Academy days, so just catching up. And yeah, I'm spending a lot of my time over in UAE. So I think there's a lot of opportunity over here, currently enjoying the sunshine as well.
You've got a big connection with Creventic Racing because, in fact, your first major endurance race was the 24 Hours of Dubai, because that was the prize drive after the Nissan GT Academy.
It was. So, yeah, 2012, January, Dubai 24 Hour, that was my first international race. And, yeah, it was an all-gamer podium in that race in the GT4 car in the Z. So, yeah, there's a lot of, symbiotic relationships here.
Well, I hope to see you again soon, mate. I tell you what, if you're around on Wednesday, we'll have you on Midweek Motorsport. How's that?
Perfect, let's do it.
All right, listen in. Listen now, I've got him now. Listen in on Wednesday, RS1. We'll be doing the show from out here in this part of the world. We've got a huge GT3 grid, if you haven't been keeping things up. Sorry to turn me back on Seb, but I want to rattle down through one or two more drivers. We're getting the whistles now, which probably means that some of the drivers are going to be jumping into the car. Lots of people over from Asia, Juan Bo and Liu and the rest. These guys have all been in Carrera Cup in Asia in the Origin car, and they were very impressive in Malaysia. No. Let's see, as we're clearing the grid, there's the Dragon Speed car just over to my right, which is not in Dragon Speed. Genuine colours, normal colours. Dragon, excuse me, not Dragon Speed. So it's blue and white. And let's see if we can grab some of the guys here. Can I have a quick word?
Yes, for sure.
Right, I can tell here, look, that's great. Mr. Müller, how are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
Very good. It's a while since I've seen you. Welcome back to Creventic. Are you looking forward to this?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all the races in Creventic, especially Abu Dhabi, Dubai, which I did in the past, was always nice events. Pretty competitive. Good bros, good bronze drivers, so nice package, good teams. So I think we're going to have a nice racing today.
Is the Porsche suited to this track, this surface? And I mentioned it earlier with the guys at the front of the grid, you're having to use some used tyres that you already have qualified on. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage to the 911?
No, I think it's an advantage because the Porsche is quite good on distance, on endurance, and everybody needs to drive his qualifying tyres, so at least everybody's starting on used, I guess. And then over the distance, I think we're quite good. So let's keep the fingers crossed and let's see how it develops.
A little bit of change in how much the car weighs. AMG got 20 kilos overnight. You got 10. Will you feel that?
I think on driving you don't feel it, but just on the watch you feel it a bit. But I think the organizer, they have their reasons, so I think then it's super fair and we enjoy.
Well, you're a driver. You just get in and drive whatever you're given, yeah?
Yes, always.
Always. Good to see you, my friend, and good to see. Race well. Yeah, we have got a bit of overcast there. I thought I even maybe just felt a little splash of rain. Still, by the way, well inside the GT3 category. Just mind your back there, Sven, you've got a tyre cart coming. Whoa, there you go. Sorry, Seb. And I'm going to head on down because it's not all about the GT3s. And let's see who we can grab on the way through. Right, Ajit Kumar's car's here. And this is the Ajit Red Ant Racing machine. And just about everybody who's in the stand over there has been shouting and screaming for this car. Let's see, grab one of the other drivers. Kobe de Bruyke is here. Kobe, can I have a quick word before the start?
Sure.
Good to see you again. Once again, getting a lot of attention because of your co-driver. I asked you this in Malaysia, but it's a new audience. Does that put more pressure on you guys?
No, still not. But here it's a bit more calm than in Malaysia. In Malaysia, it was quite busy. We think Dubai is going to be quite busy as well, but it's less people for us, or for Ajit. But no, not really much pressure. The moment you get in the car, you're just thinking about driving and not about who and how many are watching.
Just 6 hours this weekend, 24 next weekend. What's the plan?
Yeah, it's busy. The GT3 field is very crowded. So, yeah, what is going to happen? Is there going to be chaos? Is there going to be a very good and clean race? We don't know. But the first plan is always stay out of trouble and to finish first. You first have to finish.
It's a cliche, but it's true. And we don't know what the script is because it hasn't been written yet.
Yes, sure.
Thanks for talking to us, Colby, when you're getting ready. Who's starting, by the way? Who's starting? Ayrton, yeah. OK, Ayrton Redon is starting that one. Now, we've got to be careful now because the race tyres are going on and I don't want to get in the way of the guys. I'm going to skip past 2 Haas RT racing cars at the moment and head to the 992 and GTX category. Sorry, Seb. I'm a man on a mission at the moment getting through here. Lots of people that we know. GTX, now this is an incredible car. This is the new Ginetta GT2. It's running in GTX. I won't speak to John because he's getting in the car. Where's Michael? Is he? He's here. I didn't recognise you without your gear on. Right, congratulations, because she came through qualified it on pole in GTX. That, in fairness, is not your #1 priority here. It's about getting miles under those Michelins.
That's right. So it's a brand new car for this year, so we're trying to get 100 hours between here and Dubai. So we've maximised every test session. We'll do the same next week, and yeah, let's just see what she does. So we've done a lot of sims at work. The engine's been on the dyno for a long time, but we're doing our dirty washing in public, shall we say here?
Yeah, but you can only learn about racing by going racing, can't you? Things that go wrong and then have to be fixed in race conditions. Actually, that's good learning.
It is, and the Creventic series, 24-hour series, is one of the hardest for it because you'll have code 60s, you've got a long refuel stop, so you actually spend more time with heat soak than you would generate in a 1-hour race. So it's the best place for endurance.
Now, this car is built for European GT2 regulations, and you've already sold 4 here.
Correct, yeah. So they'll be running one British team. I can't announce them yet, and the rest will all be French teams. So we're really happy to be in that paddock. And GT2 is meant to be an aggressive, fun-looking, fan-favourite car, loads of power, a bit heavier than a GT3 and not as much aero, but they make a great noise, and we want to put on a show as well.
You can tell what it is when it goes past on the straight. Thank you very much indeed. Michael Simpson there from Ginetta, God's Country, Yorkshire, and the Yorkshire supercar. Right, 992, just stop, Seb, otherwise you're going to trip over. Let's get into the 992 category. Paul Truswell here. I won't bother your driver. He's just about getting. Congratulations, you captured pole position. Was that expected for redcameljordan.nl?
Of course it was expected. We always try to be on pole position, just like we always try to win the race. It's a nice surprise, but it's what we were aiming for. That's what we've done. It's been a great team effort so far, so looking forward to the race, yes.
The new tyre rules caught a few people out in Malaysia, having to use used tyres is a compromise. This is a shorter race, so you're going to spend more of the race on used tyres. Has that been factored in?
Of course it's been factored in, yes. We're just putting the tyres on now. If you observe it, you can see what sort of tyres those are. We've then got, as you say, to use all the tyres that we used in qualifying during the race. We want to minimise the time we spend in the pits, because the longer time you spend in the pits, the more time the others have got to go around the track and get ahead of you. So it's a balancing act.
Thank you, Paul. Race well. Now, Paul wouldn't tell me yesterday whether we're going to start on new tyres or not. There's nothing to stop them starting on brand new Michelins. That car is on brand new Michelins. They are not qualifying tyres. 17 cars in 992 stretching out before us. And I want, if I can, I'm going to have to be really quick because we're running out of time here. But this with 60 cars on the grid is a long grid. We're still in 992 category here. And remember, there's a 992 AM category as well. And I can see the pole position now for the TCX, TCR, etc. class, and it is one of the Asbest racing cars. No, it's not. That's a Cherney Motorsport car. All right, let's have a quick word with Cherney, shall we? If we can. Is there anybody there? No, they're too busy. GT4 leader and pole sitter there. And if you spin around, We've got the asbest cars at the back, but something new is this Alpine, the number 193. Asbest promised that they would bring 4 cars, 3 TCR cars and a Porsche, and they are all here. Great to see that the CWS Ginetta, that's just a standard G55, that had rear left suspension damage yesterday evening after a little problem in qualifying. It's back, and it'll start from the back of the grid. And if you think I sound like I'm out of breath, I am. I am absolutely out of breath. Get ready to go racing, starting off the 2026 International Endurance Calendar.
Thank you very much, John Heindorf, on that epic grid walk. 60 cars.
It's a long walk sometimes, I should know.
Well, it's the most cars we've seen here at the Yas Marina circuit. As the 5-minute board goes up at the front of the grid, and what an amazing grid it is. That Windward lockout of the front row, they've been on top in all of the qualifying sessions as well, and they really put it on. Pole position is on driver's left, down into turn number 1. So that is the teal colour. I think we agreed teal was in the right.
Teal, it certainly is.
Teal colour, the lighter Windward car, and the other darker blue colour car is alongside. Got 3 AMGs in the top 4, and then the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche in 4th position. Let's have a little look at it. Windward Racing, lockout of the front row, 1st and 2nd in the AMG GT3 Evo, and 3rd TFT Racing in the AMG, the number 10 car, 1st of the Porsches, in Herbeth Motorsport in 4th position on the grid. In 5th is Team WRT in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Alongside them in 6th, it's Leipert Motorsport in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. Optimum Motorsports McLaren in 7th, and then Herbeth Motorsports Porsche in 8th position. 9th is Resume More Than Racing in their Porsche, as Optimum Motorsport, the 2nd of the McLarens, in 10th position. 11th is Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport in the Audi R8. Then up to 13th, Dragon Racing in the Ferrari. 14th, Origin powered by CC in the Porsche. 15th, Herbeth Motorsport in their Porsche. 16th, Team Motorpark in the Mercedes AMG GT3. 17th is Inter Africa Racing by Dragon in their Ferrari. Enrico Fulgenzo Racing in 18th. 19th is El Bamba Motorsport in the AMG. 20th is El Bamba Motorsport in the Porsche. Haas RT 21st. Agist Redount Racing in 22nd. 23rd is Owen here, Origin Motorsport in their Porsche. Ferrari for Scuderia Praha in 24th position. 25th is Miyazawa Racing in their Ferrari, and 26th is Hoffer Racing in their AMG. 27th is Haas RT in their Audi R8, ARC Bratislava in the Lamborghini Huracan in 28th position. 29th, Dynamic GT, Porsche and Car Collection Motorsport in their Porsche, 30th. Now we get into the GTX TCMR. We saw the Ginetta on the grid. In 32nd, GT3 Poland in their Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo 2. 33rd is the third of the GTXs, Vortex, and then the pole sitter, Red Camel Jordans.NL in the 992 Cup category. Then we have El Bamba Motorsport in 35th. 36 is AR Motors by HRT Performance in their Porsche. These are all Cup cars. Rabdan by Fulgenzi in 37th. 38th is HRT Performance. 39th, Resume More Than Racing in their Porsche. Sebjulu Racing alongside them in 40th position in the 888 car. 41st is Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, and alongside them Milner Motorsport in 42nd. 43rd, Chazelle Technology Course, and 44th, Neuhofer Motorsport. 45th is X Motorsport by HRT Performance, and then QMMF, our Qatari friends, by HRT Performance, 46th. Sebjulu Racing is 47th, and Noric Racing by HRT Performance in 48th. 49th, HRT Performance, second of their cars. And Creventic Sport in 50th position, the final of the 992 category cars. Then we get into GT4, Sony Motorsport in their BMW GT4 alongside Circuit Toys in their Toyota Supras GT4 in 52nd position. 53rd, SRS Team Sorg Rennsport in the Porsche Cayman 718, and then we have Primus Racing in 54th, Audi R8 GT4. As Best Racing into the TCX in the Porsche Cayman, 56th, Chazelle Technology course in the beautiful Alpine A10 Cup. 57th, Asbest Racing, Seat Land Cup Racer, the oldest car in the grid. Asbest Racing Cupra TCR in 58th position. 59th position, Asbest Racing Volkswagen Golf at TCR. And then finally in 60th position after an accident in qualifying yesterday, CWS Engineering, the Ginetta G55. I need a breath, Nick.
She needs to lie down in a darkened room now with a copy of The Sporting Life or something like that. A bit of a rest, but you haven't got much of a rest because they're about to roll off in the formation lap in the next 15 seconds. So breathe in, breathe out, Phil, and off we go.
Yeah. So
SRT, well, there are two entries there. That's the more traditional colour 21. The other car, the 2, is in Manchester City colours, which is very apt because we are in the home of Etihad.
Yeah, we're going to follow them around and give you a bit of a track talk on this warm-up lap and the formation lap as our pole sitter gets off. 16 corners at the Yas Marina circuit, 5.281 kilometres, 9 left-handers, 7 right-handers. They've made their way through turn 1. Now they head slightly up the hill around turn number 2. Track limits to be observed at turn 3, the right-hander. That white line on the circuit is the pit exit. You cannot cross that white line around turn 3. Now down the hill to turn number 4 as they're getting the brakes and tyres up to temperature. So head down now towards turn number 5, which will lead them on the back straight. An overtaking opportunity there. So field streams around turn 5 onto the long back straight, which narrows down into a funnel in at the end. Around 280 kilometres an hour the GT3 cars are doing down at the braking zone there. They're 100 kilometres an hour quicker than the TCE cars at the same point. That's something to watch out for because that's all going to happen possibly about lap 3 or 4 as the GT3 cars get into the back markers down this long back straight, weaving to get heat into the Michelin tyres. We have a new track limits point on the circuit today. This is coming down towards turn 6. We saw a lot of cars cutting that corner, cutting the apex as they head down into the braking zone. Lots of 11s being left there by the Porsche as they're making the way down to the end of the first straight, back straight. Massive field of 60 cars going to take this start. As we're still rolling through the GT3 grid as lots of tyre heat up going. We saw some new tyres getting a bit difficult to use on the outlaps, even with light fuel. How are they going to be on heavy fuel, Nick? What's your thought?
Well, they're going to have a bit more help from the track temperature. It was, it was cool by the evening. We were qualifying finished for GT3s closer to 7:30, and obviously it was dark, and the track, even in the very pleasant conditions of the UAE, will shed heat quite quickly. That was a shot for the ages, wasn't it? That little weaving shot down the main back straight.
It was indeed. Well, on board there with 909, Rick Broikers heading the 992 category. He just went around turn number 6. The rest of the field heading down there, the Ginetta at the back end of the field. It was the only car that got damaged yesterday, the back left-hand corner. Greg Gorski, great to see Greg back here, 16th in class in the 992 category, running in the AM as he comes around turn number 8, which is kink under the W Hotel Bridge onto past the support paddock. Heading down towards turn number 9.
Overcast, the sun is behind the cloud, and in the 4 minutes that it's taken me to go down the grades, a little bit more than that, and into the air temperature is dropping appreciably, and this is not the newest of tarmac surface, so that will be shedding temperature very, very quickly indeed, and maybe just messing with starting pressures here. There were clearly some teams who've decided to hold their qualifying used tyres until later in the race, including the pole position in 992.
Cards onto the start-finish straight in formation. We're waiting for the lights to go out. Once the lights go go out. We are racing here for the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. They're flashing the lights already. We're 5 wide heading down into turn number 1. This is where there could be some bumping and shoving, should we say. It's a 6-hour race. You want to try and keep turn 1 clean. The Vortex going backwards at the moment, trying to get heat into the tyres as we catch up with the lead group going around turn 3, heading down towards turn number 4. Audi right out wide there as on board with Anthony McIntosh, but it looks like it's the second of the cars there. Sergei Solotov has got the lead away from Renat Salikov, and Benjamin Parker's got through in the TFT Mercedes as well.
No, it's not. It's the car number 10. It's the Luke Hardlock Motorsport. He's made a fantastic start.
Oh, we've got an incident down at turn number 5.
Accident in the midfield, but it's an unbelievable start by Loic Hartog in the number 10 Herberth car. They've 2 Winwards have started really appallingly. They're sort of 3rd and 6th. That's the 2nd and 3rd as Anthony McIntosh comes up the 3rd place, up past the teal machine of Winward. And he now said that's the best. Winward now is 4th. It's Red Campbell Jordan.
No, the
it's winners from, and they have a flat front right. So that's going to be a visit to the pits for Rick and the team if you even get the car turned around. This is going to be a bit of recovery, which is probably going to mean a code 60.
Yes, well, we haven't been announced yet, but he can't turn that car at the moment. I think there's some bodywork underneath the car as well. As the race continues on at the moment, Race Direction are looking very closely at what's going on down there at turn 5 to see whether those cars can get out of the way of that corner.
Benjamin Pack is the car that's in 2nd in the TFT Racing, the bronze and gold Mercedes AMG. We'll have to wait to get across the end of the line, end of the first lap to see just how bad the damage is for this starting couple of laps for Winward. But let's remember, it's a 6-hour race. It's not the end of the world to lose a couple of positions, and we have gone code 60. Code 60 has been called.
Drivers with the idea that there might be a bit of a schmozzle at the start of the race and they can burn some of their time under full course purple. Also, just leaving the pit lane before that accident happened and joining onto the back, the 451 Audi GT4. I don't think that car was on the grid. They had an ABS sensor problem yesterday, but it's now joined the field, and of course at code 60 it means it's not losing any more ground.
Yeah, but they did. They were on the outlap. Primus Racing's Audi with Tommy Lindroth at the wheel, so they'll make their way around. Just keeping an eye on cars falling down the lead at the moment. So it may have been Adrian De Silva and Demir Satov at Erbaba Motorsport and Car Collections Motorsport. They've dropped right down the field. They haven't come through the start-finish, so they may have been involved in that incident with the 909. We'll keep an eye on that. Remember, the 909, Red Camel Jordan's car, that was the pole sitter in 992.
And the winner in Malaysia, so the current leader of the Middle East Cup. Now, Rick Broikers has vacated the car, probably for safety reasons. Doesn't necessarily mean that's it for the machine itself. I mean, it does seem to just have sat on gone over, got a puncture and just sat down there. You can't tell, of course, there's anything broken in the steering. There's Rick taking off his hands device and looking on forlornly, but safely behind the fence at the bottom of here at turn 5.
So Adrian De Silva and Demir Satov from Cherney Motorsport and Car Collection have made it past the start-finish line, albeit now in 47th and 49th position. So they're both mobile and they can keep going. They didn't come into pit lane, so maybe not any damage on that. If you're new to Creventic Motorsport, code 60 means that everybody has to do 60 kilometres an hour. Now, under code 60 regulations, you can only take 15% of your fuel load. You're not allowed to serve any penalties during that time. So we haven't seen anybody drop into the pits and try and do a bit of an offset. Now, at the beginning of that the code 60, we do get a 30-second warning, and we'll get a 30-second warning as we come out as well.
Adrian Lewandowski from the GT3 Poland Lamborghini, he is the only car that's not come round.
I thought that
with
was
the exception of Rick Broikers. He's not completed the first lap. Tommy Lindroth, as John reported in the 451 Primus Racing Audi, he joined late to the party, and he will be scored a lap down.
I thought I saw the back of a Lamborghini, but I couldn't see the numbers, which was rolling up alongside the Armco and the GT3 Poland car, and that must have been the one. So we have a couple of cars that haven't crossed the timing line as yet, as the recovery vehicles get underway down at turn number 5. So this resets a few things. There are some exemptions under code 60 for a few of the teams. They're allowed to take more fuel on if they're running in the GT3 AM or 992 AM category. They can take 44 litres of their 110.
They're not going to have any space. These cars are all filled to the brim, and they've done a lap and a half. So the only reason you come in at this point is because you're trying to sort out a problem or you want to make a change. So women have made as John has said, have made a pretty clever call here, because this is free time for the amateur drivers. Because one of the great things about Code 60 is the worst amateur driver is as good as the best professional, but in absolutely equal time.
Driving towards its pit box. It's not allowed to drive in, but it was under its own power. Kills the engine right at pit out, and it is pushed in pit lane. I couldn't see a lot on the right hand side. Came into the pit lane, but we've got a camera down that end of thing. You might even be able to see into the pit lane from there rather than being run all the way up. I've plotted up beside Red Camel Jordan, but I suspect it'll be a little while before that car comes back. It's very unlikely that Lewandowski is involved actually with the incident with Rick, because Rick Broikers and Red Camel Jordan, because he was about 9 or 10 rows of the grid back behind him, because obviously he was in a... Oh, hang on, no, I'm talking rubbish. He's ahead of him, because GTX is ahead of 992.
Yes.
So he was so I'm saying to you, it's very likely that Adrian Lewandowski was involved in the accident with Rick Broikers, because he's immediately ahead of him on the track.
Grid, yeah, so...
I must remember my order of classes.
Yeah, so...
992 Cup car, the 909 Red Camel started on brand new Michelins. That was a choice that they made. They're going to go into their three used sets later in the race. They felt it was worth the gamble to make up some positions and put some track position between them and the rest of the 992 field. So it's entirely likely, with Rick, very experienced driver at the wheel of that car, that he was trying to put some distance into the rest of the field.
Most possibly, John, because the guys who started on the used tyres, from what we saw at qualifying last night, Nick, most of them put 4 or 5 laps, or 5 or 6 laps on those tyres in each of the sessions. So they're 5 or 6 laps old. They're not, it's enough to, it's taken the shine off them. And they've been pushed pretty hard, especially in the 992 qualifying. So... but everybody's in the same boat, and as we know, that the 992 Cup cars can run hour, 15 hour, 20 minutes, and so you in a 6-hour race, you're going to have over half your race going out and scrub used tyres. Yeah, I mean the joy of the fresh tyre is going to be ignored by many of these, because obviously it's interesting because we have a 6-hour race here, and they are running through 3 sets of qualifying tyres, and we have a 24-hour race in a week's time. They'll be running through, most of the teams will be running through 3 sets, and then the top 10 running through 4 sets. But obviously it's much easier to spread those out throughout that time, because these tyres themselves, certainly a 992, could last an hour and a quarter, an hour and a half. So effectively, virtually entire allocation is running onto these tyres. We've got more from another pit caller.
This is the number 925 silver Creventic Sports GT3 Cup car, and they've told him to kill the engine. This car, they're looking under the back of it, can't see any major damage. I'm going to let them get on with it at the moment before we ask them what's going on. And peering inside the cockpit at the moment, it appears to be something in the driver's footwell. There's a lot of electrics in there. Just a 2-driver car, this. And well, it's just 2 names on the header panel at least, and I'm afraid this is not looking good. I think this is electrical. Standing behind, yeah, they are doing, there's an electrical connection that has been pulled out there. It's one of those bayonet fit ones, and not something I recognise. A little bit of a shrug of the shoulders. There's some Porsche Motorsport personnel down here as well. Now, at the moment, they're losing time, but they're not losing a lot of time, guys. And they haven't lost a lap as yet. It came in under its own pace, under its own steam, as it were. Yeah. there's a light in there. Sadly, Nick, not
at all. Not an iPhone torch. So a code 60 laps about approximately 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
5 minutes 5:09.13
is the fastest you can go.
Exactly, and they do it here on sector times as well. So if you exceed the sector time, sector 1, 1 minute 8, sector 2, 2 minutes 17, sector 3, 1 minute 42. So they're watching the sectors as well as the entire lap.
Well, yeah, so you've got 5 minutes 9 before you actually lose a lap. But of course, there's no way of making this back up again. There's no four-course yellows coming into we've seen in Creventic series. So it's not a case where you'll just sneak it out this and then everyone bunch up again later.
Yeah, we had that. I think
there was one race ever where they had safety cars.
Yeah, we had that for the 6 hour to try and basically we would have the wave by and all of that thing. We did try it, yeah, they tried it. Didn't. I don't think the teams are overly happy with it. They thought maybe it wasn't required.
No, who knows.
The reason I didn't recognise it is because it's not something I've ever seen being serviced before on any race car during a race. It is one of the control issues for some of the safety systems, the fire suppression system, and that's thrown up a warning code. So quite rightly, Creventic Sport have brought their car in to the pit lane, and it will not be going anywhere until that can be either fixed or replaced. It is a battery-operated system, so they're going to change the batteries on that to start with. But as you can imagine, that's a really important part of what's going on for driver safety.
Spare, but currently they're working hard with the screwdriver.
It's not something, Nick. It's ridiculous, Nick. I've never seen this happen before, and therefore, I'm not sure it's the sort of thing you would take. It either works or it doesn't. And there are 2 different types for Porsches. There's a red one and a white one, and this is a red one.
Is the red one an expensive optional extra?
Well, I presume the white one is for the GT3Rs, which will be slightly different, but it looks like it's been sorted, and they've done a quick test on it. They will have just about dropped a lap, I reckon, by the time, if this fires up. They'll have to wait to get the clearance from scrutineering, and there's one of the Creventic scrutineers here, obviously was made aware of what was going on and has come down to save time so that he can say, yep, that's working, I'm happy to let that car back out on the track. Just another illustration of how proactive Creventic are to make sure the teams lose as little time as possible.
John.
Okay, I think while we've got a little bit of a break, let's have a look at the replay of the start again, and let's see how this all went off. You can see the lights have gone out now. Everybody is racing. I just want to see where this overtake takes place, because they're side by side going down into turn 1.
Yeah, it's Hartog on the far right. I think I mean, I think the key point is that it's the guys.
That's the grippy side of the track as well.
Yeah, the windward guys. They're right around the outside, but it's it's handy from a baby because it's a pro against 2 guys who know what they have to do, which is keep the cars in perfect condition for the hour or so they have to be in them. Of which they're currently enjoying about 10 minutes of code 60, with a few minutes to go yet.
Let's have a look at what happens here. Oh, turned around in the middle of the corner, and oh, that was. This is on this is on board the 909. Have a look on the outside front.
Oh, he gets squished in.
Oh, he unfortunately just got sandwiched, and he shows that the Lamborghini was on the left-hand side of that one, and basically it was both in the front end of that car. It was just really unfortunate. Somebody else's accident, and they all got involved in it.
Must be fanning out the GT3s, and we're on the code 60. Yeah, so that's what I think. I'm sure when Rick comes and talks to our pit lane crew at some point, he'll be full of the woe of I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's not spring, so he doesn't have to.
Pit lane, which I think I was too busy watching the Creventic car, which is now that. Yeah, it was the 931, thank you. Well, that noise was the flat 6 of the silver Creventic car going back out with its control unit fixed. The 931 was stationary for a very short time and is now heading under the tunnel. Gives me an opportunity to say, if they had started on a set of used Michelins and thought they could come in and put a set of fresh ones in without losing too much time, well, no, they can't. Because under code 60, if you come into the pit lane, you can come in and change your driver, but what you cannot do is change a set of tyres unless they've been on the car for more than 50 minutes. That's a new regulation that we put into being at Malaysia. Right, the 909 is in front of me, so fill that gap quite nicely. If it's going on eBay Motors on Monday, then shoot it from the left-hand side, because that's where there's very little damage at all. Code 60 is just about to finish, so I'll get back into the booth in a second. The errant front splitter that caused them so much problems last time in Malaysia has been ripped off as we go back to green, and they've lost the Michelin tyre from the right front, but the rim isn't even dented. I think this is just a question of them not being able to drive it back, guys.
Something exceptionally odd has happened during this Code 60. Our top two drivers, Loic Hartog and Benjamin Pack in the Herbert Racing and TFT Racing, are happily together by a second, but somehow Anthony McIntosh in the WRT BMW has fallen 20 seconds behind them, when they're all supposed to be on a Code 60 limited, going exactly the same speed. So either WRT has set it wrong, there's been a problem, McIntosh wasn't paying attention, but he's managed to lose 20 seconds during those, 3 laps of Code 60 for?
Yeah. Unless he wasn't going at 60 kilometres an hour.
Well, he's done something wrong. Of course, everyone behind him isn't allowed to overtake him, frustrated as anything.
Yeah.
There's a few of these very large gaps of people who appear to be on completely the wrong level of speed compared to everyone else. Because basically, if the leader's doing 60, certainly in the first couple of laps, they're all no sell anyway.
Yeah,
it should be the easiest thing to do, just to carry on going. But complete mistake by, or not a mistake, something weird's happened with McIntosh, and WRT have dropped back 20 seconds during a point where it shouldn't be a problem. Actually, it's 9 seconds.
A couple of these cars, quite a lot of these cars, have two different settings. One for the pit lane speed limiter, which is 40k, and one for 60. Could it be that he hit the wrong speed limiter button?
It's still a big distance. The true distance is only 8.5 seconds, because at full speed it's gone to 8.5 seconds. But still, that you should be on the bumper. But yeah, it's possible he's hit the 40 kilometre, John, which is the speed limit in the pits, rather than the 60 kilometre for the track. And he even only done it for a couple of sectors. You can't then make it up in the next sector.
No, indeed. That Code 60 was around about 13 minutes out of full-blown racing, as the 91. Robert Renauer at the wheel of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, currently running down in 5th position, second in Pro-Am. So this GT3 category broken up into the 3 categories: GT3 Pro-Am and GT3 Am. And I think we have 12 Ams, 9 Pro-Ams, and 9 GT3s.
There we go. Well, early running, we've got Loic Hartog leading in GT3, GT3 Pro-Am, Benjamin Pack and TFT, and they are first and second overall. And our leading amateur at the moment is Philip Barron in his eponymous motorsport team with the Ferrari. The GTX being led by Jack Michelin, Team CMR, by a massive amount of time. 992 Pro, Alessandro Galetti with the EBM, Alabama Motorsport, and 992 Am, it's John Lancaster with HRT Performance. And it's Henry Cherney of Cherney Motorsport. It's 2 eponymous leaders in their classes with the GT4. And then in TC, it's Christian Ladner, and obviously as best race, but it's the Seat. So it's the oldest car is leading that group.
909 pits, Red Camel Jordan. Whilst this race sorts itself out again, Rick Breukers, we saw the onboard on the big screen, which we can see here from the pit lane, and that looked like you had absolutely nowhere to go.
No, exactly. I think there was a spin in front of us, and a Lamborghini on my left tried to avoid it. So he just suddenly moved to the right, and I was there. I was sandwiched between 2 cars, so it's very unfortunate, but yeah, nothing I could do.
And you couldn't get the car back because of suspension damage?
Yeah, I couldn't steer at all, so I don't know. I'm not sure what the damage is, but I could only move forward and backwards, not left and right.
Not the way you wanted to start the race. Bad luck, sir. Car is coming down behind us. It is left front suspension damage. That wheel is not connected properly to the steering rack and the steering arm, so there's more damage than we initially thought, gentlemen. And an absolute nightmare for what was the Paul sitting car in 992. And those brand new Michelin tyres with not even a racing lap on them before it's back into the pit lane.
Their drop score for the Middle East Championship.
Possibly, yes.
just putting that out there in the first 20 minutes of the race.
Robert Renard in the 91 car has moved up into 4th position, getting it over Renat Salikov in the 81 Winwood racing car. Winwood back in 5th and 6th position at the moment after locking out that front row. So maybe they're just biding their time at the moment.
Well, that's a good result for the amateur drivers, the least experienced drivers in the team. And getting that hour they have to put into the drive time on this 6-hour race, and then you've got plenty of time to come back again. Obviously, they'll be disappointed that Anthony McIntosh put everyone 9 seconds behind the rest of the field, but nothing much you can do about that. And it is that frustration, and we have seen this before in Code 60s, where if one car has it set slightly wrongly, there's a car behind who's sitting there fuming slowly. And of course, if you're going 5 kilometers slower, it doesn't sound very much, but it means you're actually going 10% slower, which is like 6, 7, 8, 9 seconds a lap. So that's what can happen if you've got that setting slightly wrong. Hartog now really beginning to put the power down and move away from Pack and the TFT Racing Mercedes. So it's a Herbert and it's a Porsche that's leading, but perhaps not the one we'd expect.
Indeed, and he's just about to come up on the back markers. Right, in the TCE class, right on them. We thought it would be about 5 laps, take the Code 60 out, 6 laps in, and he's going to be into traffic. And that traffic to get to the back of the GT3 field is 30 cars long.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive field. I mean, it's the interesting thing is, of course, here in fairness, most of the class cars are pretty good at being overtaken, but you have got areas in this track, and anyone who's watched this track and its various other championships know that once you get in that very twisty section underneath the hotel, even if you're being let through, you're going to lose time.
Yes,
because it is such a difficult, complex circuit where being on the right line means so much as far as pace is concerned. It's easy to blast on the main straight or this second straight into turn 9 we're watching now. But you get stuck behind someone who's quick but not slow, and that's a couple of seconds gone, nothing you can do about it.
Well, that's a GT3 up behind a 992. That's, they're just as quick in a straight line, just don't have the downforce coming through this sector here that is 3 right-handers. And the third one, you're really asking a lot of the ABS as you turn right down alongside the hotel.
Those on the stream getting a look at the new GT2 Ginetta, resplendent in its very cheap pure black livery. It's just a pure carbon machine at the moment. The wrap you put on it will define how it looks once you've bought it. Apparently, Lawrence Thompson taking orders right now on his phone.
Jack Mitchell at the wheel of the 795, and as it's kind of thundered down, the 88 Dragon Racing car has turned around at the exit of the hotel, and right in the middle of the track. It's a blind entry to that. Laurent Demus is at the wheel of that car, and he's probably looking at the marshals to go, oh, they're trying to go either side of him at the moment. It's a horrible place to be. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to do there, because he's
found a gap.
Yeah, he found
that's the problem, because there is a. Well done, sir, the blue and white Porsche there.
Wow.
Because there is no gap. There's only one very tiny gap in the field. It's already spread out, despite that Code 60. It's very spread out. But I think he has got himself rolling now. So
well, he's got himself around.
He's gone too far.
Yeah.
He's booted it round. This is every single part of a race. He's booted it. He's done a spin turn. Now he's used reverse.
And he's got to try and find first in there without stalling. Yeah, and he's got it all together.
Nightmare lock you have at the racing car,
which is none. Okay. We had the yellow flag there for a little while. It's been out, and the 88 is dropping down the leaderboard from that spin. We've had a couple of spins there in the qualifier, and that's when the Ginetta went around yesterday and tagged the wall. It's off Camber Corner coming out of the turn 14, and it does catch people out. A little bit of gravel, a little bit of tyre rub on there. As he comes up to speed again, he'll have the Michelin tyres, a bit of a flat spot there. It's going to take a few laps to
It's quite
get
a
out.
slow loops. It's not too bad. It's not like you're going careering across the track facing the wrong direction.
It wasn't like
as we saw
the Ferrari at turn 3 yesterday.
Judges Prahl, actually, the Scuderia Praha car had a lurid slide.
180 kilometres an hour backwards is not what you want. 8 laps done, and
so the other Herbert car now pressurising. Robert Renau is pressurising McIntosh and Team WRT. So that's a black car with the kind of the gold edging, just going round turn 1 now, and accelerating round 2, 3. And they'll come into the hairpin seam. He's right behind Mackie in the BMW. That's the orange, the yellow and black car, WRT. Of course, more and more experience within the Creventic series. It's a very easy pass, eased up and through turn 5, not really fought by the BMW. We don't need to get involved in big scraps this early in a 6-hour race. So interestingly, he's let him through, and now he's thinking, hang on a second, I've got a bit of slipstream, I'll get some free time. Now, is he actually going to try and get past again, coming into the end of the straight, into the 6-7 complex? It is indeed. So, contrary to what I thought, where actually they're now just costing each other time, you kind of think that's not the best thing to do, because especially the way that we're now managed to catch up to the WRT machine. But hey ho, yeah, they're racing drivers, and they don't always engage brain before pressing throttle. So,
as they always try to do, as they come up past the Alpine.
A little bit of a frustrated flash from Renau, goes a little bit wide.
He's run that wide. Remember,
I think his focus was entirely in the car he was lapping at that point.
Those Porsches, the GT3 Porsches, are carrying that extra 10 kilos, so a little bit of learning experience going on, working out how it's working the tyres.
I just want to point out, for those of you who are long-term fans of the Creventic series, obviously Herbert and the Renauers have been sort of ever present. The worrying thing I found out this weekend is that Robert and Alfred are both 40.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, they both have to be the same age, being twins. You could have one be 40, one be 39, but they are both now 40, which made me feel exceptionally old, because I'm significantly more.
Always going to try it down to turn 16. No, not enough room there, although they always stayed in track limits. He's okay there. Track limits is done on each corner. If you get 3 track limits infringements on the same corner, you will be given a penalty. Lots of penalties can be done here. No penalties so far, which is good. But this is a great battle going on. Anthony McIntosh in the Team WRT BMW, and Robert Renau is going to try and poke it down the inside.
He is again.
Yes, he is again.
So is he going to get a better exit and not get immediately repass the end of the straight, very, very wide?
The BMW couldn't get on the power.
I don't know. I think he turned it early.
Yeah,
he's turned it early, and it actually increases the length of the straight effect. He got the power down. Renau, though, went wide, tried to carry as much speed onto the straight just to see if he could just eke it out and stay ahead of Anthony, and he's managed to do it. So this time McIntosh goes, oh, fair enough then, you're through now. But that has moved forward. Salikov in the second, the lead of the race to the Teal machine. That has made up a good couple of seconds during this scrap, and more importantly, Benjamin Pack now has moved, I think, 15 or 16 seconds ahead in second place. So it's a big spread out.
Oh, it is, yeah.
So Anthony McIntosh, but I'm pretty certain he's not the most popular person with several of the cars in that field.
Yes.
Not just for he's allowed to fight as hard as he likes for position 3, 4, whatever it may be, but it was that 8 seconds he lost by dilly-dallying in the Code 60.
Well, yeah. It's true. And wow, but 86 Barron Motorsport getting a 5-second penalty, which they can serve at their pit stop. The penalty box is after the refueling area, which is the first thing you turn right into in pit lane, and then they'll look at serving that penalty.
We've got a couple of small penalties knocking about. It's minimum sector times. So we've got a minute penalty for the 101. That's one of the Asbest machines. Yeah, that's for overtaking someone under Code 60.
Yeah, that's frowned upon.
There's a few small penalties.
69 around the Audi.
The rhubarb and custard painted machine.
Oh.
69 car. That's the Simpson Motorsport machine.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Continental Racing, sorry. And Continental Racing by Simpson, yep.
Yeah, on the entrance to turn.
Oof. That was a very confident methodology of driving across the track. I mean, admittedly, he can see what's coming. We couldn't from this position.
Yeah, well, the windscreen wiper's gone, so it was all hands and feet.
Well, that's fine then.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. But you can see that entire section there is off camber. So it really does, you know, if you get it slightly wrong or you hit the curb too hard, and it'll flick the back end out, and it's very difficult to gather back up again. So
he's away, just a few seconds he's lost. No damage. And again, a very slow loping spin field. No damage to the tyres either. So
they're making their way through past the Golf TCR, and the back markers now being a part of the traffic around the 5.281 kilometres. And the custard cream car goes through, but let's have a look at this. Oh, he lost it.
Losing that for
he lost it at 12.
And I take thinking back, I said about the tyres.
Yeah, they're not going to be very
They're not
good.
happy about any of that situation.
He lost that into 12. Wow, that is fast. And then he lost it again.
Yeah, because he's overheated the tyres.
Yeah.
So he's got the tyre temperature, surface temperature's gone through the roof.
I thought that was the replay.
That was the second one.
The second one, boy.
Yeah. Just so you know, monitoring of the YouTube chat. Thank you guys for all being with us. It's lovely to have you along. People are, obviously, we're now seeing these long shots of the cars taking what seems to be massive liberties with the various corners.
Yes.
The track limits are quite relaxed. And also, the interesting thing is that the track limit penalties are not being done in a total number of track limit infringements. It's track limit infringement per corner. That's correct, isn't it, Phil?
16 corners, 16 different lots of track limits. You can see the red and white down the side there. As long as you keep a part of your car on any bit of red and white, you are still within the track limits.
So the difference is, remember, if you are a Formula 1 fan, you have to keep your bit of your car within the white line before the red and white curve.
Yep.
With Creventic rules, these rules, you can go the other side of the red and white curve. You see this particular picture here, you could go another 3 meters if you wanted to. It's not the fastest line. Also, it's not 3 strikes and you're out. It's, well, no, out anyway, but 3 strikes the penalty. It's 3 strikes at the same corner. So at the end of the race, you could have 2 infringements at all of these 5 corners they're monitoring closely.
Yep.
So you've actually done 10 track limits, but you wouldn't have a single penalty. It's only when you go over 3 at an individual corner.
And then, yeah, per car, not per driver. Thank you, John. But yes, it was a very unique way of doing it. Obviously, with 60 cars on it, Formula 1 has only got 20 cars, so they can stay between the white lines. They're arguably best drivers or richest drivers.
Creventic 925 silver Porsche back in. Still the same issue with this control box. They've taken it out. They've swapped it with another one. They're trying the switch. And the scrutineering team are here and saying, I think what's happening, guys, that this is really, obviously really frustrating. It's working fine and it's putting the indicator light on when it's out of the car, but then somehow when it's in the car, it's deciding it doesn't want to work and it's throwing up an alert, which obviously they've got to come back and fix again. So very unfortunate, because it's nothing that they have done wrong.
Mystery electrical fault in any racing car, any car,
or motorcycle.
Yeah, good point. Basically anything with electrics. just to finish off on the penalties, one of the things that is slightly different is if you are watching the penalties, and obviously Phil a minute ago mentioned a 5-second penalty, there are some very small penalties, up to a total of 10 seconds. You don't need to take that penalty by being in the box. You can just add that at the end of the race. Over 10 seconds, you have to stop in the box, have it counted down and be ushered out. So we may get to a point at the end of the race where there may be some small penalties left over. So we have some very close decisions between cars for major positions. At that point, we just have to have a massive scroll back for and work out if anyone's carrying 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds of penalties.
Exactly. Anything over 30 seconds, if you don't serve anything over 30 seconds, it gets doubled and added to your race time. So, yeah, it keeps the team managers on their toes to work out when they can do penalties. They can't serve penalties under code 60, of course. And there's a 2-hour moratorium, a 2-hour time limit. We get a timestamp on every penalty, and there's a 2-hour time limit on there. If that happens during a code 60, you have to serve it at your next pit stop.
Jordan Red Camel, while the race is in a fairly sensible period, that damage to the left front of that car is more substantial than our. It's the ubiquitous Carrera Cup or Porsche Cup car issue. It's taken out the the left-hand radiator, the oil cooler on that side. That's now dripping oil into a catch tray underneath. The guys are going to work on that and the left front suspension and steering on what was the pole-sitting car. It looks like the Creventic car is going to be put back down onto the dollies, and I think that's going to have to go back into its box. And whilst we're talking about penalties, don't forget that anyone who is got the internet can see the same screen that you can, because Creventic via their the timeservice.nl make that available online, and all the penalties served and cleared are available on one of those screens.
hseries.com, you can get all that. You can also watch the YouTube feed on there as well. So Creventic looking after everybody to make sure all the fans of Creventic Motorsport around the planet can watch this amazing 6 hours, Michelin 6 hours of RBW.
So half an hour, just over, has been completed, 34 minutes down, and we currently have an overall top 3 of Loic Hartog in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, from Benjamin Pack in the TFT Racing, he's a Mercedes, and Robert Renau in the Herbert Porsche. Now, actually, second and third are also first and second in Pro-Am. Third Pro-Am is currently Joseph Kral in Scuderia Praha, and the second and third in Pro, GT3 Pro, is Anthony McIntosh and Rinat Selikov in the Women Racing. In Am for GT3, it is Denis Remiarco from Team Motorpark, no, he's not, sorry, it's still Philip Barron from Barron Motorsport leading from the person I just said a second ago, Denis Remiarco from Team Motorpark, and third in Am is Bo Wan.
Then we got GTX, Jack Mitchell, a field ahead of everybody else in the Ginetta. Then it is Lionel Amarouche in the second of the GTXs. The third is the one that's in the pits at the moment of Adrian Lewandowski, involved in the lap 1, turn 5 accident. In GT4, it's a Journey Motorsport, BMW leading that from the Circuit Toys Toyota Supra, and then Team SRS Team Sorg Rennsport third in GT4. And TCE, it's the Asbest Racing Porsche Cayman leading from the Chazelle Technology course, Alpine, and then the 101, the Asbest Racing, the oldest car in the field, the Seat Leon Cooper Cup Racer, not Cooper Cup Racer.
And our 992 class, that's currently led by Alexander Goretti in the Alabama Motorsport Porsche, number 952. From 921, Paul Meyer in the Moore Motorsport Porsche. Third in the Pro class is Daniel Drexel, we resume More Than Racing Porsche. In 992 Am, John Lancaster from HRT Performance leads Felix Neuhofer from Neuhofer Rennsport, and third in the Am it is Zamin Ali Jaffer from Enrico Forgenzi Racing, but it is very, very close in all the 992 classes.
Excellent. That is how they stand with 5 hours and 24 minutes and 10 seconds to go. I bet they won't be like that at the end. But it's still Loic Hartog leading by 9 seconds now in the Herbert Motorsport car, Benjamin Park in TFT Racing it, and then that big big gap between them, and then we have another overtake happening down over the 56 car. And that's Joseph Kral, and I think Philip Barron having a battle there for 6th and 7th. No, it's Sergei Solarov. But yeah, it's sort of settled down a little bit, Nick. Everybody's starting to take a breath and work out where they are and how to play this forward.
Yeah, I mean, it is a point where it was very frenetic. I mean, oddly, you think, oh, well, it must be, but they had a bit of calm with the Code 6 in the first couple. I don't think that really helped anybody because it didn't really play into anybody's situation. Now, we have had a raft of penalties sorted out since that Code 60. And the interesting thing is the first two drivers both are sitting on penalties. Loic Hartog has 6 seconds, and I've just seen that one is for actually overspeeding within a Code 60 sector. And Benjamin Pack has 5 seconds as well. So interestingly, despite being scored 24 seconds off the lead, of course, net Rob Renau is 18 seconds off the lead, and he's not 15 seconds behind Benjamin Pack, he's 10 seconds behind. The only other teams towards the top, there's a tiny penalty for Nicholas Stati in the Leipzig Motorsport car that's currently running 6th. There's another 5 seconds for actually Philip Barron, who was our leader in GT3 Am, is running with a 5-second penalty. Andrew Gilbert has got a 10-second. Most of these are for going a bit too quick in sectors.
Yeah, just a little bit over the Code 60 time, so we're kilometres an hour, and every kilometre an hour I think is a second, and so they'll get that. Adam Konopka and the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini has just got past Basha Mardini and the Razzoon More Than Racing in their Porsche. We've seen Razzoon More Than Racing running. They've got 2 cars here this weekend. This car here is managed by an old friend of mine and a friend to a lot of Porsche people around the world. Christoph Huber is back to motorsport after selling Huber Motorsport. He's been a part of this 24-hour series for a long, long time, and also working with the late great Walter Lecter.
Apparently he's a much happier man for selling the team as well, you said.
Exactly. He doesn't own it anymore. He's just finding drivers. But I had a great chat with Christoph yesterday. I've known him for many years, and when he was working with Walter in the Carrera Cup Middle East, which is still going, run by Walter's sons. They've got a race here in the not too distant future.
So looking at the front of the 992 class, 17 cars in 992 across 2 classes. The gap is about 1 second between Giretti in the EBM and Paul Meyer. Paul Meyer, who we've seen in Creventic races for a long time, is one of the most impressive Porsche drivers, or in fact, drivers full stop. He always puts in these fantastic stints, and often, eventually they've thrown him out at the beginning, because often he's the guy who turns up with 2 hours to go, just 90 minutes with him, and then, suddenly they're right up there. So Meyer, the Dutchman, he's currently in the second place car, which is to say the Mullen Motorsport machine. And just remember, we are now running 42 minutes in. This is all part of the drive time. Maximum drive time anyone can have now is 2.5 hours. Not really sure that's going to get used that much in the 6-hour race, obviously, with 2 and 3 rotation drivers.
I think it's more 24-hour specific. It used to be that you had to have a rest break. You could do a 2-hour stint, but you had to have 50% of your drive time as a rest break. Now it's just you can only do a maximum of 4 hours in any 6-hour period, even if you're driving 2 cars. I think Pierre Olsen's entered in 2 of the Asbest racing cars. But yeah, it's a maximum of 4 hours in any 6. And we were talking with Trusses the other day about any of your drivers going to do 2.5 hours, and I think you said what most team managers said. Well, they're happy with 2.
That wasn't what he said at all.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is that 2.5 hours just sits better with a two full stints of fuel.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure whether he wants to make things easier, but I think there's a fine balance between making things competitionally complicated or trying to make things easy and fair and simple for teams to work out. And I think on the whole, Creventic is always just towards let's make things as easy and enjoyable as possible. Let's not make it a PhD science to work out how to best run your tyres and cars. There's still plenty of options in there, and obviously with a mixed talent field and mixed talent often within teams, how you actually deploy your drivers and when. For example, Winwood correctly predicting there was going to be code 60 early on, have done the right thing. Though interestingly, as we look at the shots now, if you've got the video stream, it's now a big battle over 3rd, 4th and 5th. 3 different chassis. It's currently BMW from Mercedes from Lamborghini, but it looks like the Lippert car is a really aggressive machine trying to come up the inside of the Winwood number 81. That didn't quite happen.
So it's the part of Valor, I think, there. Yeah. Long way to go.
Yeah, that's it. So it's Nicholas Starty, who John spoke to on the grid, just trying to get the inside of Rinat Salikov in the Winwood racing. That's the car with a teal bonnet and front end, and then still kind of key to all the action we've seen so far today, to be honest, appears to be Anthony McIntosh. He now goes 3 wide, gets blocked to go around turn 5. And these are other GT3 cars that are just a little bit back, and there's also a one of the Asbest machines there as well.
Well, that's the 88 car that spun at turn 14. So he's the Dragon car. He's trying to get out of the way.
Is he?
He was he was right on the apex.
He's not trying to be in the way, perhaps.
He actually
he's not getting out of the way now, is he? Really?
Yeah.
He's going to back out and let these cars go. So he's had a bit of a. I say that. He's had a little bit of an instruction, and he's let 2 go. And it's going to just slightly inconvenience the Lippert car, the Lamborghini running sort of almost Gulf colours. It's slightly the wrong tone of blue and slightly the wrong tone of orange.
Yeah, they got the paint numbers wrong.
Yeah, it's a bit like, basically he's running sort of Temu Gulf colours.
Temu Gulf colours. Like Hartog's just the fastest lap of the race at 151.985, comparing our fastest lap last year, 152.089. So they're already getting down to it, and the track's rubbered in nicely, but it's going to rubber in even more. That lap time last year was set by Dragon Racing 42 minutes before the end of the race. So in the cool of the evening.
So coming round to complete another lap, and once again, despite the confusion caused by the traffic jam at turn 5, on the tail again, the 81 Winwood sniffing around the backside of the BMW. They're kind of quite deep into the tyre life now.
Yeah. Just one stint on these tyres. What we're going to look out for now, all of the cars were filled up to the brim when we started, okay? Next time they come into the fuel, they have a maximum capacity that they're allowed to have through their balance of performance. And so some cars in the GT3 category are 110 litres, 100 litres, and they also have a flow rate that it could be 90%, 85% and whatever. This is to slow them down in the fueling area. This this is how they govern performance. And so we're going to have possibly 30 GT3 cars all trying to come in at the same time. There's 10 pumps. And so this is going to get really interesting. I was speaking with Brad Fincham, CEO of Dragon Racing, earlier on today, and he said, 3 and 4 laps, you're going to see all the GT3 cars in to get fuel, because they've all got different sized tanks which are full to brim. Every time now, they're all going to have to come in and do their BOP fueling. So that's going to get very, very interesting.
Yeah, most of the cars have 120-litre tanks, which can be filled, as you say, rightly filled to the absolute brim of 120 litres when you start and drive to the grid. They never are allowed to fill them up by more than about 100 or 105 or even 95, depending on how thirsty or otherwise how frugal they are. As the second Winwood car, the 16, loses position to Scuderia Praha. Joseph Kral there, the former GP2 racer, nips up the inside and looks like another position. Almost went there for that deep blue 16 car as the Ferrari looked up the inside to start the hotel complex, but there was no way through it. I'm pretty sure there won't be a way through it now until at least they get onto the start-finish straight and possibly around turn 1 on the runs 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, I think biding your time is wise words at the moment, just through this tricky sector. It could all go horribly wrong. And also, there's not that big a gap in this battle pack that we've been watching, and all of a sudden you could lose positions and come under attack from the car behind, as it's all in there. WRT, there's just about a second there between them and Winwood, another second back, and as you said, the Scuderia Praha closing in on the back of that, then the other Winwood racing car, and then you've got Barron Motorsport closing in on this pack as well.
Yeah, 57 cars still going round, which is a pretty high density at this circuit, as you can see now from the attempts to overtake. The 8th place 008 shining at the windscreen of the 18 Winwood car, but he's under huge pressure now from the Barron Motorsport. That's remember that's the leader in GT3 AM, looking to get past the Pro-Am blue car. But they all go down the straight. It's kind of a blocking move, going far over to the left-hand side. Now, in some ways, you see, this is interesting. Why are you fighting the car that's not in your class?
Yeah, but true. But they're racing drivers. Yeah, again, you fight every car.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of think it doesn't look like if the Barron car got past, it would then be too slow and slowing back up again.
Yeah, well, the Barron car was outside of track limits there. He had all 4 wheels over the red white. Once again, we're watching certain corners around here. Turns 1, 3, 6 and 16.
Been a good lap for the Leipert Lamborghini. He's managed to get past the teal number 16 Winwood car. That's dropped back another position. Still battling between Barron and the second the Winwood. So Winwood's, whilst not at the front of the grid, are all about the action here, but it's the action in the lower reaches the top 10 at the moment as the race settles down. Don't forget the Winwoods are going to start moving forward when they move into different parts of their driver lineup. It isn't indicative that 20 kilograms has made these cars uncompetitive. It's indicative of the difference in the underlying speed of the drivers on board.
Indeed. Just keeping an eye on what's happening in with not respecting code 60 times. Another one has happened there with car 17. So, and any more penalties?
It's a lot of penalties. Who've just been, as they analyse the various bits of time, they find people who are a little bit tiny too fast in various sections. They're picking up micro penalties. They will count at the end, as you saw there, Kroll in that yellow and silver Ferrari looking to make up another place.
Yeah, and so settling into a rhythm. 5 hours 12 to go. Probably another probably 15-20 minutes before we start seeing cars into the fuel thing. And I think all the team managers are looking at, do we come in a little bit earlier, shorten our fuel run, I think there's going to be a lot of consternation, because I think the 992s, the GT3s will be coming in, and possibly some of the GTXs.
Yeah, possibly. The 992s should run about 10 minutes longer.
Yeah.
And I think everyone's hoping they are running 10 minutes longer, just to avoid the chaos at the pumps that there may or may not be. One thing,
the 17,
the last
pumps.
thing you want to do is be waiting at the pump, because it's not actually a quick fill. It's not like,
it's 3.5 minutes according to Dragon Racing. It's 3.5 minutes. Minutes to fill their car up to their BOP
so
limits.
That means you would lose a lap if you had to wait behind a full sort of pump. So this is where things are getting interesting. This is where something you can do, to be honest, Phil, with a 6-hour race. They can already back time.
Yeah.
If they base it the fact it's going to run green the whole way, they can work out back time. Can we afford to come in 5 laps early? Completely clear everyone else, not worry about it. The interesting thing is, because it's such a full track now, you haven't got the other concept, track position, can we find a clear bit of circuit? Because now I'm looking at our tracker, there aren't any clear bits of track, so there's no point. So this thing, you now have to think, how are we going to manage the fuel? How are we going to make sure we don't incur a completely unnecessary 1 or 2 minute penalty? What is going to be interesting now is, with everybody everyone wanting to take some fuel, if there was a code 60, do they all throw themselves in, or do they get the half tank to give themselves flexibility, or do they wait and then say, well, we've got 25 minutes, half an hour, we'll just wait and get them to take the full tank when it's supposed to come?
It really is playing three-dimensional chess in space with the blindfold, because it really does take you, what are you going to do? Do you want to come in off peak time for GT3, which could be peak time for 992 and GTX, or for all of those things? So yeah, it's who'd want to be a team manager?
John.
Well, guys, at the moment, the pit lane is elegantly clear of anybody, and I suspect that won't be the situation for very much longer. The other thing I want you to look at, Seb, if you just look at the countdown clock underneath the Michelin bridge as well, we are coming down to 50 minutes since the start. So if there is another code 60 in the next, as long as it's over 10 seconds away, it does mean that you can change those tyres that you started on. And talking about being in the fueling area, don't forget, even under code 60, Phil, there are a couple of cars that can get quite a lot of fuel. So if you get behind one of those under code 60, when you're only getting 15% yourself, you're in real trouble. But I want to show you something. Just out of the corner of my eye, we have a Ferrari team who are getting ready to bring their car in. This is the first bit of motion we've seen on the pit lane, and this is after 55 minutes of racing, and it's the Mizawa racing team with that bright red Ferrari.
We also have a slow car on track, the 102, the Asbest machine. That is, trying to work with it. That's the Cupra, so that's the second oldest. That is coming into pits. He's managed to drive around slowly and keep out of everybody's way and not cause a code 60. But he's running at about 60 miles an hour, I think, as it's gone round rather than 60 clicks. He's coming into pits now, so joining John soon. So he's driven very well there. He's not got anyone's way. He's not shredded the tyre, and we can continue with green flag races. I wonder whether perhaps there's some of the teams, as John's pointed out, they've passed that very important 50-minute mark where they can now change tyres, and in comes the first Ferrari into fuel. It's 888, I think you said it was.
No, it was 555.
Oh, that reminds me of a rally car.
Yoko Mizo, Maezawa Racing's Ferrari, currently in 22nd in GT3, dropping down the leaderboard now. Now, these pumps you have a smart card which is connected to your car, and it will only allow the maximum BOP there. As soon as it switches to code 60, there's lights on the pump, green and purple lights, and then it will allow you, the majority of the field is only allowed 15% of their BOP maximum. A few cars in GT3 AM are allowed 42 and 46 litres. That's the 7 and the 11, because they're running all AM drivers. And the 992 AM, the Seb Giuliano Racing 910, 929 HRT and QMMF are all allowed 44 litres of their 110. And we've got 2 cars that have a car type BOP. So if you're racing the 101 car, which we've just seen coming in, that can take 115 litres, because that's its done.
So we can take,
and the Chazelle Technology Alpine as well, a 95 on a 95 max, so they can actually fill up. So they have no code 60.
It's one of the ways, obviously, of a couple of the classes are very wide in the definition of what can compete.
Yes.
To several seconds lap difference. So the only way you can then start to re-BOP them, for want of a better word, but equalise them, is by making the time spent in the pits for the slower car significantly less.
Yes.
And that way you say, well, you might be losing 2 seconds a lap, but every time you come in the pits, you get in a minute. And,
Yes.
and that's
Yeah.
great. It's a great way of doing it, because you can't suddenly say, right, your particular car is 2 seconds lap slow. Can you please turn the wick up 40 horsepower? Because it hasn't got 40 horsepower to turn it up. So
and it would, what Creventic do really well is they manage BOP without costing the teams money.
Yeah.
Okay. BOP in lots of things is you have to change this, you have to get a different ECU and all that sort of stuff. Doing it with the fuel and driver times and everything keeps the team's costs down.
Pretty confident it wasn't a front puncture on that asbest TCR that came into the pit lane. It was on the far side from me, but the car was sitting down at a jaunty angle, shall we say. It's pulled up at the far end of the pit lane. I'm staying with the Ferraris at the moment. Now, let's see what tyres are going on here. By what tyres I mean, are these new or are these scrubbed? These are very, very lightly scrubbed. I think they've probably done 2 or 3 laps total. You'll be able to see when the Ferrari leaves the pit lane. There's a little column on our timing that says how many laps each tyre has on it, and they're ready to go to work for our first green flag pit stop of the Michelin 6 hours here at Abu Dhabi. Still waiting for the car to come out of the fuel. There is a slight issue with the Ferrari GT3 cars in that we have 3 different speed limits here. Code 60 out on the track, 40k in the pit lane, and 20k in the fueling area, which is part of the paddock. Actually, we don't fuel in the pit lane, which is why I can be here in a t-shirt, a polo shirt and shorts. The problem is the clutch on the Ferrari doesn't properly disengage until 30k, so they're slightly slipping the clutch all the time in the pit lane area. Here's the 555 in the pit lane. They go to work. The front Michelins are already off. The starting driver is out. Complete change of seat insert, as the drivers are very different in stature. Right rear, taking a little time to come off. It was being more recalcitrant than Nick's Land Rover Discovery there Land Rover Defender there for a moment. Tyres are done. It's now about bolting the driver in. You've allowed 1 extra person as a driver assistant, but that looks pretty clean. They're making sure, there's some tape going onto the front as well of that car, so there may have been a little bit of damage on the front of that car. Yes, I think there has been, possibly not in the race, but they've got a completely unliveried front visor on that car, making it look rather more like a La Roma or a Daytona rather than a 496. First green flag, stop of the race, guys.
Instant at the end of the long back straight, turn 6. Not quite sure who's facing the wrong way, but there is a yellow flag down there. I'd just like to say, John, that if that had been my Defender, they'd still be trying to get the wheels off, as we were for many hours a few weeks ago.
And Yuzaka Maezawa has jumped in to the 555 and heads off on his first stint. Still trying to work out who was that down at turn 6, who was facing in the wrong direction on the inside of the circuit. This is where the new track limits are. He may get stung for track limits.
Stung for track limits. I think it looked like didn't look like any sort of mechanical issue. Like he was just facing the wrong way due to, well, he may have been helped, obviously, but due to some sort of driving-based issue. It was the 920 we're hearing. They are up and running again. The yellow flag has gone. Who is 920? It's just scanning. It's Ivan Ovizenko of, just before you know the field right now, it's Ivan Ovizenko of the Chazelle Technology Course team. So he has had a poor lap. He'll lose a chunk of time, and he's actually lose a chunk of positions. He's already dropped down about 5 positions just by just searching for his name. The difficulty in finding him in the first place.
Blake Hartog still with a commanding 19-second lead. It's had a couple of fastest laps after consecutively about 3 laps ago. 25 laps completed with around about just 5 hours and 2 3/4 minutes to go, and he maintained that comfortable gap over Benjamin Park in the TFT Racing Mercedes AMG, and then it's just holding that sweet balance, which means he can work his way through traffic as well. That was track limits for one of the Ferraris, just getting out of the way while there were 3 wide behind him. And at turn 6, 7, it's one of the hot spots of this circuit in this class of racing, because there's not that many places that are easy to overtake.
So the 920, who we sort of facing the wrong way, lost about 20 seconds being off at the side of the track. That's an interesting selection of movements of how you're going to take the circuit. Oh, he's edged him off there. Yeah, but then again, he's then taken advantage of it. That was one of the Optimum McLarens who got very much edged off by the light blue or greeny blue Porsche. And for those who were watching the stream earlier, we've seen a selection of purple Porsches. We have the Seb Lejeune Racing, obviously. Those who are familiar with the Creventic know the Seb Lejeune and the 888 bright purple. There it is. The front of the QMMF, the Qatar Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation guy, is also bright purple. And the worrying thing is now Seb Lejeune have 2 entries, and they are exactly the same. I think it's a 910 as a second Seb Lejeune team entry, and that is exactly the same, apart from the fact, and this is a spot for you spotters out there, the 888 has purple wing mirrors and the 910 has black wing mirrors. Apart from that, they're exactly the same.
At night, how are you going to tell?
Well, good point. It doesn't get light because of the lights yet. It's going to be an issue for people next week at the 24.
In the 24, because we have track lighting, but more of a Kuwait level of track lighting in Dubai rather than the Yas daylight that we get.
But no night practice needed here because it never actually gets to be night.
Yeah, and night practice in Dubai now has changed for AMS, AM Plus and AM Spirit only. Right. They have to do a minimum of 2 laps. Everybody else, there is no requirement because it's a fully lit circuit now.
When did that change? When did they get all the slight lights all around it?
Last year. And this year, for John will love, we've got full digi-panels around the circuit as well.
Ooh.
So a lot of money being spent up at the Autodrome to bring in the 21st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai next weekend.
Joseph Kraul with the Scuderia Praha Ferrari now tight onto the tail of the Teal Women Racing, the 81 machine, currently piloted by Rinat Salikov. But I was thinking that he's done the hour, so they're getting to the point now where they can tactically bring in their amateur drivers, having done the hour. Just a few seconds away. We have now turned that first hour for a 1/6 of the way through the race, and if you had an amateur in, he's done what he needs to do.
Well, all of your amateurs have done what they need to do, because it's combined time for all of your AM Plus or AM Spirit drivers have won 1/6 of the race.
So very good performance there. So just to remind you at the front, Loic Hartog's making it look easy. He is, well, I say it's making it look easy. He is 20 seconds ahead. Unfortunately, he's got 10 seconds of penalty, so he's picked up another small penalty in the last few seconds. I think there's been a kind of a forensic assessment of what went on during the Code 60s, and people have been given a second here and a second there. And then you've got Benjamin Pack in second. He's also got 7 seconds of penalty, so sitting pretty in third, but with no penalties, is Robert Renauer. John.
It's Joe, actually. Good afternoon, everybody. Beautiful weather down here. I thought I'd get a quick update on Red Camels because I've got an interesting message from their team strategist saying that you guys are, well, insane. You are not just repairing the car, but you're actually going to go back out.
Yes, we are planning to go back out, also to test the car, of course, and see if there's other damage. We also we want to race. We're going to pick up the speed and do some laps and just do as if it is a proper race. Of course, this probably will be our scratch result, but we are here. We traveled all the way here. We love the circuit. We love the field. It's a very interesting, and we want to compete.
You know what? You've been around motorsport long enough to realise that there are mega highs, but also lows like this. You guys were quickest in qualifying, and then that bad luck. It was pure bad luck. There's nothing whatsoever. It had anything to do with your driver or what happened out there. But it's how you pick yourself up, isn't it?
Yes, it's motorsport. Sometimes things like that happen, and we couldn't do anything about it. We have damage on the right and on the left are really squeezed. We have to deal with it, and it's a pity. But now we look at the bright side. We're going to go back out again and do some laps.
It's a famous team manager used to always say to me at Le Mans, Hugh Chamberlain, God rest his soul, he used to say, if your car's going to go out, it needs to go out and retire before the bars close. Well, you guys were in time for the bars closing.
Oh, well, I
I don't think so. But we will try to load the containers as fast as possible.
Are you guys already thinking about next week in the Dubai 24 hours?
Yes, we are all the time. We are talking about it all the time and preparing and talking about strategy and all kind of stuff and change the regulations and what impact it has. And yeah, it's in our mind all the time.
Commiserations, Ivo. Bad luck. It's the Red Camel test session now, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ivo.
It certainly makes sense to get the car built back if you can do, and even if you only run it for 2 laps, it makes sense because you're going to put it on a truck and it's going to go up to Dubai. This is the instant again towards the middle back of the field. There it goes, turn around, squeezed, and off there to the right hand side goes Rick Brock. This is on board with Rick. As you can see, he's coming in. It's 17 cars into one through turn 5, and you'll see on the inside the white, I think it's the 971, just comes across. And it just squished, and unlucky to get so much damage from what everyone else drove away, really.
Yeah, well, you can see there the Lamborghini was driving away with Adrian Dowski at the wheel. That's still in the pits as well.
So unfortunate, but absolutely, if you've got the chance to rebuild the car and get some laps on the track before you have to do it all again in Dubai, absolutely do that, 100%.
And what a great test session it is. We've still got 4 hours 56 and 15 to go, and it won't be long until we start seeing the first of the GT3 cars coming in. We've already had the 555 come in, running off of strategy. Yuzaka Mazawa at the wheel of the Mazawa Racing Ferrari, currently down in 30th position in GT3 and 9th in GT3 Pro-Am.
Yeah, that's, they didn't seem to be any reason to have to come in early, so they obviously decided that was going to be how they're going to run their tactics.
Yeah, I think that the tactics are let's stay out of the logjam, which could happen in the refueling area as everybody times, because we've got some great battles going on out there at the moment, down at 14th, 15th, 16th and 17th. They're all Team Motor Park, Herbert Motorsport, Enrico Fulgenzi Racing and Razoon Morthen Racing, all having a great battle down there towards the back end of the top 20.
Oh, the Hoffa Racing's had a big accident, well, a medium accident. Is that Chantal Prince still in the car at the moment?
I think it is. They haven't come in and changed.
So it's now, is that car hit? Yeah, it looks like there's a collapse on the front right suspension, so I don't think that's another car. That's a solid object.
Code
interface.
60 within 20 seconds. Code 60 within 20 seconds.
And that is where...
That's on the start-finish straight, is it?
Is it?
I'm just... Start-finish straight.
Yeah,
it's coming out.
Gone wide. And she looped it on 16.
You can see the impact on the fence there. She's done that there. I've almost done that in my Radical as well. Very easy to do. Was she?
She was nudged.
She was nudged.
Well, nudged. That's an understatement. She was side-checked by, who is that? That's the
Dragon Ferrari.
That's the one that was spun, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. That's the 88 car.
Sorry, yeah. Oh, that's really bad luck for Chantal.
Indeed it is.
I mean, that looks like the front end's gone.
Yes.
So I don't think she's sitting there as she has to, but there's going to be a case. Right, now, what's going to happen with the pit stops? Because they really do they need to take some fuel, but they're only going to get half a tank or less than half a tank, some of them.
Yeah, Robert Renau straight into the fuel bay out of 4th position and hit the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. He's already in. And Alexander Novichov in the Continental Racing. And John Lancaster and HRT Performance.
I'm pretty sure the reason the cars ahead of Robert didn't go in is because they probably didn't have the option, because they've probably gone past
they're on
no-go line.
They're all on their way around at the moment. The leader's down at turn 6, 7. So, yeah, they're all down behind him.
And let's be honest, if anybody can work Creventic rules and Code 60 rules, it's Herbert Motorsport and the Renauers.
Yes.
And we can see the cars trundling, literally, they are genuinely trundling at 20 kilometres an hour, which is about, 12 miles an hour into the fuel station, which is held in the sort of side paddock just next to the, just after the start of the pit lane. They go in a big loop. There are 10... Yeah, there are 10 fuel stops entirely. So any minute now, Joe, it's going to get busy your end, but people first of all have to try and find a fuel stop, a fuel tank, and they are already, I think, full.
Yeah, already getting busy in the pit lane as teams get prepped for their cars coming in from the fuel station, of course. Turning right, immediate right on entering the pits. You go into the fuel station first. The cars coming out of the fuel station. First cars coming out of the fuel station. Second place Porsche just passing me now. But this is kind of kind of situated ideally race time wise, isn't it? It's just after the 1 hour shot, and it's, if you're going to have a pit stop, let's not have an incident and bring out a code 60 within the first 20 minutes or 30 minutes. An hour is nigh on perfect for now. I'm at Hofer, by the way. When Chantal manages to get the car home, we'll be able to inspect the damage, but for now we've got pretty much everybody coming in. Some cars are taking on fuel only, I think, guys. There's a lot, majority have gone onto the apron though to take on new tyres. Whether they change drivers, well, we'll have to check that out.
Quite a few of these cars you currently have with you, Joe, have opted not to take fuel because I don't think they got a chance. There's only 4 cars currently shown in the fuel station, which is odd, because there should be 10 gas. Perhaps it is just not worth it. Not worth taking the fuel. Perhaps it's just the situation is if we can't get a full tank, what's the point of getting 40 or 50 litres? Yeah.
In the queue is another thing. There will be a queue forming at a time like this, and that's a bit of heads-up driving from some of the teams to say, forget sitting there in the queue. Let's just come on and take on tyres, because it is, after all,
the loss
1 hour
of running, changing your mind and running down the pit lane is relatively small. Pit lane speed is 40 kilometres an hour, whereas the main code 60 obviously is 60 clicks. Yes. So you're not losing a huge amount. You're losing probably a dozen seconds by doing that. But you know, you can decide, right, this isn't, we're going to abandon the fuel stop. We'll think about doing it again, come down a second time. They know this is not going to be a very long code 60. There's a problem for the Cherney Motorsport car, is that the 445 that's come out of
once again
pits and is not picking up properly.
That's going to stop at around turn 4.
If it doesn't get going again, that's going to extend the code 60, which might change the workings out that people are doing.
Okay, let's have a look at what happened here. So, has that been? He's been. Did they tag him there?
I don't know. Has he decided?
No, he's already going slow. I think they were just whether they, because under code 60 you can't overtake.
Yeah, I wonder whether when he initially let them through again, I wonder whether he thought he wasn't allowed to go past them. Now he's got rolling again with a Control-Alt-Delete, I believe.
Let's have a look as he comes around the top of turn 3. He's right over the far left-hand side of the circuit as he comes around there, obviously with the issue. Then the cars come up behind him. They're all flashing their lights, going, get off the circuit if you've got an issue. And we see the 914 go past, and then the Audi goes up the inside of him. In fairness, he should have taken it off the racing line if he's got an issue with all the cars come up under code 60, because you know they can't overtake you unless, you know, if you're off the circuit, then they'll be given some leeway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how that turns out.
So as the leader the last time round was this gold TFT car. And it's interesting to know, I don't know whether he's taken fuel or not sure. I don't think he has, no, because his pit stop time and his pit only time are almost identical.
Yeah.
So he's not actually taken fuel, Benjamin Pack, whereas Loic Hartog has taken fuel, about 1 minute and 20 seconds worth of fuel. And obviously we know for a fact that the Herth Motorsport, which was running third, the 91, now has Ralph Bon on board. Robert Renau's got out, and that also took about 1 minute and 25 seconds of fuel as well. Attractive young man on the camera there.
It was indeed. Just beware the camera lens. Yeah, interesting. It takes about, for a GT3 car who's 110, 115 litres, takes about 3 minutes to do that with the driving in at 20 kilometres an hour, etc.
And look at that, it takes 1.5 minutes when you're doing half a tank.
But you're still going to have to, 1.5 minutes to do half a tank, which is now going to put you off the, like, if everybody fuels, they'll all be back in about the same time, within 2 or 3 laps of each other. You'll be outside of that stint, which means you might get a clean fuel bay.
But they do seem to have managed to avoid a lot of them by coming in on a 2 or 3 staggered environment. They've managed to avoid that initial massive queue within the...
Well, I spoke with 14 managers today, and that was their big issue in GT3, was about the stacking at the pumps.
Well, of course, the stack at the pumps, nothing like as serious under code 60 if you're only taking half a tank, because you think about it, it's a minute. So basically, each car is 1.5 minutes or 1 minute and 45 seconds blocking a pump, for better terminology. But it's a 5 minute, 9 second lap. So you can get virtually 3 cars through each lap. So, you know, if you come in a lap later, there's a possibility as many as 25 over half the field could have already stopped. So if you think Code 60 is 3 or 4 laps and you've got the fuel, waiting actually is a no-loss situation.
Yeah, you don't want to be behind the 7 or the 11 because they can take 42 and 46 litres in the GT3M. And looking at the BOP for Code 60s, all the rest of the GT3s are between 16 and 19 litres that they're allowed to take on their BOPs. So yeah, that's it's going to extend them. I'm not sure what mileage these cars get around here on litres per kilometre.
It's different per car as well.
Yeah, it is. So it'll be interesting to see as we look at the 63 getting some. They look like scrub boots. They look like boots that have been used.
Now, several cars have elected so far not to come in. And that includes the cars currently scored in 4th, 5th and 6th, which is Renat Salikov in the 81, Philip Barron in the 86, Barron Motorsport Ferrari, and Andrew Gilbert in the Optima Motorsport McLaren. They've not come in yet. Now, maybe they're thinking, well, the Code 60 is going to end in a couple of laps. We've got enough fuel to get there and then do a full service. So they're weighing up the idea that the tank of fuel versus the time lost. Now, of course, the possibility now comes that some of these cars have taken half a tank. They could come back in again and take another half a tank.
Well, you can only fuel once in a Code 60.
Rules change again, sorry.
Yeah, you can only fuel once. If a Code 60 runs over 30 minutes, you can fuel again.
Right.
So it's only once during a Code 60.
That used to be a great tactic.
It used to be. They used to, it's barrier repairs. You'd do the 6 laps coming into the pits and you get a full tank. Because it used to be 25%, it's now 15%, and you can only do that every 30 minutes the Code 60, that one Code 60 is active for.
So the Kral out of the car now, and that's silver and yellow Scuderia Praha Ferrari. It's Matthias Weibo now who's taken over that one. And the cars crawl down the secondary grid hatchings on the way down to turn 9.
Yeah, this Code 60 started at 16:04 local time. And it's about 10 minutes in at the moment, as they're probably going to have to put that car on the back of a truck. And they'll probably drive it around the circuit straight into the pit lane. Okay, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Let's have a look at what happened there, because it was the 88 that came up on the inside there and just nudged us straight into the barrier. Nothing that Chantel could have done about that. She was just holding her racing line as they came out. She was really lucky she didn't bounce back into the middle of the track. She was able to keep her foot on the brake and just stop that movement coming forward as she finished up on the curb. But yeah, keeping his wits about her after a very, very heavy impact into the barriers, and she made that.
For car to continue from what they've seen on the TV screens. Heavy front end damage. It looked one of those big hits that can really knock the car out. So it's quite despondent down here. The mood down here is they're waiting for the car. The car is going to be recovered, but they're not expecting too much of the car to be brought back. And they'll review it, I'm pretty sure, when they actually see it. But from what they've seen on the screens, they're already thinking along the lines of this car could be out.
Thank you, John.
Joe.
Sorry.
Lots of action in the pits still, but still we haven't seen the 81 women racing, 86 the Barron Motorsport, the 74 the Optima Motorsport McLaren. We haven't seen the Alexander Bukhasinov RT, the number 2. So there's quite a few cars that have so far completely eschewed the idea of making a pit stop during this Code 60.
Well, I did start with full tanks, so we're an hour and a quarter into the race at the moment, and so they'll be going fine as the Hoffa racing car is now on the back of the recovery vehicles. Once again, thank you to all of our hard-working marshals around this circuit. Without you, we cannot go racing. So thanks for coming down here, and I hope you enjoy the race as much as everybody else.
So Antares Al currently back now in the leading Herbert Motorsport car. They've picked back up the front of the field as everyone else continues to think about about? Do we stop the cars? Do we not stop the cars?
Well, they'll be looking at how the car is, like the car's on the back of the recovery now. So by the time that gets back to the pits and you're on the back straight, do you really want to risk it? Because you do get notification when code 60 is going to finish. The code 60 will finish within the next minute. You don't want to be caught out because all of a sudden you go into the pits, it comes green. Do you really need to do that? You know, so everybody will be looking at what do we need to do now so that when do we need to fuel, because we've been going you know, an hour and a quarter and we've had 2 code 60s and both have been over 10 minutes long, and so that's about 8 laps you've got at code 60, which extends your life at full racing speed by about, I might say, 4 to 5 laps.
So no indication yet of the end of the code 60. We'll get about half a minute's warning normally before it's going to be removed. That's for the teams, not just for us. They don't go, hey, here you go. People in the commentary box, we're going to tell you. But now the Baron Ferrari comes in. I assume they are getting now at this point, even with the code 6 we had, towards the bottom of the tanks of these cars. And there's another problem. This time it's for the 22, the pink and white win here. Origine Motorsport just spun themselves down at turn 6, and he gets going again. So I'm not quite sure how you make that mistake at 60 kilometres an hour. Often is what happens is you're trundling along, you look up and you suddenly see a back of the car you weren't expecting. Give it as much braking as possible, the thing spins round.
Very strange indeed. Very, very strange. Well, he did that possibly all on his own as the go to work on the Baron car down in the pits.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens when we get back up to speed, whether there's been any particular winners or losers from what seemed like a relatively straightforward code 60. Come in, take your half tank, takes a minute and a half, change tyres, change drivers has been the tender, but we still have not seen the 81 from the Winward Racing team come in. They are still rolling, so that's given Salikov a drive time of 1 hour and 20 now. They will have to come in and do a full fill. That looks great at the moment because they're second, but what happens when they do the full fill? Parker Thompson's taken over the WRT BMW. They are running in third. Obviously they have therefore stopped. And then Andrew Gilbert, Optima Motorsport, also with an hour and 20 under his right foot, and also has not come into the pits yet.
Yeah, and another of the 6th place, the number 2 Audi from Haas RT, Alexander Bukanstov, also hasn't come in. One of the local drivers from this region, also races Asian Le Mans LMP3, so knows this track very, very well.
I mean, it's really how you work out the strategy, because theoretically, if you think about it, if you do a minute and a half of fuel stopping, you actually get half a tank for a third of a lap of time. When you do a full fill, it's 1 3/4 laps of time, because it's 3.5 minutes.
Well, it's only 15% of your tank, so yeah, it's it's that balancing act. Whether you go with it or whether you stay on your strategy to do it under green, get the full load in there, get your driver stint timing right, and so that you can run through. A lot of these cars only have, a lot of the GDX cars, and we're under a minute to the end of this code 60. 16:04 it started, 16:20, so around about 16 minutes under code 60. Total time around about 26 minutes already in this race under code 60.
Yeah, and I expect there'll be a penalty for the Dragon car for the removal of the Hoffer machine in no uncertain terms during the race. And here we go. And then engine pickup, and there's no pickup there from the car scored in 7th position, which is the TFT Racing, and completely caught napping there, Patrick Charlax. I think there's not an issue with the car. It's picked up now and it's running at speed. But he lost, what, 5 positions? Just didn't go anywhere.
He's just come out of the pits. So, yeah, he didn't know anyway. He only just exited the pit. He's on his out lap from the pits at the moment. So yeah, there's a lot of green lights around this circuit when the code 60 goes out, and he's totally missed that by, what, 10 seconds? He got overtaken by 5, 6 cars, I think.
My guess is he jumped out of his skin as those 3 Porsches went past him.
Well, not knowing. But they have the Lumarang display on the inside of the car, which tells them when the code 60 goes off. So there's no really...
Got a countdown as well.
Countdown, and unless he was playing with stuff on the steering wheel and taking his attention away from it, because these cars have got very complex steering wheels for all of the menus.
Or his team was talking to him.
Yeah, that's another thing. Should never talk when you're driving.
No. I expect we're going to see another raft of penalties.
Yeah.
And there currently are at least 20 or 25 of the cars running with a penalty to be served. Obviously, they couldn't. That was the first time they came in. You're not allowed to serve them during code 60, so no one's had a chance to serve a penalty yet.
Exactly, and they've got to be careful because they have to do it within a 2-hour window. So if you're off strategy and you haven't done it and you came in and did that top up, you've got to be careful that you don't extend your run and go past the 2 hours.
So Andrew Gilbert in the Optima Motorsport McLaren, who was running, I think, about 4th place, he came into the fuel immediately he went green. He's taking a full tank, so we won't know whether this is a good or a bad move until the rest of the field comes in for their first full fill.
Yeah. Oh,
that's the Barra Motorsport car just finding absolutely no grip on turn 6, drifting out. Eventually got the left hand down and get going again. But if two car positions lost, not necessarily 2 positions overall lost.
Yes, Joe.
Yeah. Once took a pit stop that took 70 seconds more than it needed to, because the driver had control of the radio channel discussing during the pit stop where he wanted to go for dinner that night, whether or not he wanted fish and chips or an Indian restaurant. And when he shut up, I finally waved him away. We came 3rd, 50 seconds from 2nd, and I explained that in the trophy presentation. As the guy for 2nd got up, I said, that could have been yours if you could have made your mind up about dinner.
Said he came 3rd. I thought that was your well-known Mr. Allen.
Oh, no, it's another one.
Well, no, it could
it's
be
another equally as balmy driver.
Wow. Motorsport stories. 28's really not getting going at all at the moment. And the 86...
Well, it was just a simple mistake.
I think it was.
It wasn't the tyre warmth he needed to get round the corner.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was a bit of a dive bomb and he couldn't turn the car.
So 28 comes to complete a flying lap. Not sure what he's actually managed to get that time. It goes round in a 2:06. Yeah, about 5 seconds off the pace he was doing. Yeah, just working himself in. Remember, we have different drivers with different levels of experience. Sometimes they need just a little bit of a while to get themselves back in the groove.
Yeah, the best for that car is a 152. So that's quite a way off the pace. Part of that is maybe some of that lap was under code 60. But that was his first flying, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, people who are not having problems getting going is Parker Thompson setting the timing sheets or timing screens ablaze. He's got the car's fastest time and an overall fastest time in the first 2 sections of this lap. That's the WRT BMW currently scored 3rd. He's running just a few seconds behind Salikov, the Women Racing car. But remember, that Women Racing machine owes us and owes everyone a pit stop at the moment. 4 cars in the top 10 haven't stopped yet. Wimbledon Racing in 2nd position, Haas RT in 4th position, and Razun Northern Racing in 7th position, and Enrico Fulgenzi Racing in 8th position. Still did not stop during that code 60. Yeah, it looks like 2nd and 3rd is going to change very quickly. Thompson was just shy of 3 seconds quicker than Salikov in that last race, but it's not the race. That isn't the race. The Women Racing car. He's not actually racing Thompson at this point. He's turning laps. He's getting to a point where they get their strategy working as it wants to do, and then they can start unleashing the speed we saw from those cars all through the weekend, especially in qualifying when they locked out the front row. Most definitely, yeah. And Parker Thompson's also got a new set of Michelins on that car, whereas Renato Salikov's Michelins are 35 laps old. So, yeah, it shouldn't take too long. Speaking of the BMW, making his way down into turn 6. Right on the tail. Indeed. He'll have much more grip coming out of that corner out of turn 7. So down on the pits, we have the walking wounded. Oh, well, actually, no, it's not wounded, walking deceased, probably. It's the Hofer car, Joe.
Well, it's got, from what I can see, it's got damage on both the front right and the rear right. The car's still on the flatbed at the moment. I'm just going to walk around the truck and see if I can get a look at the left-hand side of the car. This is the side of the car you'd show the prospective buyer. The left-hand side untouched. However, it's the right-hand side that's going to need a lot of attention. So, for instance, rear wheel towing out massively, and the massive amount of camber on the right front, and a lot of bodywork damage. So we've got suspension damage. The car has hit the wall with the front corner, as we saw, and then speared round and whacked the wall with the right rear. So the whole right-hand side has taken an impact. Massive amount of body damage on all the way down this right-hand side. So that the team's first reaction was that it's probably over, and the decision is whether or not to repair. It's going to be what, an hour, 2 hours, and then you're going to give it a shakedown in readiness for next week. I would think that might be the idea, or they may just go to the box.
Well, Hoffa Racing is in the happy position of having a second car, so getting it fixed for next week is not quite so important. They just have to make sure it can be used as a spares donor, as the second car currently is all pointing in the right direction. But seriously, I'm sure they'll mend it. My guess is they won't be too concerned about getting some laps on that particular car for the remaining 4.5 hours of this race.
And we have a Porsche that has come to a halt on the start-finish straight, just below, just beyond the, or before the start line for the Formula One. And
the digipanel's gone off, so they're control alt deleting it.
Yeah. So just keeping an eye out who that is.
Now, unfortunately, it's just on the edge. It's Truly. It's whichever Enzo Truly's car is in, I think. Yeah. Saw a TRU there on the front of EBM's at Alabama Motorsport. It's 61, as we can see, Enzo Truly. He's just pulled it to the side. Obviously, some sort of mechanical stroke electrical problem has put him to the side of the start-finish straight. Very frustrating. You can see the car being able to touch it.
Yes.
Just over the barrier. Oh, no, can't do it. Again, if they need to rescue this car, it'll be another code 60.
And that will play into the hands of the people who haven't pitted as yet. Slightly. 909 on the apron.
Yeah, that should be a great result. They basically fixed it in an hour and 15 minutes. You can see the amount of time it took to get back. There's Paul Trustwell. You've got the video. You can see just in the far right there, talking about getting that car out and running. Out on the track. And this is the WRT machine. Parker Thompson getting up the inside finally of Ria Sanikov. Now, interestingly, they have pulled the Women Racing car into fueling because they do not want to be caught on the code 60, Phil.
Yes, exactly.
So it may have been convenient, it may have been a coincidence, but they have now seen there's a chance of a code 60, and there is going to be code 60 in 20 seconds. Now,
Brilliant.
What happens when you're fueling whilst it's a code 60?
You take your full fuel load. Okay, it's only if you, so they'll take their full fuel load because they started it. If you start when a code 60 is on and it goes green, your tag will only fill you to your maximum BOP. So the smart tags are really brilliant from Creventic, and but they'll be able to take their full fuel load under because they started before it happened. That's a very smart move.
That's going to be giving them probably, I reckon that's a 45-second gain they're going to get.
Yeah.
From having that, and that's great tactics and well played by the Winwood team. They saw there's possibility for code 60. They were in the window. It was a lap here, a lap the other side. Interesting, the other two cars, Fulgenzi, have come in as well. Andrea Girondi, no third place in Pro-Am. I thought it was the leading Pro-Am, sorry, on GT3. Barra Motorsport have come in again. They have already stopped once, of course. It's their second stop to pick up some more fuel. And the 909, who came in under the last code 60, or two code 60 ago, are now rejoining under code 60. So Rip Broikers will get a chance to make sure everything's pointing in the right direction at 60 kilometres an hour, and then go a bit quicker, and then decide how much of the remaining 4 hours and 28 minutes they want to run.
1 hour, 16 minutes inside of in the pits for that repair, as John described to us earlier on. It's the oil cooler radiator on that front left that was the issue, and
apparently it's Fabian Dance actually in the at the wheel of this one, according to the rather than the graphic, according to the actual tracker on the track on the pitch, as better said.
Once again, they have to be very wary of the line on the right-hand side coming out of the pits. The white line, you're not allowed to put any part of your car over that line, and because you've got cars coming around turn 3. So it's great to see. Well done to the team. Oh, using that's very clever. The gap in the pit wall for the 61. Enzo Trawley's Alabama Motorsport.
That's going to shorten the length of this Code 60 considerably, as the Cyclops look of the Hoffa Racing, one eye ripped out asunder by an assault by a Ferrari. And certainly two sides collapse there as far as suspension is concerned as it comes off the crane. But we have a rolling wounded machine in the EBM Alabama Motorsport Porsche.
They just had to slow one of the cars down coming into the pits as the Mercedes exits pit, heads back down pit lane, out of fuel.
And was that the TFT car coming in again? It was, wasn't it?
It may well have been. I didn't quite pick that number up.
I think it was. Yeah, it is. It was Patrick Charlotte who had a terrible restart. They've come back in again. Obviously taken the dribble of fuel they're allowed. And I just wonder whether that's because they actually wanted to have a look at it. Because it was, as you rightly pointed out earlier, running about 10 seconds off the pace even when it was running.
Yes. So maybe an issue with that car that they need to work on as the pit crew gets some exercise pushing the car down the pit lane. They'll put it up on its jacks and take that back inside, I dare say. Yep, the trolleys are coming out. And they'll get to the bottom of that issue. No doubt Joe will have a little wander down there and find out what is going on. Enzo Trawley's son of Jarno Trawley, Formula 1 driver.
Code 60 ending in the next, well, under a minute, probably the next 30 seconds. On the Haas RT, the blue and the white Man City colours, car number 2. That's one of, well, that's one of only 2 cars in the top 2 still hasn't stopped. It's an hour and a half on a GT3 fuel tank. That's pretty impressive stuff for Alexander Bukasanov. Is that
Bukstantov.
Bukstantov, thank you, Haas RT. But he hasn't got in yet. Now, I think they're now thinking, well, perhaps the coach is going to end. We better come in next time and get a full slurp.
Well, we've been running over 1.5 hours now and 3 Code 60s. We had 25 minutes.
Here we go.
As we go green again.
So yeah, you wouldn't get an hour and a half at full speed running from a GT3, but they've managed to eke that out, obviously on super economy mode.
13 minutes under Code 60 for that one. It started, 29.33. So that was 4 minutes for that one.
So some big changes at the front because Parker Thompson, TWT, has taken the lead because the number 10 Herbert Motorsport came in for a splash of fuel, Antares Al. So they have taken more fuel on board. Thompson in the Team WRT leads from Al, from Nicholas Stati, who stayed on board as far as the driver's concerned in the Life Motorsport Lamborghini. And then it's Ralph Bont, who is he stopped? No, they've only stopped once. And then Basha Maldini from Razoo More Than Racing. So top 5, obviously 4 of the Pro GT3s, the leading Pro-Am is that Ralph Bond machine. But it's all changed a little bit at the top of the field. We keep an eye on that whilst Joe keeps an eye on the pit lane.
Yeah, update on the number 61, the Alabama Motorsport Porsche that we saw being pushed off the pit straight. The good sign is the driver's staying on board. The bad sign is the first thing they did was plug a laptop in, always a bad sign. Then they went to work on the rear wheels. The rear wheels have come off, the rear bumper has come off, which indicates to me that it's a drivetrain issue. What that issue is, I don't know yet, and neither do the team. The team are just delving into what the issue is, but it's for my initial thoughts on seeing the attention that's going on in the car is that they've got a drivetrain issue of some sort. Now, if it's a gearbox change, the driver really needs to perhaps get out and go and have a lie down, because it's not a work of a moment, that, but it might be something silly. So he's staying on board. So Enzo Trawley staying on board whilst the team go to work on the rear end of this car.
Often, Joe, when it's a combination of bits off at the rear end and the computer, it's often gear selection, isn't it? It's often a gear selection issue. We did see him doing some control or deletes on the start-finish line. So he was trying to work out a way why he couldn't get a gear and he couldn't move. That's my guess.
Yeah, access to maybe a control unit or something like that. That's, you know, more of a software issue than a truly See what I did there?
Very good.
Hardware issue. With regards to gear changes, from within the gearbox. Enzo now getting out the car, so the man with the laptop is perhaps found more clues as to what it is, and Enzo might be able to tell us what the problem is when he gets his helmet off. I'm just going to see if he'll... It's remarkable how like his father he is in that helmet. Just the eyes, the truly eyes appearing out. He's just in conversation now with the guy from Porsche and his teammates, and I would imagine he's going to say the car just ground to a halt, because that's usually what happens. The rear bumper's going back on. Now that's a great sign. In fact, he hasn't even got his helmet off. He's been told to... Is he being told to get back in? Talking to the man with the laptop, but the good sign is that whatever it is, the rear bumper, which is of course the under tray as well, that goes under the rear of the car, that's getting bolted and clipped back on, and he's reaffixing his helmet, so he's not getting out of the car. He's not going to have a chance to talk to us, and Enzo Trulli is now readying himself to get straight back in. So it was more of a glitch than a proper hardware issue.
Thank you, Joe. The Alexander Bukantov in the Haas RT finally into the pits after 37 laps in the Audi. Parker Thompson in the Team WRT now getting his full load of fuel, 669 from the lead. Just Santezau just takes that back now, and the Herbeth Motorsport clicks over 40 laps as the BMW now slides down the leader lip, but getting a full tank of juice.
Talking about cars that had been sliding down, the 81 Winwood slid down, then went up through the pit stops. Now it's settled in its new position of, I think it's 8th, I can't see the number there, it's 9th. But he now has Gabriel Piana on board, and he immediately put in the car's fastest lap, and in fact he had the fastest middle set. I think he got slowed down in the final hotel section by other cars. But now it's going to start moving forward again, because Winwood have got their more experienced racers on board.
Indeed. Just having a look at a few cars that have had a few more pit stops. Igor Sorokin in the 931 ARM Motors by HRT Performance, local team, and working with HRT. They're on their 3rd pit stop at the moment. Oh, they've done 3 pit stops. I think that's the most of any of them. And also Patrick Charlet in the TFT Racing, also 3 stops. Bit of strategy play going on there, I think.
I think they had a problem getting rolling again, and Patrick Charlet came in, got a bit of extra fuel.
Because that 28 was the one that had that issue.
Just trying to see, but I think he may have come in, got a bit of extra fuel. They had a bit of a look at the car. And saw whether there was anything they could do about it, whether it was just a little bit of help. But that now needs to come back up to pace again. Just to give you an idea, we are now, I think, settled because everyone's out again. So it is back with the car 10 of Herbeth Motorsport leading Antar Rizal. Ralph Bond in Herbeth Motorsport, where we are 91, he's second, meaning only a few seconds behind, but with less fuel on board. 3rd place man is Vibo. Scuderia Ferrara really played the odds well there. Good run through that first hour and a half. Darnaro from Wheeler Racing, he's down in 4th. Bojan Origine, powered by CC, he's in 5th. And then you've got Vincent Cole from Herbeth Motorsport, 3 Herberts in the top 7. With Porsche, there's Li Hangcheng from where Origine and Gabriel Piana in 9th. Alexander Giron is in 10th from Enrico Forgenzi Racing. The fastest and the leading currently in 992. It's Paul Meyer with the Muller Motorsport car. No surprise to anybody there. And in 992 AM, it is Akhil Agarwal from HRT Performance. GTX is kind of being... Oh, GTX. Wow, the Vortex V8 apparently is leading GTX. What's happened to the Ginetta? Joe, I think you need to go and have a look at the Team CMR Ginetta. That's just dropped down. It's been in the pits for how long? Because it can't be just a stagger of a fuel stop, surely. Perhaps it is.
John down there, the 61, hasn't managed to pull away from the pit apron. He can't, well, in fairness, he did pull away from the pit apron, but only by about 10 metres, and then ground to a halt. So the car is now back in front of the garage. Whatever they thought that they had rectified, heated conversations going on, and now radio conversation with the chief engineer, who was on the chap with the laptop, I think. He's now talking to the driver, so whatever is happening, whatever the problem was that brought the 61 in, hasn't gone away yet.
So the Vortex now is leading, or was leading the GTX class. It's in both the first and second are in the pit. In fact, the whole field's in the pits in GTX, because but the Leonard Amarouche in the Vortex V8 is just in fuel, leading slightly from Michael Simpson, but Simpson's making his second stop.
Yes.
So again, this is staying away to see unwind and see whether there's actually a problem for the CMR Ginetta or not, where it's just a case they've had to stop twice because of fuel situation. And actually made something completely wrong, because Adrian Lewandowski in the GT3 Poland Lamborghini is back in the field again and has now completed 13 laps. He's been back in for the last half hour or so, running around with that car, which obviously came into contact with the 909 Red Camels Jordan at the start of the race.
Which is also back in the race.
So we've actually got 59 running cars now.
Yes, we've got
actually,
that.
I think we may have 60 actually.
Well, if they can get the 61 running, which is the Alabama Motorsport,
Enzo Tree letting us down, that's it.
Well, his car's letting him down, I guess. That would be the thing there. And a second stop for the Scuderia Praha. Matthias Weibo at the wheel of the 56 car in fuel at the moment. So lots of offset strategies coming to play after those 3 Code 60s, which has possibly stopped the congestion at the fuel bowser for the GT3 cars.
Oh, more I'm with the CMR team, and the 795 Ginetta as good spot, guys, in the booth. This car was on the pit apron, just as you were saying, just a little bit further down from EBM, and it was being put on the trolley jacks, and or the dolly jacks, I should say, and swiveled round. It's now being backed into the pit garage, and some work going on nowhere other than the cockpit at the moment. So whether the issue is one of those horrible glitchy things, we will find out momentarily, or in a moment, I should say. What country I was in.
Well, we've got another problem for the 445 Cherney Motorsport BMW car, which led early on in GT4, currently scored down in second because they have had another problem on an outlap, Phil. Once again, problems on an outlap.
Just on the exit of the tunnel, unfortunately, Florian was smart enough to pull it off to the left-hand side because the other cars coming around him cannot cross that white pit exit line. So he's got it sort of halfway onto the blue, but an issue coming out of the pit lane after servicing and not moving at all. We've got yellows at turn 2. But he's not getting that car. I see the main lights flick on and off. Whether the Control-Alt-Delete is working for the Cherney Motorsport GT4 BMW. But that will need to be moved from that area because it's halfway across pit lane, the pit exit, leading on to turn 3.
Yeah, luckily he's not blocking the exit, which is obviously a worry. It's always been the worry with this design of exit at the Yas Marina circuit. You can see it's a little bit of a wander around the outside. The Porsche had to get past him. Yeah. It's a relatively easy rescue because they can push him effectively round the corner, but they will still need to go code 6. They need to get him off the track. Yeah, they can see the lights dimming as he's trying to reset the car, and he. Well done, Florian. Well, but there was a code 60 20 seconds announced. Are they going to abandon that code 60 now? Well, it's been announced. They can, and no, they've gone code 60. So they said they're going to do it. They've gone code 60. The code 60 cause has disappeared. It always happens. Now, what happens here? I assume they literally then say a minute to the end of the code 60. If they're happy, the 445 is going to complete the lap. Well, I think they would watch that. They would also, race control would have a bit of a look around the circuit to see if there's anything that needs to be removed. A little bit of clean-up. You know, we're 4 hours and 14 to go. So hour and 3/4 into the race. Maybe there's some debris on the track that they could get the workers out to have a look at and just do a little bit of a clean-up, make the track a little bit better. Because we have a code 60 and we have that, they'll just be watching it to make sure it can get around that lap without having an issue again, which is a bit hard to do when everybody's doing 60 kilometres an hour. So, good news for the 445, still rolling at the moment, but and they are doing a short one, the code 60 in a minute. So I don't know whether a couple of cars have popped in for fuel. The HRT Performance 932 of Akhil Agarwal has decided to take that little slurp of fuel you can get for virtually nothing. And Dan Arrow from Winwood, that's obviously very tactical for the 16 of Winwood Racing. They've decided they're going to try and extend that run. They thought, right, we'll get a bit of cheap fuel I'm not sure how much they pay for it, but cheap fuel in time-wise. The Code 6 is going to end. They're not sure they're going to get through the whole. They're going to get through the whole process in that time as well. And well, again, the problem really, I think, at this point, I think it's an issue that we've got, and perhaps the viewers have got as well. It's very difficult to really work out the ebb and flow and the you know, where the race actually is, because we've not had any long periods of clear running. We've had a number of cars coming in and going out at different sort of fuel strategies, and you always need like a good 90 minutes of clear running to then work out where everyone is.
90 minutes, a couple of pit stops, and working out where the strategy is. Also frustrating for the team managers. They want to get the stints done, and the drivers do as well.
So Ralph Bond took some fuel from second place in the Herbert Motorsport and was replaced in second place by Herbert Motorsport, but this time the 269 of Vincent Kolb. So there were a few takers that last time round. Fabian Dance comes back in again with the 909. Red Camels Jordan, they're just now up and running, trying to see what they can learn in the next 4 hours. So Antares now continues to lead in the one of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches from his teammate Vincent Kolb with the 269. Gabriel Piano now has cycled through to third place. We've got more problems. Another broken car on the exit. No, is it running that much camber, or is it broken?
No, that's broken.
That's broken.
Yeah. Broken. That's the 925.
And where was he? You're about to get a visit to Joe with the 925.
The CMR Ginetta, that's car 795. Michael Simpson has brought that car. Now remember, this is the GT2 spec car running in GTX, was leading GTX, brought the car in. It's under development, let's not forget that, because this is exactly why they are running here. And what they've found is an issue that they can develop. Basically, the cockpit started to fill with smoke. Michael brought the car in. They've traced the smoke to come from an exhaust shroud that is kind of just behind the front wheel. That has been, whatever it was surrounded by was beginning to melt and create smoke. They can go away, they can develop that, they can modify that so that it doesn't do that anymore. They're already doing that now so that it can take part in a further part in this race. So CMR, yes, they're using this Abu Dhabi 6 hours as a development, and they're pretty, they'll be pretty devastated on leading the Class lead. But they're going to go out there, having rectified this issue that's brought them in, and chase down that GTX field.
Well, the 445 was with the Cheney Motorsport car that's been the centre of attention for various reasons over the past half an hour. Was the reason behind the problem for the 925? They came together during the entrance into the hotel section. I'm quite impressed the 445 hasn't picked up a toe link bit of damage there, because it clipped the front wheel to the rear wheel, and he's carried on going happily. And the poor old Porsche, as you see coming round, there's this right-hander into the let me through. I'll try and let you through, but he just came across, and it's like clip to clip, and it survived. The BMW's front wheel survived, but the Porsche's rear, no thank you very much.
Pascal Duhamel at the wheel of the 925 Cribble Sport Porsche has made his way back into the pits, so I'll go and have a look at that one, but I don't think that's going to be a quick fix.
Well, it's probably he's done something in the mountains. It may be simple as a snapping a wishbone, which is, you know, they'll have a pre-made one up, but it's still quite a bit of time, 20 minutes or 15 minutes. But yeah, that's certainly a lot going on here. Florian Sternkopf's having a very busy time.
Indeed. But that's multi-class racing.
Gabriel Piano, actually, interesting, has come in for more fuel, as has Alexander Girondi. I'm not quite sure why they've come in, but I'm sure that Piana...
Are they working to the end of the race?
I thought Piana took fuel under yellow.
Are they working to the end of the race?
I don't know, but it's...
Have they turned the strategy?
A strange time for Piana to come in.
It is, but they may have switched that strategy to get to the end.
Well, they're not going to get to the end now. It's 4 hours to go.
Yeah, but with running out no more code 60s, have they been able to work out, we'll do it the reverse way around? We'll wait and see as the Audi takes a big slide through turn 3 as it heads down towards turn 6. And looking at third place, Ralph Bond in the Herbert Motorsport 91 car. And just having a look at where that is. He's around 35 seconds behind Vincent Kolb at the moment, but he's got Ernst Kirschmeyer from Barron Motorsport around 5.7 seconds behind him. And number 86 has earned a penalty for speeding in code 60s as well.
And Gabriel Piano, he'd done 8 laps before he came back in for fuel again, which does seem very odd.
Yeah, 269 of Vincent Kolb now into fuel. So yeah, it's lots of different strategy playing out as we head towards the 2-hour mark, 1/3 race distance.
Shout out to Paul Meyer, Michelin Motorsport. He's been in the car from the start, and he's taken it into the lead of the 992 class. He is right up towards the top in I haven't got that television, it's very bad for me, in 8th place overall, and comfortably ahead of 2nd place in 992, which is Josh Berry in the Alabama Motorsport car. So about a minute of a lead he has over Josh. We begin to look at some of the cars that are slightly less lucky in the pits. The 925, obviously a bit of a repairs needed after it's coming together with the BMW. And Joe has it on the spot.
Yeah, got a bit of a show and tell as well. It looks to me as though he's had some sort of impact that has damaged the toe link. The rear wheels is off. I've got the rear tyre here in front of Seb, and you can just see the difference. If Seb can pick this out. See how this is scrubbed? This is all bubbly, melted rubber. This is scrubbed because the tyre has been running, well, at that angle, really, and it's scrubbed off. You can see the way the melted rubber has been pushed across this part of the tyre. It's been running at the wrong angle. It hasn't been going forward. It's been going at an angle. And my estimation is it's been towing out. So that toe link is broken. The rear wheel has gone like that, not as acute an angle to the car as I'm showing there. You can clearly see where the tyre has rubbed off. Now the tyre has probably got away with it. There's the depth indicator, so still plenty of rubber on there. I'm not sure you can pick that up on camera, but from what I could see, it's only the right rear corner that they've got off, so it's a toe link on the right rear. And this is the big evidence, in my view, is the way that the tyre is scrubbed. So I don't need to delve and get inside the wheel arch with those guys. It's a horrible environment, actually. It's everything is. I mean, this tyre that I've got my hand on is absolutely scorchio. It's really, really hot, and it's been off the car a few minutes now. And underneath that wheel arch, guys with t-shirts and bare arms, I'm telling you now, they're going to bear scars by tomorrow morning. They'll be waking up in the morning with scars all over their arms, and they'll be like, how did I get that? Who knows? Hot brake discs, hot components, horrible environment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you got a chance to see it, but the car was assaulted by the 445 BMW, Joe, and that is why they have a broken toe link.
Checking, mechanic here just checking by rocking the top of the tyre and the bottom of the tyre, top and bottom, side to side, just checking if there's any other damage being caused by that. I didn't realise that I'd been hit by another, been attacked, let's say. I didn't realise that, but yes, see if I can pick up any damage on the wheel where it might have an impact mark. We can see here, it's just been whisked away. That would have been a good one. The wheel's slightly damaged there where it's been hit by something, but they've whisked that away to change. Probably saved the tyre, actually. It's not too badly damaged.
So as we come back to the action with the most recent Code 60 dim distant memory and most people out of the pits, I'm going to give a number to you, Phil. The number is 32. Do you know what that number means?
No, I do not.
Number of cars carrying a penalty at the moment. So 32 of the cars have a various amount of a penalty to serve. As the second Ginetta hits problems, this is the 178, the Colin White Motorsport machine. That is being pushed up the pit lane, currently running in 4th, is it? No, it was in 4th in TCX, but that's going to go back. And we've got another problem as the 555 spins.
Maezo Racing again. Turn 16, same place where Chantal Prince had the accident. It's the 555. All on his merry self.
Yeah, but luckily the full brakes were stopped before any impact with the solid surface.
Yeah,
so that's just slightly embarrassing. And tell you something, that wasn't on camera. He probably would have denied his team it ever happened.
But they could see it from their pit box. And I think he's the boss, Yusaka Misawa, in Misawa Racing, so I think he can get away with that one.
It always helps you if it's your name above the door, isn't it, really?
Exactly. Just collecting all of his thoughts again as he makes his way around turn number 5. Heads off down the back straight. Antez Hour is just about to click over 50 laps in this 6th edition of the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi, leading comfortably at the moment.
Well, he is leading comfortably. He is sitting on a 10-second penalty, whereas Ralph Bond, who somehow got himself back into second again, is one of the few cars at the front of the grid. In fact, only 2 of the top, I think 12 cars don't have a penalty. It's them and Paul Meyer of Michelin Motorsport in the 992. So effectively, in the GT3 group, everyone apart from second of the top 14 has a penalty to serve. So and some of them are only 2 seconds, some are 7 seconds. The worst penalty is 25 seconds, which belongs to Peter Gwinix in the Haas RT Audi. So this, we're just about coming to the 3rd distance, and it's already a very confusing race, as you'd expect a 60-car multi-class race to be. And the patterns will start to emerge slowly. We'll start to get a bit of a kind of a flow about what happens. As you said before, once you get a decent run in there, then you'll know who's doing what. You'll know certainly within the GT3s what's happening. I think already we're seeing some stretch in the 992 classes, both of them. And of course, the good news to fans of the series is that the Vortex V8 is comfortably leading now in GTX. Comfortably as well. 44th outright. Michael Simpson is on an outlap now in the Ginetta in 55th position. So that's a big gap. And leader in the pits, Joe, the number 10, Antares Hour, pulls out Herbert Motorsport, the blue car, into the pits and into the fuel stop. Now, his stint... he's just lost it, because he's just come into the pits, but he hadn't been running for particularly long. He's the second driver in there. Perhaps he's just run just shy of the hour.
This is going to get interesting between the 2 Herbert cars, because the gap between second place Ralph Bond in the Herbert and Origin Boyan in the Origin powered by CC in 3rd position is 11.8 seconds. So battle shaping up there. They're both on 2 pit stops. But Boyan has been in the stint 154 and Ralph Bond 48 minutes. So neither of them particularly near their limit. Antares Hour had only done 18 laps. And he's already, this is his second time he's stopped since getting in the car. So he stopped after 7 laps for a top of fuel. He stopped again after another 11 laps. It may well be tactical. There are a lot of people who are taking fuel because they only were able to get those brief top-ups during Code 60. And they're trying to open up their expanse for the tactical expanse by fueling the cars up. So we're just coming to the end of the second hour of racing. And scored first is Antares Hour for Herbert Motorsport. Overall, the leader in 992 is Paul Meyer. The leader in GTX is Julian Boileau. The leader in TCE is Loic Lebeda. And the leader in the final class is, in the GT4, is Roman Chitov in SRS Sorg Rennsport Porsche. Thank you for that, Nick. The yellow flag at turn 16, and it's a 555 again. So, obviously having a problem with 16. I used to have a problem with it as well. With the entrance to the pit lane just to the right as you come into that corner, it's really easy just to get your judgment slightly wrong. And Yusaka Maeza does it in full view of his pit box again. Can he get that car moving? Because the hazard lights are on. And as John informed me, yes, he can get that car moving. Can he get it moving safely?
Or regularly?
Regularly, yes. He having a good look out of that right-hand mirror. And he was bouncing along there.
Puncture.
Oh, no.
Oh, suspension or puncture.
Yeah, that front right suspension is gone on that car. It is Australian parlance. It is kangaroo hopping down there. Oh yeah, he's done the upper arm.
Oh wow.
The upper arm has come away. He's hit something, or somebody's hit him, and it's broken the top arm.
It couldn't just have broken, because he's had the issue we saw him a lap ago. He just lost it and he went wide. at turn 16. So that is strange.
You could be right there, Nick. This may be a carryover.
Oh, that is, you're absolutely right. That is not mounted. He's lost. It's the toe link that's
toe link.
Toe link's gone on that front right. Now, whether that's something that's, it's again, what is cause, what is effect? You know, when you see cars going off the track. I mean, he didn't seem to hit anything particularly solid.
And we're code 16 this one because we have to remove that car. It's right in the wrong area. We're going to need to remove it. It's going to have to go on the back of something too dangerous to push across the circuit. So it's the 555. On our next code 60, so
it's where we push that.
But can we get it across the track safely? Because it's going to have to get put up on the dollies because that front right wheel isn't turning.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, that's the problem. That is the problem. It literally is directly.
It's in a really good area.
Well, that's Seb's camera that you can see there. So that, and I'm standing next to Seb, and I'm standing in front of the gate. So that's how close he is. He's gone a little bit too far, actually. If he'd just been, like, what, 20 metres further back, might have been able to turn him right with a bit of help.
Yeah, they'd need a course intervention vehicle out there if they're going to get him across to the circuit. I dare say it's more likely that they'll pull the ramp truck down there and get him off at the end of the start-finish straight. Here's the gate.
It's not opening. No one's opening the gate.
Nobody.
Ralph Bon has come in for fuel for the Herbert, so he'll get the small amount you're allowed in code 60. But it has meant that we now have Baron Motorsport and Ferrari leading the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. Ernst Kirschmeier is currently at the wheel of that car, so they've spun to the top due to this constant stop and starting we've been seeing from the code 60s. But we do have a Ferrari leading the race.
And talking about Ferraris, I was talking to some of the Ferrari team owners about the BOP. Remember, some of them raced here in the 12-hour before Christmas. And they were a little bit quicker, and I noticed on the balance of performance adjustment, they got a boost allowance on the balance of performance. So obviously they'd been to Creventic and said, hey, we're really not as quick. And I think our top Ferrari was just in the top 10. So Creventic do their due diligence and said, yep, we're giving a couple of teams some weight. The AMG GT3s that get 20 kilos over their BOP, the 911 GT3s are 10 kilos. And they gave a bit more boost to the Ferrari to get them up there, and we see one at the top of the timesheets.
Though it's hard to tell if that's on performance alone or on just where we are on people. What we actually need, I tell you what, I've decided what we actually need for this entire event, Phil. We need that that online fuel tank which you get for the WEC and such like. So it tells you how much. So you actually know how much fuel is in each car. Oh, that's a Herbert car with damage to the front left. So that was the Ralph Bon machine that was running in second. Oh, and they're going in the pits as well. So damage for our erstwhile leader. I can see Joe's there. Joe, what's happening down with Herbert?
Well, it was going to be just a regular pit stop. Driver jumped out, and then the team went to work. I got pushed aside quite rudely, but I've been in that situation before. I'd have done exactly the same. Get out of the way of the man with the microphone. And the car is now coming in backwards for what I can see. See, running all over, running into me. Oh, yeah, pits at bodywork. Completely missing the front left wing just underneath the headlamp, which is not doing the aero on this car any good whatsoever. So not quite sure. We'll try and get a word with Ralph Bon and see what the cause of that damage was. I am lurking for a chance to talk to Antares Howe because that was an outstanding start. Can I remind everybody about the start of this race and that blue Porsche just going off into the lead? It was phenomenal, wasn't it? But stand by. There'll be more from this Herbert pit, no doubt.
Thank you very much, Joe. And we can see the under tray coming off the 91 Porsche in the garage. The red light is flashing on the dashboard to say they cannot change tyres under this code 60 because they're less than 50 laps old. As pit lane very busy at the moment, welcoming John Hindorf into the Global Broadcast Centre. Good afternoon, Mr. Hindorf.
Hello. Very good to be sitting next to you in this little moment of cessation of hostilities. And a very, very busy pit lane for Joe Bradley to look after at the moment. What an interesting race we're having, as we're not quite yet at half distance. We're in fact just gone over a third, haven't we? And the pattern of the race is still pretty difficult to pick up. I suspect that as the data is coming in, all of the engineers will be working this out. We're back to green flag racing after that last full course purple.
Around 40 minutes so far under code 60 with just over 2 hours done.
It's been odd, hasn't it, Phil? Because there haven't been big accidents, just been difficult recoveries. And there's nobody to blame for that. And absolutely don't anybody think that I'm having a pop. It's just one of those things, and proving, if proof were needed, how unpredictable motorsport can be. I don't know if Nick mentioned this, because I whispered in his ear, but I wonder if that left... that right front suspension issue was running over raised curbs here. It was brought up in the drivers' meeting that particularly at turn 7, that pyramid curb that's there can cause damage to cars.
Indeed, John, and I think it was something that was working itself in. It wasn't through contact, because that's the second time he had gone off there. It wasn't the first. So obviously trying to turn around the last corner, the inside toe is not doing anything, and it's only when we sort of bunny hopping down there that it had actually done the toe link. So
how about this though? There will be people all around the world, probably not all of them listening to us, but Creventic's international audience grows, and particularly with Ajith Kumar in the Ayton Redant, who started the car, back in it now, the number 93 Mercedes this is. 23 laps into the tyre life of that car and leading the race. There will be a high degree of excitement and anticipation amongst our Tamil-speaking audiences around the world, and I expect that in Dubai next weekend it will be absolutely rammed. If you haven't got your tickets, get online and get them. There's a limited number of tickets. Last year we couldn't have got anybody else in without some grease and some kind of crowbar, I think. It was absolutely packed for the whole race, and there's going to be a slightly different entry criteria this year. I was listening to Virgin 104 on the way down here, and plenty of ads going out as well. I expect a big crowd for next weekend, but this race still with just under 4 hours to go. The HRT performance machine is doing decently well as well. Baron Motorsport leading from ERC Bratislava, TFT. Then we've got EBM, Haas, Scuderia Praha, Origine, 2 Herberts further down. What a roll call, Phil, of teams, international quality teams, that is Ferrari, Lamborghini, AMG, Audi, Porsche, BMW, all in the top 11.
Amazing stuff. It just goes to show, with the advent of GT3 racing across the planet and all of the GT3 series, we're seeing a lot more cars here. And it's just the way that they go about their business. This massive 30-car GT3 field. And remember, we've got over 170 drivers here this weekend. We'll have many more in Dubai. And they've all got to work their way around this circuit. And and it's not easy, as the 88 probably get done for track limits at turn 6. That's a new one after qualifying. They said we need to, on the apex of turn 6, they've got a judge of fact down there now as well. Yeah, so that was done after qualifying yesterday. So along with those other corners where we have our our track limits, which is turn 1, turn 3, turn 16, we also have it now at turn number 6, as the 888 has been in a bit, was responsible. Oh, it has a touching again. That was the Dragon. That was the car responsible for the Hoffa Racing going into the wall at turn 16, and so they've probably got some penalties coming their way for causing an accident, because from my old steward's eyes, yeah.
And that was Razum More Than Racing, the Milwaukee Tools car. Thierry Vermeulen in the red, white and black car. Coming up behind the Cherney Motorsport GT4 car, sticks the nose down the inside. He wasn't quite there, but had a second go coming in to the second part of that right-hand corner just before the hotel. And right rear, got a little bit of a ding there. I don't think you can put that on the Ferrari driver there. The Porsche has gone through, Vermeulen has gone through. He wasn't quite there, but didn't quite back out enough either.
Yeah, I think he got turned down on rather than ran into.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that was probably the thing.
So the overtake was completed coming out of turn 16, and in fact it was the Neuhofer car that was right in front of the DFYNE multicoloured Ferrari, which just meant the driver of the number 88 car could not get back on the power quickly enough, and Vermeulen goes through in that very distinctive Milwaukee Tooled colours. My goodness, we've seen that on a lot of 2- and 4-wheeled motorsport machines down through the years.
Well, the first time to say this today, we have a Lamborghini leading the race.
Excellent.
FC
Bratislava, yes it is.
Yes.
It's Mate Konopka, and that is because pit stops are coming through. Baron Motorsport, Ernst Kerschmer has gone into the pit lane in that Ferrari number 86.
The El Bamba Motorsport AMG, El Bamba running 2 cars here on GT3, and AMG and a Porsche GT3. Santuan Santoso at the wheel of the 8 car. Only 1 pit stop for them at the moment, and 59 minutes into the stint. So playing to their strategy, not using the code 60s, getting the full tank of fuel as they need to. And the Lamborghini also leading the AM category. So we have an AM leader in the race. I mean, we have Pro-Am in Malaysia. But yeah, Matej Konopka doing the job for ARC Bratislava. One of the regulars in the Creventic series, John. We've seen them over the years in their beautiful Lamborghini Huracan.
Now, contact just a few moments ago with the Porsche Cup car number 931, and sustained contact as well from behind through one of the fastest parts of the circuit there, Phil, heading up through turn 3 and 4. And did you catch who that was behind? Whoever was in the Cup car, that was a heck of a save, because they were broadside, and that's 160k through there and accelerating on. That was a heck of a save.
Well, we had the Praha Ferrari yesterday go backwards through there at 180 kilometres an hour in qualifying. So it's a place where you can come unstuck very easily. So let's have a look at this again. I want to have a look at that car behind it. It looks like too difficult to pick up the number there. But boy, a good save as the 931 continues on. As we welcome Nick Damon back in as chief barista.
I've done a major good thing, much better than anything I've said on the I've made us all the coffee. So I leave it, and you completely change around the top of the field, because it's now a completely different set of top 3 than it was when I left.
Yeah, we do that. Just to confuse
me. I know it's a slow coffee machine, but honestly.
Yes. Let's go through the top 3 outright at the moment, and it's an AM car leading. It's ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Matej Konopka at the wheel, from Patrick Charlet in the TFT Racing AMG, and Nicholas Gulenik in the Haas RT. Audi leading the way in GT3. GT3 AM is Matej Konopka leading the race. The second AM is Nicholas Gulenik in the Audi, and the third AM is Bo Yuan in the Origin by powered by CC Porsche. In Pro-Am, it's Patrick Charlet leading the way in the AMG. Then it's the Scuderia Praha, the car we saw going backwards to turn 3 yesterday. Matthias Vovo at the wheel of the Ferrari. And then third in Pro-Am, down there in 15th spot, Ralph Bon in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. In the 992 categories, creeping into the top 20 now, Akil Agarwal in the HRT Performance Porsche, 17th position, leading 992 AM and leading the 992 category. And it's all AMs at that. Solanama Rouge at the wheel of the Chevrolet Racing 910 in second position in outright in 992 and in AM. And then Iga Sorokin in the AARM Motors by HRT Performance running third in that category. But let's have a look at the GT4s. We have the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, Stefan Bayer at the wheel in 45th position overall, and they are reasonably close together. In 46th position is Florian Sturmkopf, having all of the issues in the world at the moment in his stint in the 4.5. However, I think 3 incidents so far for that BMW. In TCE, well, it's Loic Lebeda in the Chazelle Technology course, the Alpine, who, of course, in the Code 60 can take a full tank of fuel. They've only done 1 pit stop so far, and they're leading the way from Heinrich Siebel in the Asbest Racing Seat Cup Racer, Seat Leon Cup Racer, not to be confused with the Cupra. And then we've got Avik Anawar in the 103 car, the Volkswagen TCR, running in third. And that is where and I think we've got a couple of cars in the pits at the moment. We saw the Ginetta getting pushed down. We've got both Ginettas in the pits at the moment. So I think we're down to around about 58 cars on track.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely we're going to see the Hopper Racing car again. Might do, but unlikely. Still got 4 cars in the pits at the moment, including the cars which have run second and third at one point. We wait for their stagger to unwind and they'll be falling down the field. But interesting to see when we begin to see those cars which are showing so well at the front begin to move up again. Where's the highest? The highest Winwood car is at 10th at the moment.
Yeah, I think
down narrow. Yeah.
And as you said, this isn't playing out like we don't have a rhythm to work out where they are at the moment. Everybody's been opportunistic to change their strategy.
And I also think that the changing Code 60 regulations, which have made the taking on of fuel less advantageous than it used to be and less easy than it used to be, because you couldn't just keep coming and going out, has meant that some teams decide to take the pain of the long, inverted commas, pain of the longest stop under green flag conditions, and then they've ended up on these long runs. You sit there going, I have absolutely no idea in relation to everyone else where everybody is. Now, the one thing I will say is the car currently in second, which is Bogan in the Origine powered by CC Porsche, that has to come in the next 19 minutes, because otherwise he's going to run out of stint length. He's on 2:11. 2.5 hours. Yeah, 2:11.
Yeah, yes.
2:11 and 19 minutes is 2.5 hours.
It is.
Actually, it's 8.5 minutes now. So he has to come in.
Yes.
Also on 2 hours 12 is Nicholas Darty in the Lipo Motorsport, and on 2 hours 14 it's Alex Babuka. How has he done 2 minutes more?
Not sure.
I think you know what? It's because they get free. When they're in the pits, it doesn't count. So if you're in the pits, that time doesn't count.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is interesting. So they are very much going to be coming in the next few minutes now.
Well, that new regulation is sort of working for them, because they can extend their stint out to 2.5 hours. So they would have had to come in and pit and do that. So maybe they're using that because if they can get through, and I'm just looking at how many pit stops they've done, and Samir Jaffer and the Enrico Fulgenzi thing, they've got 3 drivers, but they can get through this on 3 pit stops.
It's good. They can probably 4, but yeah, because I think the interesting thing is, I think you're absolutely right, because this is a short race. I know people who are used to perhaps an F1 or even an F4 race. It wouldn't be a short race, it's 6 hours, but this is a short endurance race.
Yep.
And therefore the long periods for things to settle themselves down and go back the way they should be isn't going to be there. We might get a 3 hour 40 run to the flag. It seems unlikely with still 57 cars running on this track and with some very complicated parts of the circuit and with some huge speed disparities even when cars are running properly. It means that these kind of staggers never unwind. But Joe has a word.
CWS report. Remember, not so long ago, quite a short while ago, we saw this car being pushed down the pit lane. It hadn't started in the refueling, and I've just managed to hold down Colin White. Nope, he's walked away from me. Stand by. Who gave us an explanation. We're talking about the 170 numbered car in GTX, and this car has taken a hit. Colin was telling me he is going to come back. He's gone off for a tool or something. So the car had taken a hit by the vortex, and bizarrely, Colin then brought it into the fueling, and the car wouldn't start. And he subsequently found that in the impact, the solenoid had been knocked off the starter one. Colin, I've just been telling everybody what you've been telling us. You've been in this sport for donkey's years. Have you ever known a solenoid to be knocked off a starter motor by being hit in the side?
No, never ever heard of it. So you think that when it was all tight, it shouldn't have any momentum to it. But I had a big clout in the left-hand side of the car, and the wheel, you know, my head hit the roll cage, there was that much of a clout. And I suppose that's, you know, when there was nothing wrong with it beforehand.
Your head or the...
No.
I don't know, there's a jury out on that one.
Oh, yeah. It must be crazy to be here, I know.
Now, the thing is, Cole, on this Ginetta, the starter motor is not exactly easy to get to.
No, it's in a very difficult position. That's a brand spanking new engine in there. So we thought it would be 100% reliable. And it is. It's just unfortunate. It's a standard car component, a starter motor. Not a race one.
It's one of those things, you don't know where the energy of the impact kind of manifests. Well, we know now, I mean, there's not, but then again, Cole, there's nothing engineering-wise you can do to stop that happening, I would think.
No, that's right. There's nothing you can do. It's just an inertia energy, you know. I know the car had an accident earlier on, so you could argue that it may have got fractured in the accident. May have done, and then the second hit finished it off.
And that's why we love it, though.
Well, it's about racing, isn't it? Finding the answers.
Yeah, exactly. Colin, I'll let you leave you to it. Of course, this race is not done for you guys. You are fixing it, and I would imagine you've already got your driver suited and booted, so things are looking positive, apart from your mechanics who've got burnt arms and fingers and all sorts.
Yeah, that's right. He sort of went in with no sleeves on, so he should have put the heat sleeves on, and he has now. So we're back. He's all right now.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Scars heal, Colin. Just the emotional ones that don't, of course.
Well, that's it. We went very deep all of a sudden. Yeah, just when you were talking about solenoids being knocked off starter motors, I was having nightmares back to a drive that my parents took back from Spain in a beautifully Lucas electrified Triumph Dolomite, where the starter motor stopped working and the car started stalling in hot temperatures. And the only way you get the thing to start was to get out and bang it with a hammer in the middle of traffic in Madrid.
Well, that's what you like doing.
Well, not when I was 12, I didn't. I was just thinking, oh my God, we're going to get home.
Oh dear. 60 laps in the book for Matej Konopka from ARC Bratislava in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. And he's got a little bit of a lead, I think 35 seconds over the Bojan in the Origin powered by CC. And Matthias Weibo is closing in on the back of that by around about 2.5 seconds behind, and lapping about a tenth of a lap quicker at the moment.
I'm quite impressed by the performance by Scuderia Praha. I think, as you pointed out a few minutes ago, they're definitely benefiting from the little bit of a bob improvement, yes, or perhaps a proper bit of balancing of the bob.
Yeah.
The Ferrari's got. We're also seeing, you know, we've seen some good performances by the Baron Ferrari as well, as the stagger's come and gone on pit stops.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's Matthias Weibo, who, of course, is not the star driver of the team. That was the guy who started it, Joseph Krall. But I'm impressed by them in third, but I'm really waiting to see this begin move through the field by Winwood. We know as the Optimum have had a little bit of an issue with the Ralph Bond car. They've lost perhaps 5 minutes on a bodywork repair. They still have Huber van Eindhoven in the 10 car sitting in 5th place, and we're all desperately waiting to see how that's going to play out as other people come in for fuel in the near future. Some fast times by another Ferrari down in Dragon Racing. It's fastest individual time for Oscar Rinkovic in the 88. The 88, which I'm surprised did not get any sort of penalty, I believe, for the incident with the Hoffa Racing car.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything come up as yet. I dare say it's being looked at.
He's only sitting with 14 seconds of penalties against the car for the various totting up offences during Code 60.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, we see something, we see the end of it, you kind of think that looks a bit iffy, but, you know, sometimes, you know, you can have a very big result of a very small error stroke impact.
Indeed, and the officials here have way more access to onboard, to track cameras, to data than we do, so we let them do their job. We just make opinions and suggestions. They don't listen to us.
And we've got a chat now, straight when we were talking about the number 10 car, and Joe is with Luke Hartog.
I can't remember, and Taras Howe was the second driver in, but look, I have to talk to you about that start. I mean, you know, that wasn't in the script for a blue Porsche to be that far ahead after a couple of corners.
Yeah, it was clean. I mean, I had to dive into the clear space, and there was a gap on the outside. Managed to brake very late and drive around the outside in the clean air. And then coming around turn 3, I looked in the rearview mirror, and there was no one there. So I thought, okay, that was quite a good start. And then I was managing to pull away quite well. And just in general, it was a very nice experience to drive still without any people around. And then once the traffic caught up, I was the first one there to arrive. So it was also nice, and this way I could make a nice gap.
So how surprised were you? How surprised were you when you looked at that rear view and saw the gap?
Not really. I mean,
it was huge.
Yeah, I know, but still, I just focused on what I could influence and focused into searching for the clean air. And I guess there was quite some cars this race start, so many were probably taking care of each other. But I had clear air, and that was the key in this case.
So the strategy, I would imagine, is to just keep on going round and round and staying out of the pits.
Yes, I mean, to win the race, you have to drive. So we hopefully get through without any incidents. And it's quite tough, I have to say. There's so many cars driving around. We don't have the quickest car on the straight, so it's hard to overtake. Funny enough, as you can see now on live telly as well. But cars that dream to drive in the low speed, and hopefully we get through and shattered.
Is that important that the car performs in the low-speed part of this track here, Yaz?
Ideally, you want it the opposite way around. You want raceability, but for us at this track, we seem to be very strong in the corners, and that's our key strength. So also braking is quite nice, so hopefully that's something we can utilize and get to the front.
Thank you for talking to us, Luke, and you've reminded me I needed to bring some kit with me. I needed to bring a little box to stand on, so that I can actually reach the microphone to your mouth, because Luke is about, how tall are you?
2 meters. Yeah, I get this all the time. I mean, now getting through security, I just say I play basketball rather than racing, because I always get the question after, well, you're too tall for a racing driver, are you? But no, I mean, it doesn't bother me too much. I always say, I guess I can see the track a bit better than the others, but no, height is not an issue.
No, you're clearly not too tall to be a racing driver. Well done, mate. That was a hell of a start of this race. Luke Hartog.
Lovely man. And what I liked there was we saw the genius of Joe Bradley, why he used to be a team manager. What is your strategy? Just keep going round and round and not going to the pits. Brilliant stuff there, Joe. I think you could sign up with any ELMS team tomorrow.
Guys, that is how simple this sport is. It's like football. Football is simple. Get the ball, keep the ball, and then they won't have the ball, and then put it in the goal. Motorsport, especially endurance motorsport, any motorsport, especially endurance motorsport, go around, goes faster than anyone else, and stay out the pits.
Well,
how simple?
Well, yes, it is simple, but I think you'll find that actually you're supposed to run a 3-4-3 formation with the counter-attacking back and the wing-backs pushing on. Otherwise, you get fired by Manchester United, apparently. That's what happens.
Yeah, but I didn't want to mention the complexities of what goes into that.
Thank you very much, Joe. Well, we're expecting Bo Yuan in the Origin and powered by CC. 2 hours, 22 minutes so far on track. 2 hours 30 is the max. And we've got a few in that area. Zamin Jaffa should be in shortly. He's 2 hours 25 and a half minutes. So they're really pushing that, and Etten Redant in 2 hours and 21 minutes. So it's getting up there, and they're using this new drive time allowance of a maximum of a 2.5 hour stint, or 4 hours in any 6 hour period.
And that's 2.5 hours actually on the track.
Exactly.
Once you roll into the pits, your 2.5 hour timer stops, and it starts again when you leave the pits. So it's actually 2.5 hours of racing.
can see the Vortex, the 701. Julien Bellot is at the wheel of the 701, currently leading the GTX field, 42nd position overall. This is the 2.0 Vortex. We had the 1.0 for many years. It's a full carbon car. If you've never seen a Vortex before, this is what it looks like.
If you've never seen a Vortex before, my question is, why haven't you?
Exactly.
It means you haven't been following the Creventic series, because there's been a Vortex on the grid, I think, every single race for at least 8 years.
Yeah.
Including the Mark 1, now the Mark 2. The Mark 1 was a tube frame with glass fibre approximately slapped over the edges of it with a big Chevy motor. But this is a proper carbon car with close-fitting bodywork slapped over a Chevy engine. But if ever there was a definition of slow improvement, it's what the Vortex team have done. They just got better and better and better, and now they are leading the GTX field by quite a long way, because they are not just because the other two cars have had problems, but they are on the pace. And this is with a team which is very much not running with stellar drivers. It's running with good club drivers.
Yes.
Yeah, but if you wanted to buy one, they're made for sale down in France.
They are indeed. Remember, we had the launch of this car, I think, in Kuwait.
Well, the actual launch of the car was at Barcelona, but that wasn't actually running. That was come and look at our car.
I remember looking at it in the pit garage at the Kuwait 12 hours, which was quite nice. Yeah, from the ridiculous to the sublime.
Yes.
I would put it that way.
Yes. I'm glad you said that.
And
so track limits being redefined by a number of cars, a number of laps. You said you have to have a track limits offence more than 3 times at the same corner. Here's the 9-1. Here's the 17. Looking a little bit. Oh yes, that's not the track.
That's an early apex.
That's at 7, isn't it? That they've done that one.
Yeah. But the guy looking at 6 would have seen that.
Yeah, and they'll get a tick for that. But you have to. You see, it's not like you've gone off 3 track limits. It's got to be the same track limit, same corner.
Yeah.
And also that's per car, not per driver. So it's not like Barry can go off 3 times and Terry can go off 3 times. It's the car can go off 3 times at that corner. But you can have a huge number of track limit offences, but they're just all around the track.
Yeah, it's the number that's on the door that gets the penalty, not the person behind the wheel.
Now the question I'm wondering now, is it me, is it just now beginning to get a little bit darker? We're beginning to see a little bit of the glow. I mean, we can see a little bit more of the lights. I think one of the reasons you get that, you can see the reflections in the cars. The cars with the very nice wraps are getting a bit more reflections from the various floodlights around this track. So we're beginning to change from natural light into floodlight, which isn't that much different around this track, but it is genuinely is different.
You need sunglasses to drive around this track when the lights are on. Yeah, it's 5:30 now, 6 o'clock. It'll be full track light. It's only about 30 minutes of twilight here. We're very close to the equator, so we don't get the European type twilights in our summer, because it's winter. It's winter here, and we don't get them in the summer anyway.
Yeah, I mean, what it does mean, of course, is your days don't get as long and your days don't get as short.
They just get dusty and hot.
Yeah, advantage and disadvantage. I think everyone sitting at home in Europe with blankets of snow right now is thinking, no, this is much better idea. So Parker Thompson heavily now into his run in the Team WRT car. He's in 1 hour and 16 minutes. His pace has been there. His position, unfortunately, if you are a Parker Thompson WRT fan, is not, we would think, on the outside, not particularly good in 6th place, but genuinely, and I think it's fair to say that if I was asked to ask Joe, or I was going to ask John, or I was going to ask the man sitting next to me, Phil, we don't really know where anyone is.
No.
Really overall, and that's despite us staring at screens and timing screens for the past pushing 2.5 hours.
I've got 4 timing screens, and I still haven't worked it out yet. When John was in here, we had the same conversation, and it's just, we haven't had enough green flag running without code 60 interruptions, which are then changing all of the strategies. And so it's after every code 60, we're doing a complete reset. We just don't have that 1.5 to 2 hours where it just runs solidly.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably a bit of an issue for the teams as well, because they're just working out where everything is. We've still got a massive grid that's out on the track, except for the Hoffa racing car and the 2 Ginettas. Everything else is still on track, so we're still at 57 cars.
Yeah, we've just about to tip half an hour of green running since the last Coach
Don't
60.
say
No, I'm going to caveat it very quickly and take off the curse. We're nowhere near the best running. We had 50 minutes earlier on, so we are just the best bit of running we've had in the green was 50 minutes. We've had 3 or 4 very short ones in between with 10, 15, 20 minutes between them. We're now synchronized spinning, and that's the 10. So that's it is the 10, isn't it?
Yes.
And is it the? No, it's a 992 car, so the Hoop van Eindhoven, and I'm not quite sure which that watch out,
Alpine.
That Porsche was. It's going to come past him. We're going to get a number definition now. The camera moves with him. Yeah, that's the 985. But that was brilliant. That was that. You know, in a few weeks' time, the Winter Olympics are starting, and if you saw that for the pairs ice skating, you give them a 6.0. You absolutely would. The synchronized spinning there was fantastic.
No, 5.8. The 985 went around a little bit quicker than the other car.
Yeah.
Marcus Newhofer.
I can see that. I'm sure we've seen that again. So we can assess yourself. How good was his synchronized spin? No, I'm sorry, that's a 6.0. That is brilliant. Oh, no, hang on, right. The 10 just stopped a bit too early, yeah. It didn't come right round.
You have to do the full 180, 360 degrees. He did the 180.
I have no idea who spooked who, but they spooked each other off the track.
Well, I dare say it was the GT3 trying to get around the 992. And that may have been the cause there of somebody getting squeezed.
And if anyone says that Porsche 911s are a bit tail happy under extreme circumstances, absolutely untrue.
Yes. It was all driver-induced.
Yes.
Driver-induced. That's what I got told. That's what happens.
We've got some reasonable good scores on the chat bar. We've got an 8 out of 10 from C Fusion, a 10 out of 10 from Dafa Raza, 7 out of 10, unfortunately, from MK Ultra. So it's, you know, there's some of them, there are quite people who are up the high-level scores with me, and some who are more critical, like you, Phil.
Yeah, I was looking at a full 360 for both cars in order to complete the Olympic-level move. That was a national-level move. It was a 180. Yeah, just, you know.
But luckily, I think we can say no harm, no foul. No car got hit. No one really did more than a little bit of scrapage to their tyres, and they didn't lose more than about 10 seconds. So it's not the end of the world.
But what I really enjoyed was they squealed at the same pitch. That was impressive.
Well, in fact, as a professional AV audio engineer, that's something that would appeal to you.
It did. I mean, I dare say it was a high D, but very, very close to that, or a flat E. But it was very, 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 very nice.
So Parker Thompson now looking to pick up another position as he completes a lap, just going past one, I think, the Seb Lejeune Racing, because they are purple all the way through, whereas the QMMF is dark grey at the back of the car. So we have 3 purple-fronted Porsches in the 992 class, but only 2 of them have got purple rears. So Thompson out to 4th place, climbing up the field as other drivers stop due to drive time. He's being visually light assaulted by the car behind him, which is the 259, which is the other one of the Herberth cars. That's Sven Muller, isn't it, in the number 11, who's I assume an entire lap behind Parker, as Sven is currently scored in 11th. So, but I would expect, well, he's 40 minutes in, he's not even that much better off on fuel, which shows you how the cars have got split during this multiple green situation and green and purple situation.
Yeah, I think that's the key. Everybody with those early Code 60s started to play with their strategies. Some won, but I think the majority didn't.
Yeah. You know, we've gone past the 2.5 hours, so all those super long stint drivers have come in now, and I'm just waiting to see how that goes. For example, Hassar Tia dropping down as well at the moment. But it is Matej Konopka, the Arc Bratislava Lamborghini, who is not doing particularly quick. I'm not saying he's slow, but he's doing particularly quick lap times, but they have managed, by playing strategy, and he's been in the car for 1 hour and 4 minutes, to be leading this race by a reasonable margin.
20 seconds.
Yeah, from Matthias Weibo in the Scuderia Ferrari. Neither of whom got anywhere near the front of the field in the first hour. Hoop van Eindhoven in the 10 Herb, who just seen spin round, he's in 3rd. He's a further 20 seconds behind Matthias Weibo, and Parker Thompson now is only less than 10 seconds behind him, 4th. So Hoop van Eindhoven and Thompson moving to the front, but Thompson's on an hour and 22 stint. You know, sorry, drive time, not stint, because obviously he stopped fuel in between that. But it's, you know, it's going to be really interesting to see when they kind of if we do get 1.5 hours of running, we'll actually kind of have an idea of where everyone is exactly. But there's still a number of drivers, I think, even if we're at the end of this race, we've only got 3 hours, 20 minutes to go, who may well end up in places they weren't going to be. But down the pits, John has something for us.
Ferrari
Ferrari after its travails earlier on. Remember, they came in with broken right front suspension. It's not quite there, but it's closer to. The bodywork's starting to go back on. The problem they've got now is the front clip, and this 296. This 296 is a GT car that's been designed with the design philosophy of a prototype. Let's be quite clear about that. It's a really clever car, modular in design, and that's all well and good because it means you can get bits off quickly and back on quickly, but only if all the sorry, I'm wincing because that banging you could hear was one of the mechanics kicking the right-hand side of what I'm sure is a very expensive Ferrari part, the carbon fibre front end with the headlights and everything already installed, and it's not going on to its fixing point on ahead of the front wheel. The clamshell bonnet yet to be fitted to it, but that's not approved by Modena. The way that's going back on again. I haven't got Seb with me at the moment to show you this, but hang on. Actually, the worst thing is he's actually kicking the chicken wire in front of the intake, so he's actually not getting a decent. It's going back up on the dolly wheels, and actually, I'm not sure they've. No, I know what they're doing. I was about to say I'm not sure that they've actually done the alignment on it. They're doing that now, but they wanted to get the bodywork on first to make sure that they can get the wheels on. Both headlights are working, and that's good news. So this car will be back, not immediately, but it's a lot closer than what it was when we saw it come in on the back of the flatbed.
Seb, but we wouldn't imagine what was going on. Imagine a mechanic kicking a large wad of notes into a fire. That's effectively what he's doing there.
That's exactly what was happening.
The Ferrari.
Did he have his Ferrari Puma shoes on?
Oh dear. The penalties coming thick and fast, aren't they, Phil? Oh, I mean, well, the Asbest car has stopped at pit X again. A lot of cars having a problem. That's the 102, which I assume is the Cupra. Now, I went round that pit earlier on, and the 101, which is down as a Seat, is actually just the Cupra. They've taken the stickers off.
Yes.
It has got a slightly different gearbox arrangement, but not enough to make it particularly different. But that car is Control-Alt-Deleting on the pit exit, the 102, the white TCR car, and it is rolling again, so that's going to be rolled for what, 15 meters then, as another penalty turns. Oh, first track limits. We've got our first early track limits. QMF by HRT Performance did a track limit offence, and they picked up a 10-second penalty. But this is not good for the 102. It's not good for our desire to get an hour and a half of green running either, Phil.
No, Lutz Obermann at the wheel of that car trying to sort it all out, and he's well out of there, but it is the pit exit that he is on, and there's cars coming around he's past the pit exit because there's the end line there on the just under the swing, so he's now on the edge of the active circuit as he brings it back onto the circuit around turn 3.
Running in 5th in TCE of the 6 cars. 6th in TCE is the Colin White machine, of course, is having to repair that starter motor problem caused by an incident with the Vortex.
It wasn't required in that situation because the Asbest car was far enough out of the tunnel that people could get around them. But there is a set of traffic lights here on the pit lane side, so that if there is anybody gets stuck in the tunnel, you actually just have to wait in the pit lane. They won't let you try and drive around them. This was part of the drivers' meeting the other day, and at the moment the pit lane exit light is green. That's fine. Well, normally that would just be to get you back straight onto the track. This is actually releasing you from the substantive part of the pit lane into the tunnel. Now, it's still pit lane speed limit in the tunnel, but what they don't want to do is release people and form a queue, a line in the tunnel. And that also means that, of course, you can recover a car from either end of
of the tunnel. You could pull it back contra race if you needed to, so you wouldn't have to necessarily tow a car onto a live racetrack. But it didn't come into play there, but that has been thought of here, the unique aspect of Yas Marina circuits.
Unfortunately, that Asbest car, which is running 5th in TC, has only got as far as the entrance to turn 5. It's off the racing line, but unfortunately on the inside of the circuit. And it's obviously experiencing some electrical control or delete issues. It's going to go, and if it doesn't get going again, they're going to have to get a rescue vehicle on the track, which means we're going to have a code 60. But and we are having a code 60. Code 60 in 20 seconds.
Yep.
And once again, no chance to work out what is rolling again. For the second time now, code 60 has been called when a car's back and rolling again.
Well, he's just going past the karting start, so he was right at the very end of the karting circuit.
Mattia Konopka and Art Bratislava from the lead came into the fuel stop knowing there was going to be a code 60. So he has preempted, as has the Optima Motorsport McLaren of Lee Cashun and Gabriel Piana in the women racing. They've all preempted that code 60, so they'll get more than the minimum amount of fuel into the machine. We're now in code 60. It's back to the rules of a small top-up.
15%.
So those 3 cars have, I wouldn't say pulled a fast one, but they've gambled that it's going to go full code. It's going to be a really short code 60 again, unless they decide to do some track maintenance, of course, because once again, as the 20-second countdown was counting down, off the car rolled.
But Nick, as we've seen plenty of times in the past, if you've got a chance for even 15% of fuel, you take that opportunity. So if you're close, you make that decision and come in. And but for some other issues, that was the difference between Herbert winning the race in Malaysia and not. Now, they fell foul of some other timekeeping, but that was their difference at the end of the race. They were able to go. They actually did a pit stop more than everybody else because they did 2 short fills. In and out, by the way, for the teal number 81 AMG. There looked to be a driver change there. We've got the Lamborghini, the bright yellow and Paul Smith coloured car. By that I mean the multicoloured stripes. Sir Paul Smith, the tailor. That's in for a driver change as well. That car has led the race, Lamborghini fans. That'll be a driver change and 4 new Michelins. Now, here's the thing, guys. Have we had more than 50 minutes since the last pit stop for that Bratislava car? Because if it's not, they're in strife. If you change your tyres under 50 minutes ago, you cannot now change them again.
You're
under
correct,
this code
John.
60.
17:05 was when the last code 60 finished, and it's 17:47 now. So if they'd done it in the last one, they can't do it. We should see the red lights flashing on the windscreen for cars that are not eligible to change their tyres. Wow.
Yeah, and also, I wanted to see that you were absolutely correct with your prediction. They are going to extend this code 60 to clear the track of debris. So it's, we are just coming up to halfway. It's a chance to give everything a nice wash and brush up and get some of the bits and bobs that have fallen off cars sorted out. So this is now making the pit stops much more popular. Trying to find out whether the Konopka, I don't know about tyres. They've run Adam Konopka for 38 laps. Mattia Konopka has only been in for 33 laps, which is going to be more than 50 minutes. Yeah.
Looking at the Haas number 21, it's got a flashing red light in the windscreen. They can't change their tyres, but they are changing their tyres. So that's going to be a penalty. It's under 50 minutes since they put those cars on. The flashing red light is clear to see on the Lumi rank. That's the 4th place car, and they've changed tyres. So if that flashing red light is linked to the timing screen, which is the idea of it, how have they managed to change tyres? And I think that's the second car that's done that.
Question, John. They have been out of the pits for 20 laps at an average of just over 2 minutes. So they've been out for 40 minutes. So that's not long enough, from my understanding. And if that is the indication of what you should and shouldn't do, then they are unlikely to be able to change them. But that is the question, isn't it? Prior to that, they had this Nicholas Guinox, currently at 21. He's taken over from his relative Peter Guinox. I don't know what their father, son, or brother, sister. I don't know, but they are. Yeah, so it's interesting, that, isn't it? We'll have to see, because the penalties will ping up pretty quickly. And let's be honest, there's virtually no one hasn't got a penalty now on the field. The biggest penalty, I think, is the Earl Bamber Motorsport, Johannes Setterwan. That car, the 31 car, has got 1 minute and 42 of penalties to serve. Those should actually be served by stopping in the penalty box.
Nick, what's the penalty then for breaking the tyre
race?
race?
That one up because that's not happened in our experience before.
Right. All right, so here's the Asbest 102 coming in with a flashing red light. And also coming in, right, green light flashing for the number 69. This is the Continental Simpson car. So green light flashing for that. I mean, it's as clear as day as they come in front of you. And I've seen two cars with flashing red lights on the Lumirang on the top right-hand side change to new Michelin tyres. I'm flabbergasted by that.
Twice for fuel during their during a coating, they get a 55-second penalty. So if you come in twice for fuel, you get a 55-second penalty. Actually, it's flexible because someone here's got a 90-second penalty for coming in twice for fuel. Who was that? That was, let's see if I can find out who that was. That was actually the EBM Mercedes. That's why it's got that big penalty, because it was actually the caused by coming in for fuel twice. I can't see anyone yet who has infringed that tyre situation, John, so I can't tell you what the penalty is. But looking at what the other penalties are, it's going to be a while. Code 60 coming to an end.
3, the Ajit Kumar Redant car has come out of fuel and driven straight through with a red light flashing. That's exactly what you'd expect them to do. That is a sensible pit stop, unless you want to change your driver, which is fine, but you would have to leave them on the same Michelin tyres. And it's literally as clear as day. Green light flashing on the Ferrari number 56, the yellow, and that's a luminous yellow as well under the lights now. That's fantastic, a reflective yellow, black and silver car. That's going in for its stop. That's about 10 pits up, but it's got
John,
a green light, so you can probably
just the 21s made this faux pas.
Well, the Haas RT definitely came in. That was the 21 car with a flashing red light, and I think the ARC Bratislava car as well. I think the 44.
Last year at Barcelona, Era Motorsport changed tyres before the 60-minute point and were given a 60-second penalty.
Right, yes, and the rule has changed since then, because it's changed as we go back to green flag racing. It's changed because they thought because it was unclear, should I say, whether it was per driver or whether it was for the car, and it's been clarified that you can change your driver, but you can't change your tyres. So that was the clarification. So yes, that's right. They got a 60-second. I remember that. That was the 18 car.
Simon Hill.
Hello, Hilly.
He'll be with you in 4 short days.
Simon Hill is making another guest appearance with us as part of the Radio Show Limited team next weekend at the 24 Hours of Dubai. It's all change for the team. We're basically, this is FA Cup weekend, so we're rotating a few other people through.
That doesn't sound good for me.
No, not necessarily, mate. And then it's 24 Hours of Dubai, and then it's 24 Hours of Daytona. So we're working through the squad. 555, Mazawa, Ferrari, complete with right foot battered panel on the front. He's back out into the competition.
Thank you, John. As the battles continue on, as we get close to the halfway mark here at the 6th running of the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. I think we've still got over 55 cars that are circulating at the moment, and a few with injuries, and hopefully getting back out onto the circuit to complete the race. This is round 2 of the Middle East Trophy, part of the 3-round series. The third and final will be in Dubai next weekend. And for the 24-hour race, remember there are points for halfway and points for finishing. So you get 20 points for halfway, 40 points for finishing if you finish first, and you can get a total of 60. That's why Nick said earlier on the 909 just may drop this round.
Yeah. Just been asked the position for the 93, the Ajit Redant Racing. That's Kobe De Broeker in the car mode. That's currently 7th in GT3 Pro-Am. There's 2 GT3 classes, or 3 GT3 classes, Pro, Pro-Am and Am. It's based on your driver makeup. Currently, the Redant Racing car, the Ajit Redant Racing car, is in 7th in that class with the very fast Kobe De Broeker on board. We have an issue with this car that is slow on the run down to turn 9. It's a 921 of Michelin Motorsport with Mark J. Thomas on board. Currently was leading the class. cars. That's the car which had the very quick Paul Meyer in earlier, and that is crawling, going nowhere, and potentially causing another code 60. But let's say no, it's not going. It's going to restart. Flashing in the Lumerank screen. Yeah, there doesn't seem there's no reason for this. This has not been caused by an accident. This is mechanical, Phil.
It is indeed. It's just opposite the support paddock at the moment. There are gates over on the right-hand side. There's nothing on the left-hand side because that basically is an island. Lights go off. He's into control, alt-delete. The 909 is back out on the apron again as they get look at that car to see what else they can do. Yeah, we have that car parked there, race control, having a very, very good look at that to see if it can get going. We've got a yellow flag at turn 8, which is underneath the W Hotel Bridge, and that car has not moved. They can push it back into that area where the fire gate is, and if they can get him up there under a short code 60, but recovering the car to the pits becomes difficult because it's on the infield island section.
And one of the things that Creventic wants is not like Le Mans, where if you stop, you're out of the race. The one thing that Creventic want to do is they always want to get you back to the pits of the paddock so you can get back in the race again.
Yes.
They're not out about penalising people for small problems. They know, right, you've stopped, you've suffered enough. Let's see if we can get you back out of the race again. That's not moving, and that is going to have to be. It's not in a particularly unsafe position. People can see it, they know what's going on, but it's going to have to be a code 60 to the point where there's one being called in 20 seconds.
45 minutes so far under code 60 for this race as we approach halfway.
So just to say where we were as you go into this code 60, Hub van Eindhoven in the number 10 Herbert Motorsport has cycled its way back to the front from Parker Thompson TW2. Thompson, though, has done 1 hour 40, and I'm wondering now whether they're going to start thinking about taking Parker out and moving down the rest of the drivers in that team. Scuderia Praha run third, but they've only got a 4-minute stint, so I think they must have come in the last code 60. It is all way too confusing at the moment about who's where and whatever, so probably the best thing to do is just look who's at the front and go, yeah, they're winning. Regardless whether they are actually winning or not.
Well, they've got Daniel Harper to put in that car, who's a pro, so they can get that done as we have a look at the fueling area, and they're queuing. They're queuing in the fueling area at the moment to take their 15%. There's a couple of cars that can take in the 992 category that can take 44 litres of the 110, the 910, 929974, and a couple of the GT3 AM cars, the 7 and the 11 car collection, and well, the 11, that's Hoffa Racing, unfortunately, that is still a work in progress, and I think they are going to push him down.
They're going to push him into the gap, are they?
I think they are. There is a way it can get across. They can go back around on the right-hand side, but we have the link through to the South Circuit, which sort of makes that an island on its own. So unless they're going to try and open the gate in the support paddock and get him up into there, as we are...
Chaos down at the fuel stop.
It looks like Sheikh Zayed Road on a Friday afternoon down there in the fuel station at the moment. And, yeah.
So sorry, Phil, we've seen third and fourth come in for fuel. Miroslav Vibo from Scuderia Praha, Nicholas Gulix from Haas RTA both come in for fuel. We don't have stops for first, second, fifth or sixth or seventh. So that only at the front end, those two cars have decided to top up with the 15% they're going to get. But as the penalties are flowing in now from the last code 60, you know, the 86 has got 2 penalties in the last few seconds. Which one's 86? Just trying to run down my list of who is car 86. Could take me a while to find it because I'm going to look visually who 86 is.
Splash and go with no tyre stops. The first car that's come in without the issue is the 888 Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche. They've got, actually they had no light flashing. That's because it's a 992. But he's gone straight through as well, or they have gone straight through as well. There'll be no stop at the pit for the number 56, the MCC Monaco liveried Ferrari. That was a red light. Quite a long stop for the Supra, the GT4 Supra, the bright yellow number 444 with Sustain Racing livery. Sustain are the very clever people who manufacture fuel including racing fuel, out of plant-based materials, and it's non-food plant-based material. And I know, for example, Mazda UK run all their heritage fleet on that particular brew of fuel. And actually, we were going to try and run it in a racing car at Mission Motorsport last year, but we didn't quite get round to make it work at Anglesey, or at least to get the deal done. Well, good to see them supporting that car as well. Another car with a red light is the number 21 car, the Haas car. So that's the car that came in with the red light, and it's got a red light again this time. So you tell me, fellas, what was the difference? I don't know. Here comes the Simpson car, still with the red light on that car. Ferrari number 28, ninth position for the bright red machine. That car goes straight through the pit lane as well. I really like this idea because it means that as I stand here and the cars go by, I know who's going to pull into their pits and who isn't. Green light for the mostly green number 24 Porsche, the GT3R, and that car will stop. Red and white Mercedes, that will be the number 93 Nova sponsored car. That one won't be stopping. So it's great because I don't have to hustle down to the other end of the pit lane. I can say, and we've got a car that's pulled in with a red light on, and out goes the number 16. Then that's changed to red now, I think. But there's a car sitting with a red light flashing, but it's not getting tyres. It's just being looked at. It's the 909 Red Camel car, which was much delayed earlier on. There's nothing to see. I mean, they can stop at that pits, can't they? But they just can't put a new set of Michelins on.
But they can
yeah, exactly so.
Just can't put new boots on. The car I was searching for before John gave us the feedback from the pit lane was the 86 is the Barra Motorsport. They picked up 2 separate penalties for a total of 15 seconds in about a minute for 2 different offences, one for pit lane and one for multiple track limits. So they're having a busy time in the penalties now. And contrary to our belief, Phil, they did decide to pull that Mulder car back on the tow rope on a truck. So it's going to take a bit longer to get back to the pits, and therefore we're going to have a slightly longer code 16.
Hub Van Enthoven leading the way, Herbert Motorsport, and we will do a full rundown shortly on everybody when we go back to green. But we've seen a lot of cars into the fuel bay. As we watch the car come through turn 14 now, the 921. It's rolling on all 4 wheels, so it's got to be an electrical, mechanical, and the engine gearbox, because it looks perfectly okay, unless it's run out of fuel.
So I think it's more like, yeah, it's obviously going to be driveline. We often see the Porsches with driveline issues.
Yeah.
Mainly because there's more Porsche than anything else, so there's going to be an issue. It's probably going to be a bit of Porsche. Yes, we are now just ticked over halfway of the race. There's 3 hours and 2.5 minutes gone. Well, I
often see Porsches with driveline issues, says the man who drives a Land Rover and a Triumph
no
TR4
issue with the driveline.
AIRS.
Everything else has got an issue.
Oh, dear me. I'm being told in my ear you're not being invited to the Porsche summer party.
Well, we're at the 3-hour mark. Let's have a look at the standings. Herbert Motorsport in the car 10 leading the way from Team WRT in second. Razoon More Than Racing third. Optimum Motorsport fourth. Herbert Motorsport in fifth. The 269. Skadira Praha in sixth. Haas RT in seventh. Enrico Fulgenzi Racing in eighth position. Into Africa Racing by Dragon in ninth in the Ferrari. And Winwood Racing, one of the pole sitters, or one of the front row in the 16 car in 10th position. We've still yet to cycle through all of the drivers as we're just on halfway at this race with over 55 minutes now under code 60. As we go back to green. In 11th position, it's the ARC Bratislava. They were in the lead a little while ago. 12th position, Baron Motorsport in their Ferrari. Team Motor Park in 13th position in the Mercedes. A Porsche from Win Here Origin Motorsport leading the pair in Pro-Am. 15th, Dragon Racing, the 88 car in the 296 Ferrari. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, 16th in the Audi. Origin powered by CC in the Porsche in 17th position. Dynamic GT in the AM category in 18th position. Optimum Motorsport in 19th in the McLaren. And Winwood Racing won our polls in 20th position. Still lots of work to do for that team, but the strategy playing a huge part of what they are doing. Leipert Motorsport in the Lamborghini in 21st. TFT Racing in their Mercedes in 22nd. Haas RT 23rd in the Audi. Elbaba Motorsport in 24th, leading the 992 category. Then it's Razine More Than Racing in 25th. Herveth Motorsport 91 car in 26th. Adjith Redount Racing, the 27 car, the 93 car in 27th. 28th position, the 8th of Elbamba Motorsport, their Mercedes. Rabdan by Fulgenzi in 29th in the 992 category, leading the 992 AMS. And then it's HRT Performance, the 929 in 30th position. With 71 laps on the board. That's half the field. Car Collection Motorsport in 31st position. Neuhofer Rennsport in the 992 category in 32nd. Great performance by the 974. QMMF by HRT Performance, currently in 33rd position. 920 Chazelle Technology Course in 34th position. HRT Performance in the 932, 35th. 931 AR Motors by HRT Performance in 36th position. 930 X Motorsport by HRT Performance in 37th. Mono Motorsport in 38th in the 921 car. And then it's Sebjulu Racing in 39th position in the Porsche. The Vortex leading the way in GTX category, 40th overall, leading the class in the Vortex 2.0. That's 2/3 of the way through. 41st, Sebjulu Racing in the 888. That's in the 992 category. 917 is Enrico Fulgenzi Racing in 47. The 928 in 43rd, Noric Racing by HRT Performance. Cherny Motorsport leading the way in the 445. Has had a fair share of resistance out there on the track, leading GT4 at the moment. Elbaba Motorsport in 45th position in the GT3. Then we go 46. It's the 193, leader of the TCE TCX Chazelle Technology Course, the second of their cars. 101, oldest car in the field in the Sayat, and 47th position for Asbest Racing. The 427 Team Sorg Rennsport in the 718 Porsche, and Asbest Racing the 111. Another one of the Porsches. And in 50th position is Circuit Toys in the Toyota Supra, the 444. Primus Racing in the 451 in 51st. Asbest Racing in the 103 in 52nd. Asbest Racing in the 102, 53rd. Crucible Sport with some issues in 54th. Miyazawa Racing with quite a few issues earlier in the last 2 hours in 55th. GT3 Poland in the 764 in 56th. Team CMR, the Ginetta, both of them I think still in the pits. The 795 and the 178. One's a GT2 and one's running under the TCE banner in 58th. Then we've got the 909 after that turn 5 lap 1 incident for Red Camel Jordan .NL, and then that big accident for Hoffer Racing at turn 16. The number 11 car at the back of the field may not see that back out again. And that is your halfway update.
You can go lie down now, Phil. I believe that, John, you are down with Muller Motorsport, who caused that, well, sort of caused that last one.
Yeah, I'm with that Muller Motorsport car that's come back into the pit lane. Bit of an odd one. I'll keep an eye out while you remind us what's happened
3 o'clock in the afternoon, we were underway here, and it was the Porsche around the outside, and then we had this incident down at Turn 5 where we lost the 909, came back out again, but that was the first Code 60 out of the 7 that we've had so far. It was a Titanic up the back, Dragon racing in all sorts of problems, getting turned around, and we had lots of spinners. Oh no, down there at Turn 14. We had cars around at Turn 6 and Turn 7, and then the Hoffer racing, that very, very hard from Chantal Prince. Luckily she's okay, but the car is not so. We had Code 60 issues. We had cars coming out of pit lane and not being able to stop. We had cars not getting underway when the Code 60 went green again. The battle between the BMW continued on as Enzo Trulli got pushed back into the pit box. Then we had the 555 having all sorts of trouble with right wheel. More incidents, more accidents happening down there, cars bumping off each other. It's been a Titanic effort, I would say, and the pirouettes were just beautiful as we see the TCE cars having issues there. It's been a unsettling race for me, Nick.
You know what? You know what, Phil? More spinning than Swan Lake at the National Ballet. That's all I can say. John, I think we rudely cut you off there. How are things going down there?
Right, let me see if we can work out what's going on. We've had a driver change. They must feel they're getting towards something. They're working underneath the back of the car. The car, as you saw, grounds to a halt. There's no damage to the car at all. I suspected some kind of electrical issue because the computer plugged in straight away. The engine is still running, but there was no drive.
But hang on, going to the driveline problem for the Porsche.
An electrical problem, I think, for that. Let me dive in and see if we can find out what the issue is. Well, they're taking the under tray off at the back, so they are actually going to do something with as you would say, the oily bits. They're having a look at under there. But as I say, they've changed the driver, so they must think it's going to be something that they can deal with really rather quickly. In fact, they're bolting things back up again now. Let me find one of the team and find out was is los here on this. Right, let's dive in. Patrick Meyer, how are you? Do we know what this was yet?
Yeah, it seems to be a speed sensor that wasn't functioning. So, yeah, lost P1 on a small sensor.
So, not a driveline issue or anything like that. Literally, just a sensor issue. And of course, everything's connected in these cars nowadays.
Yeah, if a sensor fails, the whole car fails apparently. Maybe 30-40 euro sensor throws away our race. Yeah, the worst thing, we were leading. We fought back from a not so good quali. We're leading the race overall, and then you get something like this.
It's very disappointing, but that's why it's called motor racing, not motor winning. The guys have got to it. I saw the Porsche technician with the computer plugged in. So the good news is you identified the issue relatively quickly.
Yeah, but in the end you lose like 4, 5, 6 laps maybe. So you're basically done for a good result. So yeah, what can you say?
On to Dubai, that's what you say.
Yeah, we had some bad luck now here, so let's hope for a good 24 hours then.
So it's only 2 out of the 3 races, so you can drop a bad score.
Yeah. But we rather had a good win now.
Yeah, I know, I understand. Thank you for talking to us. Very, very good to talk to us while things aren't going the way. So there we are, Nick Damon, a 30 euro sensor was
okay,
causing
it's not
the
a
problem.
drive line, but it did take the drive line out. Surprisingly, we've gone Code 60, Phil, and I can't see a reason for it.
I am exactly in
Yellow
the same...
flag at 8, which is the same place the Morna car stopped on the bend towards that turn 9 loop.
Yep.
But we've not seen any pictures of it. We have got cameras there. But we are in another Code 60.
Debris possibly.
Oil? I don't know.
It hasn't come up on any of my screens, and I can't see any stopped cars out there. I know our camera team is searching frantically to see if they can find any stopped cars. I haven't got any stopped cars on the moving ends. So we are under Code 64, an unspecified resident. This is our 8th Code 60. We've already had 7 totaling 52.5 minutes. minutes. So we're going to get close to we'll be up to an hour, I dare say, very soon. 1/6 of the race under code 60. It's not what anybody wanted, but with 60 cars on the circuit and still quite a few circulating, I think we've still only got a few cars in the pits. That are being worked on in the pits. I don't think we'll see Hoffa racing again, but we're still over 55 cars.
I think by luck or by perhaps knowing something's happened on the track, we didn't. Parker Thompson, TWT, got in prior to the 60 being called. Since we've had Terry Vermeulen from Resume More Than Racing, number 14 Porsche, we've had Enrico Forganzi racing with Enrico Forganzi in it. He's also come into the pits. And Maro Engel from Winwood, who I think did come in after the 60 was called. And on 150, I didn't quite get it. So it's quite close about how they're doing on the fueling side. Well, other takers are happening as we speak.
The car back into the race, guys, so the actual sensor issue was solved very, very quickly indeed. It's already left the pit lane. So there is a car off the track at the moment, somewhere just off in a bit of slightly occluded area of the circuit. So it's not any other reason than that the car is in a dangerous position. We are not quite sure who that is at the moment. We'll find out when they are towed back, I expect. So we have, again, we're having a row of penalties, but I think now 41 of the 60 cars have now got a penalty of some sort to serve. So it's the small penalties to be added at the end. So we'll be doing A-level maths at the end, Phil, trying to work out. Right, so you're 17 seconds ahead, but you've got a 19-second penalty. You've got so you're not the same. So
I can't do A-level maths. I failed milk at preschool.
No. Just turn slightly.
Indeed. So yes, this code 60. We don't know what it's for, but what I think it may be, the code 60 that we had to clean up debris actually didn't run as long.
No, there's a car off. There's a car off, but in a blind spot for the cameras, unfortunately.
Okay, sorry. So we'll keep that.
Desperately trying to find what car it is, but there's 90. It's typical, isn't it? There's 97% coverage of the track,
and they always go behind
3%
something.
There isn't is where the cars are off at the moment. So the code 60 has now been running for a few minutes. It's not yet coming to wind down. The 445 Cherney Motorsport, somehow the leader in GT4. Goodness only knows how Florian Sturkov's got this car in the league. It's been involved in more action than Bruce Willis, to be honest.
We'll do a movie about this car, I think, at the end of this one. But they've been able to keep the BMW going, the GT4 spec BMW, not to be confused with the GT3 spec.
The left front there, guys, just checking the brake pad where before the new set of Michelins went on, there's a green light clearly flashing on the Lumi rank. So even though you only get the green or the red light in the pit lane when it's code 60, and that's basically to let me know and the teams know whether you can or you can't.
For clarification,
change.
Not for me, of course, but clarification for the audience. If it's a green flag pit stop, it doesn't matter how long your tyres have been on.
Correct. It doesn't matter at all. The rule only applies during code 60s. So you could put a new set of tyres on, go out, and if you came straight back around under green flag conditions, you could take them off and put a new set of tyres on if you wanted to.
We now can see the car facing the wrong way. It's the 88 Dragon machine, which has also been involved in lots of action.
Oh, no.
There is a note saying that the instant between that 88, currently piloted by Oscar Ringvich, and the 102 is the other car involved in the incident. That's one of the TCE cars, the 102 being the Cupra, yes, with Lutz Obermann. So there's been a coming together just off the, coming into turn 8. The Dragon car is stranded facing the wrong way and will need to be rescued. Obviously, it's lost the engine in some way. But that means we're going to have a bit longer on this code 60, and I can see you're getting a constant visit of cars. I'm getting a visit to my left of Joe Bradley. Joseph, how are you?
Hello, I'm very good. Phil's just gone off for a little comfort break, and I've decided to jump in his seat and have a bit natter.
Did you win,
boys? It's 1-1 at 90 minutes.
Oh, they've got a late equaliser.
Yeah. I think we went 2-0 up, and then that was disallowed, and then 1-1, so it's going to go to penalties, I believe.
This is Sunderland against Everton.
Extra time first, is it? All right, okay, so there's still a chance. We're away at Everton, though, so
it's what used to be the biggest weekend of the year in British football, FA Cup third round day, but unfortunately it's been devalued by many things.
I think Macclesfield's beating Crystal Palace at the moment. That is what the FA Cup
that's lost 90% of the audience.
Yeah, that's what the FA Cup third round is all about. Anyway, Code 60, Nick. Yeah.
And whilst we wait for the Code 60 to be moved on, John's got someone to talk to.
I do, and it's not any someone. This is our brand new representative, newly minted representative for Michelin. Tim Hoare is with me down in the pit lane. Tim, first of all, welcome to the Michelin 24-hour series. And he's so new, he hasn't even got a Michelin shirt on at the moment.
Yeah, my shirt is in a bag in Heathrow, so let's see.
Tell me a little bit about taking this job on, and what have you been doing beforehand?
I've come from covering circuit racing in the UK and kind of the Northern Europe zone, and I look after the European Rally Championship as well. So this is another string to my bow.
So, are you a fan of endurance racing, and or if not, are you expected to be doing a bit of catch-up?
Yeah, it's look, it's a different mindset, isn't it? And there's a lot more logistics involved in these global championships, so it'll be a new challenge. Yeah.
Many years ago, I worked for Ray Mallock Limited, and I used to say to our mechanics when we went into rallying is just endurance racing, but you're lying on dirt instead of on a cold floor. So there's definitely something there. The commitment of Michelin to the 24-hour series with Creventic here is massive. We've got 60 cars here of all shapes and sizes and drive lines, and front and rear drive cars. Logistically as well as technically, that is a challenge for you guys, but a challenge that you are happy to take on?
Yeah, we're still kind of finding our feet. It's a new challenge for us, this grid. We've got 26 containers of tires sitting over there on the dock, so that should do us for both weekends, hopefully. I didn't realize you worked for Ray Mallock. I worked with them for Michelin when they were doing the BTCC.
Yeah, indeed.
So I was their guy.
That was when they were with Chevrolet, yeah?
With Datsun.
Oh, even when you go back further to the Datsun and Nissan days, the Super Tourist days.
Yeah, with Anthony Reid, David Leslie and Lauren Aiello.
So the much missed David Leslie, absolutely. And Anthony Reid, the most English-sounding Scotsman ever.
Yeah, the poshest accent in motorsport, and the unluckiest driver, I think, ever not to make it to Formula One. But there you go. That's another story.
Michelin's history started well over 100 years ago, and basically as soon as Michelin became a tyre company, they were involved in motorsport. So you've got over a century of heritage and technical know-how behind every tyre that goes onto the cars here.
Yeah, and I suppose the competition department is 127 years on the go now. It begun with bicycles because cars weren't invented.
Good point. Things have changed a bit since then, Tim, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah. The Paris-Brest race was our first outing on bicycles. That was our first competition.
So are we going to be seeing you at all of the 24-hour series this year? Dubai next weekend, obviously you'll stay out for that. And then it's not actually that long, end of March, when we start again in Europe at Mugello.
Yeah, that's the plan. If I haven't been found out before then, I should be there anyway. That's the plan.
I think if you've managed to fly under the radar this far, you'll be all right. Enjoy the rest of the race. It's good to meet up with you and introduce you to the teams, the drivers, and indeed our viewers and listeners around the world. Tim Hoare from Michelin, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, and hopefully I'll see plenty of you during the year.
You will, yes, absolutely right. Thank you, Tim. Tim down in the pit lane here, taking on a very big job indeed, but making sure that everything is running smoothly. I still think that we underestimate the challenge that this is for the tyre company, Michelin as it is now, to be able to provide a competitive tyre to everything from front-wheel drive touring cars to 500 horsepower front, mid and rear engine GT3 cars. That is something that is absolutely extraordinary, and to be able to do that without favouring any one of those particular configurations of cars, I think is an extraordinary thing to do. We had some very good years with the previous manufacturer. Michelin have come on board with their set of tyres here, which is the Pilot Sport GT2s, GTH2s, excuse me, and basically they have done a cracking job in a very short time here in the pit lane of the Michelin Creventic 24-hour series.
It doesn't matter what form of motorsport you're in, whether it be from karting all the way through to Formula One. It's all about the tyres. How many times do we say that when, you know, I've worked on many kinds of race cars, from karts, not necessarily Formula One, but it's all about getting the tyres to work. And a prime example, perhaps, of when the tyres didn't work was that infamous win by a GT car at Petit Le Mans. Hindhoff will remind us of the 2015, when Nick Tandy was one of the drivers in that GT Porsche, and that was because it was a wet year, but it was all about the DPIs not having tyres capable of getting them. And this is what I mean about it being all about the tyres. If the tyres won't work, then you're not going to be able to go around a racetrack. And everybody out there here this weekend at Yas Marina has been working all through those practice sessions. The data that's been accrued purely down to how the tyre is wearing, how the tyre performs. It's all about the tyres.
Do you know what, Nick and Joe? What was even more impressive about that Michelin wet tyre victory, as it was that at Petit Le Mans back in 15, heavens, that's 10 years ago, isn't it? I know. Was that every time there was a safety car, all the DPIs got put back in front of all the GT cars. So I think it was Patrick Pilet, wasn't it, and Nick Tandy. They were leading, even though they were leading the race at various stages, all the DPI cars, by dint of the rules, had to go back in front of them. So they actually passed the whole DPI field about 8 times in that race to take the victory. The better story about that is that Frank-Stefan Walliser, who was the head of Porsche Motorsport at the time, was approached by Patrick Pilet before the race, and he said to him, listen, I know this version of the GT3 RS is coming to an end. It was the older GTE cars, of course, in those days, and can I buy this car at the end of this season? That was the last race of the season. And Frank-Stefan Walliser, bless his cotton socks, said to Pilet, yeah, if you win the race. And Pilet said, what, win the class? And Frank-Stefan Walliser said, no, you have to win the race overall. And of course they did, and in fairness, Pilet was allowed to buy the car, although Nick Tandy didn't chip in for it. He said, I'm not interested, so Pilet bought it on his own. And he's still got it, and he still fires it up from time to time. That's a Porsche, you see. You can leave it standing for years and it still fires up, Nick.
So something new for this weekend, it's the live standings in the 24-hour Series Middle East Trophy. GT3 live, literally now, if the race was stopped at this point, it'd be Herbert Motorsport who'd be leading in overall GT3 with 76 points to the 87 Origin powered by CC on 72 points. The 91 Herbert, they'd have 64 points. The Continental Racing by Simpson there, Audi would have 32, and Barra Motorsport with the Ferrari 296 GT3, they'd have 86. Obviously, the advantage of done 2 races. So the Pro-Am runs, that was the GT3 Pro. In Pro-Am, it's the 91 Herbert Motorsports with 56 points. Adit Red Ant Racing, they have 46 points. Herbert Motorsport with their Porsche on the 269, they have 40. Scuderia Praha, I think, are doing really well today, to be honest. They'd have 36 points. And then Climax Racing, another Ferrari team, they would have 36 points. That's the Pro-Am Middle East Trophy. And in the AM side of things, it would be Continental Racing by Simpsons with 60 points in AM. Origin powered by CC, their Porsche would have 58 points. Haas RT, the 21 car, the normally coloured machine, their Audi R8 would have 40 points. Barra Motorsport with a Ferrari would have 36 points. And Arc Bratislava, who are doing particularly well at various times today, with the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, they'd have 32 points. And then we come to the overall 992. That's both a combination of Pro and AM. And despite their travails, Red Camel's Jordan will still be leading on 40 points, with Razzoon More Than Racing with 40 as well. They've obviously Red Camel winning in Malaysia and Razzoon leading here. Modern Motorsports will have 36. EBM, that's Alabama Motorsports, their 952 entry would have 36. And G10 Racing, they'd have 32. The AM side, that would be headed up by Modern Motorsports with 40. Rabdan by Fulgenzi would also have 40. G10, who just mentioned, they'd have 36. HRT Performance with their 929 car would have 36 points. And Chazelle Technology Course with the 920 car, they'd have 32 points. That's the 992 AM side of things. And now in GTX, with all the fan favourites, it's the Vortex, with fan favourite 80 big points. They would be leading overall. GT3 Poland, they have 36 points, and Team CMR have 32 points. Both of them, of course, have had their travails in this race. The GT4 overall, it would be Journey Motorsport with 80, and despite the fact that car's had the longest running selection of issues and problems, but still leads with a 445. SRS Team Sorg Rennsport on 36 points. Circuit Toys and their fabulous Toyota GR Supra have 32 points, and Primus Racing with the Audi R8 LMS GT4 Evo would be on 28. And finally, the TCE side of things, well, it's Asbest leading with the 102 Cupra on 64. Chazelle Technology with their really attractive little Alpine on 40. Asbest Racing again, but the 101 Seat would have 36. Asbest Racing again, but with the Porsche 718 Cayman, would have 32. And then guess what? It's Asbest Racing again with the Volkswagen Golf with 28 points. That's if the race stopped now, scoring for everybody.
Through all of that. And when we do this again next week, we'll have to remind ourselves we've got to drop a score, because it's the best two scores out of 3 results. So that's going to change quite significantly. We've also got mid-race points to add in as well to that at Dubai. So generally speaking, your Dubai should be the most part of your point scoring, but that might not be the case. So people could be banking up points now just in case they have a bad race next week at the Dubai Autodrome. By the way, if you're in the UAE and roundabout and you want to come and see us next weekend, tickets are available. Get on the website, make sure you get them now. You cannot just turn up without a ticket next weekend. It was absolutely packed last year. In fact, we issued the amount of tickets, the full amount of tickets that we were allowed to by the safety standards. So if you want to come and see us next weekend at Dubai Autodrome, it's Friday qualifying, Saturday and Sunday at the racetrack, 24 hours straight through. Then make sure that you get onto the website at the Dubai Autodrome. All the details are there, and you can join us in person next weekend for the finale of the Michelin Middle East Cup for 2025-26. Back to green flag racing.
You were doing that like you were running the intro of a 45 single in 1979. Just waiting for the sound to come in as the green flag went, John.
As we go green and talking about the music industry, I think we found our candidate for the UK representation at the Eurovision Song Contest points announcer. Because that's what you reminded me of.
Do you know what? You could not be more complimentary.
I know you like that.
Just when we get up and running again, whilst we were going through the various standings and points, and also the chat with Michelin, the 445, the Journey Motorsport, was having another adventure as he came out the pits. He's got Joshua Bednarski in the car, so they have again had problems getting going when they come out the pits on 3 separate occasions, Joe. And again, they were slow, fast.
That's an issue, isn't it? That's not normal, and whether that's a all right, I'm just going to speculate until the cows come home here.
This is your job.
I mean, what is a car doing as it comes out the pits? It's got that. It's going up the gearbox.
But it's coming off its limiter as well.
And it's coming off the limiter way back. By the time it's going over the brow, it's going up the gearbox. And well, you know, is it that? Is there a glitch? It's one of those horrible electric issues that are somewhere in the loom and very hard to find. Because by the time you get it back round to the pits, everything is cleared and everything is perfect. It's happening somewhere out there, and it's one of those things that is just a nightmare to try to get to the bottom of.
Well, good news that CWS Engineering, I think, are back on track again with the 178 Ginetta. Just to give you an idea, that we have that bright blue car. If you've got the video stream going past Ginetta, there is the leader. Antares Au in the 10, Herworth Motorsport. Second, Dan Harper now, that starring young man in TWRT, Daniel Harper. He's now in that car in second place, a 669. He's back 50 seconds at the moment, but it's very hard to see where where they really are. We just don't know have no idea where anybody is on fuel, Joe. Sven Muller in the 269 motorsport, he's really climbed through the field. He's come up from about 14th a moment ago. He's third. In fourth, it's Miroslav Weibo in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. He's only about 38 minutes into his stint, so plenty of flexibility there with Miroslav. Fifth, Stuart White from the Inter-Africa Racing by Dragon Ferrari. We haven't mentioned him at all, but he's very close to the end of his 2.5 hours. So that's going to change. First, Winwood Racing. These guys locked out the front row. They did get 20 kilograms of ballast, so perhaps it slowed them down. The first Winwood Racing car is in sixth, Mauro Engel. That car will be fast with Mauro on board. Seventh is Simon Birch with the Resume More Than Racing Porsche. And eighth is Nicholas Gulex in the Haas RT, who doesn't seem to have picked up a penalty for that tyre change so far, so perhaps we had that wrong. Alessandro Giannoni in Enrico Forgenzi Racing Porsche is ninth overall, and then Philip Barron from Barron Motorsport, who have a lot of penalties knocking about, as do 39 of the other cars on the field. In the Ferrari, they are in 10th. Your leader in 992 now is Vladislav Lomko in the Resume More Than Racing, and then Josh Berry in EBM in the 992 is second. EBM standing for Earl Bamber Motorsport. In the AM, the leader is Faisal Al-Yafi for QMF by HRT Performance from Jean-Paul Dominici from Shell Motorsport Cars. GTX, Joseph.
Well, have you said GT4?
No.
Oh, well, GT4 are ahead of... no, sorry, GTX are ahead. They're in 39th place overall. Lino Lamarouche is at the wheel of the Vortex as we've got the Scuderia Praha Ferrari onto pit road with what looks like...
Is it a tyre or is it an engine?
Well, it's a right rear wheel that looks like it's not pointing in the direction it should, and is scuffing the wheel arch.
Hopefully.
I'm hoping it is, because the smoke billowing out. Now, as the car slowed down, we've gone to code 6.
No, we're going to code 6 in a few. Oh, there's been a coming together. There's been a coming together.
That's a clue, isn't it?
Let's do CSI Yas Marina. The 44 car, which is the Lamborghini RSC Bratislava, that has damage on its front left. There is damage on the rear right of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and I think it probably means that they have managed to take each other. It's Adam Konopka who is at the wheel of the ARC Bratislava car. This is not, obviously this is evidence, it's not proof. It needs to be tried before a jury to make sure this actually happened.
It's an evidence of coincidence at the moment.
Let's hope Amanda's nowhere near the evidence for this particular job. That's a traitor's reference for everybody there.
And remember, a one-time leader of this race, the number 44 Lamborghini, that is stopped. He's not progressing. The Ferrari's managed to get into the pits, and that looks like that is the part of the track. Phil's good at this, isn't he? Between turns 15 and 16. So that is right there to his right, to driver's right there, where that Lamborghini is the pit entrance. He's literally just a few meters from getting that car in.
Yeah.
So the Ferrari won't have that much damage if that's all the distance he's travelled.
Yeah, but I think if it's been front left to rear right, we could have suspension damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I think there was definitely suspension damage on the Ferrari.
I mean, they've obviously come together at some point under the hotel area, allegedly.
Well, the Ferrari, the Scuderia.
Got the number 920 Porsche in. This is the old French crude car, the Chazelle Motorsport car. Now, these guys are putting a used set of Michelins on. So these were a set of tyres that they used in one of the 3 qualifying sessions on Friday. This is the time they've decided to do that with the temperature dropping. It's very pleasant in the pit lane, and there's still a little bit of a breeze blowing down from pit in rather to pit out, so behind the cars going into turn 1. And the 33rd position car engages first gear, and the flat 6 propels it seamlessly forward. Lamborghini coming into the pit lane with the hazard flashes on and struggling just a little bit. So is this one of the damaged cars? Yes, it is. It's the number 56 car, and it's right rear suspension. So this was the car that you were suspecting had been involved in some way, and the right rear is at about a 35 to 40 degree angle toe in, Bradders. That's not great for the Michelin tyres, but he has managed to get it in to the pit lane.
Both that car and the Art Bratislava Lamborghini were going well in their respective classes. They've both given themselves suspension damage. They've both given themselves a minimum of 20 20 minutes in the pits, plus the being crawled back in again. So that's an unnecessary coming together, you would think, has caused problems for both cars. It means the Code 6 is a short one. It's ending in the next minute. Not a lot of takers for that one, to be honest, outside the two people who are damaged. Axel Jeffries in South Africa has got in the car. He was in there before. He just started, and they have, I think, actually didn't take any fuel. It's simply a driver change to get Axel Jeffries in there for the 4th place machine. So it's still Herbert from Team WRT from Herbert. That's a 10 and the 269. Axel Jeffries was scored as 4th as he came out ahead of Maro Engel, who's moving forward now, Wimwood, to 5th place.
Yes, we saw Maro down quite a way earlier on, and bringing that car back up. I was just out the back there on the back of the Global Broadcast Centre that overlooks the marina here, and I saw one of the cars limping around turn 14, and I suspect it was this car here with that right rear damages. We're back to green again. Hour and 14 and a half minutes under Code 60 so far for this race. Our 9th Code 60. I left the commentary box when we only had 7.
Yeah, it's our fault. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Joe back on it again. As we go out with the Herbert Motorsport Porsches, and Tao back in the lead. 86 laps completed. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go in this the Michelin 6 hours of Abu Dhabi.
The ARC Bratislava Lambo on Lambo incident. Left front steering arm completely shattered. It's come away, and they're going to have to replace that, I think. The mechanic pretty obviously saying that they needed to unscrew that. The bodywork damage they won't worry so much about, which is in front of the front wheel. Other than that, actually, that car doesn't look so bad. It's taken a little longer for this one to get back to the pit lane, but I think that's potentially less damage than the rear of the rear right-hand side, as it was, of the silver Lamborghini with which there was contact, because that one I think needs a whole new rear upright. I think they might just get away with the steering arm here on this one, and that's what they're going to go to work to do, and try and get that sorted immediately.
Can
get this car in the race. Go ahead, Tim.
Either Lamborghini or the Ferrari team, because there's some pictures we've just seen which might indicate they didn't actually come together. So I'm not sure whether it's just whether someone managed to limp round a lap before it broke. But there's a picture of the Ferrari just going past the Lamborghini whilst not injured when the Lamborghini was stopped. So I'm not, that's from one of our regular viewers and listeners. So I'm just going to check to find out if it was
So which were the two cars involved? The 44 I saw was the 56, wasn't it?
Well, no, the two cars we think are involved are the 44 and 56, but that was from the concept that there was a front left and a rear right. There's a picture showing that might not have happened. We don't know, so let's see if it did happen.
Right, let me see if I first of all can speak to one of the drivers here. Adam, very bad luck, Adam. What? I can see the damage on the car. What happened there? Was there a coming together with another car?
I didn't expect him to brake so early and go to the right. I was on the right. He started turning into the right, and I didn't expect him to go there.
So you reckon he braked a bit? That was the 56 Ferrari, was it?
Yes, that was.
Okay. Very bad luck. Very bad luck. I just wanted to check that with Adam there. Obviously, he still had his helmet on, so apologies for not hearing a lot of that. So yes, there was contact. The Ferrari, Adam didn't expect him to brake quite so early. I'm sure there'll be a different version of events from the Ferrari driver, whoever that was. Maybe you can tell me. But what's interesting, well, in fact, actually, if there's... It's a rule in motorsport, isn't it? If there's an accident, then you take how many cars were involved and add one for the amount of accounts you'll get about what happened. But that, I think, it's nowhere near as bad as what it looked like the Ferrari. I'm going to hike up the pit lane to the 56 Ferrari right now.
In the car. It's interesting, isn't it? The picture we've just seen, and someone took a still from the shot. It may well have been that by sheer coincidence, it took a lap for the Ferrari's damage to he takes the knock on the rear, Phil. Everything's fine for 3 or 4 corners, and then the thing breaks. At that point, it doesn't break on impact. It breaks a little. It's bent a screw, and then that screw gives way. So he gets another lap, and actually goes past the scene of the crime. and then has to pull into the pits.
Yeah, what I was confused coming back in because I can see turn 14 and I saw the Ferrari going off the track there slowly as it was making, because it's very easy to tell a Lamborghini from a Ferrari. And I saw a Ferrari and then I came back in here and it was about 2 Lamborghinis. So
no, it's Lamborghini Ferrari. That was just a misspeak.
A misspeak, indeed. But easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. This is we're doing proper investigative journalism here in the environs of Yasmin. We're not just assuming. We're gathering the evidence. We're talking to the witnesses, and we will form a written report which we will present to all of you in triplicate in about 4 years' time, at the cost of $7 million.
Yes, and it'll be on a dot matrix printer as well,
or by fax,
and in triplicate. Battle still raging out there after that Code 60 sorted itself out. And the number 16 Winwood car currently in 5th position. Maro Engel at the wheel moving his way back up to get the Winwood up towards the top of the leaderboard where they started.
We now have a chance to hear the other side of the story. That's side 2 of the 3 sides there'll be with John.
Yeah, well, there was some front-end damage to the Ferrari as well. This is the MCC Monaco sponsored car. Who was in the car when they had the accident? Where is he? Standing at the back. Let me go around the other way. Right. I don't want to get in the way. I'll check the work that's going on. All of the back clip is off. Was that right? Is it a full? Yeah, that's a full corner that is needed. And there's quite a bit of damage to the bodywork as well. Sir, very bad luck. What happened, Peo?
Actually, I don't know exactly, but these other Slovakian friends, they crashed me from the back side.
Did the car brake straight away? She carried on.
My car was having good speed. It was not the reason that but everybody, we had very cold tires, so I was a little careful, but I don't know.
It looked like you were able to drive away to start with. So did the damage to the suspension happen straight away, or did you not realise?
They tried to repair that, but the car was going like sideways, so I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, very bad luck.
Yeah,
very bad luck. I think we can say it. It's usually the person who does the hitting rather than being hit when it's on the back end of a car. And it does look like they're replacing the full rear right-hand side. Right, let's get back to the action. Well inside the second half of the race.
Yeah, and it's not about action. There's a problem with the 16 Winwood Mercedes, Maro Engel. It seems to have had an issue with the switch running on the ground. It's running closer to the ground than the McLarens were at Las Vegas. It's just wearing away the bottom of the car. I think it may just be that the front splitter has failed and it's just bouncing off the ground. I don't think it's suspension, but it's going to have to. He can probably go around for a couple of laps. But I think he's going to come in to see you very soon at Winwood Racing. Johnson, you need to skedaddle down to pit entry. It's the Engel car, the solid blue, the 16
Of course
machine.
it is. We had this in Malaysia with one of the AMGs as well, and they kept trying to tape it up, and of course, it wasn't working. The other car we've got back in the pit lane now is the Dragon Ferrari, which had its problem earlier on and didn't make it back round to the pit. That's come back in on a flatbed. Right-hand side of that car looks fine. I suspect the damage is going to be on the left-hand side. If I walk round behind Seb, who's giving you the shot at the moment, the left-hand side of the car is very, very low indeed. So that is suspension. It's left rear suspension's gone. There's a flat tyre for sure, but that's not just a flat tyre.
Yeah, that car
I'm
was
afraid.
Code 60 about 3 Code 60s ago at the Venus M8. Maro Engel in for fuel, so he'll be joining you in the pit lane in about 2.5-3 minutes, John, with his I think it is. I think it's a failure of the front clip.
Right-hand side is got some damage on it, and it's dropped down at that right-hand side. Yellow flag at turn 8 at the moment. This has got nothing to do with anything that we've been talking about at the moment. And it just keeps on coming, hit and fast.
I just wish there was some action in this race. But We haven't got indication that the turn 8 yellow flag has gone away. If you have a video stream, you'll be seeing the damage on the 888. This is, that caused, there's another problem again round turn 8. And the CWS Ginetta trying to pull itself off the track. This is the TCE car, the old Colin White machine. That's already had several laps in the pits with a starter motor and solenoid issue. It's now pulled off the track. It's not in any danger, but they will have to code 60 it to get it back in. As we've seen before, the fire tender truck is ready to tow it just a few yards behind it, but currently, unless Phil, you know this layout of this circuit, if they were to pull him back in somehow, could they get the car back to pits from the inside like that?
No, he's on an island there. You've got the club, you've got the South Circuit link that comes in behind where that car is. Pretty much, I say, come out of turn 7, it comes there. I think they're going to have to do with the same as the other car that stopped there. They're going to have to put it under tow.
Yeah, Dan Harper from second and WRT, they've come in. They thought they've predicted the code 60, which I believe is going to happen in 20 seconds. So they've got him in. Harper now getting a slurp of fuel on the WRT. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I think he's been in for not particularly long, less than an hour. So I think he'll stay in the car. Be interested to see when he comes out, actually, whether he's got a flashing green or a flashing red as far as tyres are concerned. But John should get marrying in a minute or so, but they are going to go code 60 in the next few seconds. Another code 60, this one for a limping and slightly war-weary Ginetta, and everyone slows down, and very cleverly no one rams each other up the backside, and we are once again in the quiet of the code 60.
We're in double figures.
No, 10th.
Code 60. What John said something very interesting, and Matthias Fobo really did say cold tyres. We saw that yesterday in qualifying when they came out on the cold tyres. The cars were very skating. Remember, no tyre blankets this year under the Creventic rules, and that's going to be an issue for a lot of the teams getting back out there on the fresh rubber, of warming the tyres up properly and getting them through. John, what have you got for us?
I am at the very first pit that's occupied, and that is occupied by the number 16 sort of indigo blue Winward Racing AMG GT3. It's just been soaking up a penalty, so you'll be able to see what's ticked off there. Maro Engel is getting out of the car. Right, there's damage to the right front. Previous damage to the right front of the front splitter that has been held up with racer tape, and perhaps it hasn't worked quite as much as it should have, as they're waving him out. The driver change has happened. There's the big Merc engine firing it off, and their team car is coming in next as well. Maro is looking, what I didn't say, guys, is whether it was a green light or a red light on the front of it when it came in. I'm sorry about that, because I was too busy looking at the front end. Maro's out the car. I'll grab him in a second, and we'll get Seb down. And Seb, I'm all the way down at pit in, if you're listening, at Winwood. First 2 pits.
Yeah, no lights on the no green or red light on the Engel car as he makes his way back out.
It's Dan Arrow who's taken over.
Dan Arrow, yeah, so it was a driver change.
They're allowed to do that regardless.
Yep, exactly. So they put Dan Arrow in there with that front splitter on that left-hand side, dragging on the ground. It'll only last so long around here, especially on the right-hand side, but on the left-hand corners, and clattering the curbs as they're raised up. As the Ginetta is under tow at the moment, back to the pits, and we should be green when that gets back. And you can see that damage there if you're watching the stream on the right-hand front there. They might have whacked a little bit more gaffer tape on doing the driver change to try and lift that up. Wow.
Tyres. As far as I could see, they did change tyres on that car.
Because otherwise, the nose, once you get to the downforce, it's what happening. Whether any downforce had been squished on the ground and scraping away. So it wasn't costing a huge amount of time, a couple of seconds a lap, but it's going to cause problems. Now, interestingly, there have been some quite big tactical changes there. We've seen Max Moritz get in the Herth Motorsport Porsche into third place, a 269 car, but they only got the minimum amount of fuel, whereas the big winner out of this, I think, is Dan Harper and Team WRT. Dan stayed on board, but they got a full complement of fuel, all of 30 seconds of which was under code 60. John?
This announcement for Das Pit Machine. Can we have our cameraman down to the pit plate, Seb, if you wouldn't mind joining me down here, because I've got Maro, who will probably be able to have a chat with us once we get the camera here.
Super. They are now going. That's certainly interesting. That they were looking at the rear shot of that 16. I know there wasn't much. There's not much downforce at 60 kilometres an hour, but the thing did seem perfectly flat this time. Didn't seem tall, just sort of seemed flat.
Just that, as you said, it's the air pressure on that splitter as they build up speed in the slow sections. It wasn't on the ground, but down the where we first got the image from our team at 0221, you could see clearly that it was pushing down and causing issues at 178 under tow. Back to the pits.
So we'll
easy run for either Ginetta this weekend.
Yep. I think the GT2 one, the new one, they were kind of very happy to have problems to sort out because that's what they're here for.
Yep.
Just a quick summation before we go back to green. It is Antares Allen, the number 10 Herbert car that's leading. Axel Jeffries now in the Inter-Africa Racing Machine. That's the Ferrari that's got itself up to second. Max Moritz in the 269 Herbert is third. But I think that the secret on that one is Dan Harper and Team WRT. I think they're in a very good position at the moment. They're currently scored 7th. In 992, Alexander Goretti for Earl Bamber Motorsport leads. In 992 AM, it's just changed. It was Sergei Tidorenko from X Motorsport, but he's in for fuel. But he was leading the last time they went across start finish. GTX, it's Vortex and Benefit. They are miles ahead. In fact, they're 23 laps ahead of Adrian Lewandowski in the GT3 Poland car, which started very badly and didn't complete the first lap for about 2 hours. In GT4, it's Joshua Bednarski with the Cherny Motorsport car, which, you know, as long as they don't come in the pits, they'll be fine because they can't come out of the pits. TCX, it's Christian Loudner and the Asbest Seat. The oldest is the best for Asbest at the moment, and that's your various class leaders as we wait for this code 6. You know, I would put money there. The code 6, we'd have to be a minute towards the end at that point because they only had to tow that Ginetta back in again.
And a quick update from Winwood. Their second car is heading in for service now. This is the sort of Miami blue-green car. Comes in very reminiscent of the Celine that used to get run in that colour as well. Very nice. That's a used set of tyres that are going onto that car. 11th position when this car came into the pit lane. Oh, they're going to have to be careful because they've got the tow truck right alongside them, and they were released almost into the side of the pickup truck, bringing the Ginetta back. That was very, very close indeed. Now, how will that be seen by race control? That is just effectively another vehicle coming down the pit lane. It doesn't matter that it's a pickup truck with another car on the back of it. But that, gentlemen, was very, very close indeed.
Yeah, we're just getting a look at that on the replay on the live stream at the moment. Here goes. And very, very lucky for the crew member who was standing out there waiting to wave his car in as well.
He's certainly A, good observation by the crew member, and B, very agile. I tell you, young man. Neither you or I got out of the way of that one. We've been run down really quickly by that Mercedes. I can't move that fast anymore.
That was the Cribile Sport car that was there. Winwood have split their cars are split. Are working rather out of one garage, and so they're pitting them both in the same place. And the Cribile car is one further up as we go back to green. And because of that car, that pickup truck, you didn't have the full amount of room for that AMG to get through. That was very tight.
Very tight indeed. And we've got the reverse to the start of the grid as the two Herbert cars are now at the top of the timers board, but it's the number 10 in front of the 269, which is the other Herbert car. Herbert, well, if it's not one, it's another. So they're doing incredibly well at the moment.
A 16 has picked up a 10-second penalty for not respecting pit stop regulations, which may well be that, an unsafe release effectively.
Yes.
I've got a new one here at all. It's the number 8, which is the old Bamber Motorsport Porsche, I assume, was you...
No, that's the AMG.
No, the number 8.
So you...
Bamber Motorsport. Mercedes, sorry, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's picked up a pit stop. That's been a penalty. Let's come back in again with the nose problem. The Obama Mercedes, thank you, sorry, it's got picked up a minute penalty for not reporting to secretary at all on wrong driver ID. What does that mean?
Well, they didn't change they've got a certain amount of time to change the driver ID. There's a big sign at pit exit saying change the ID, and you have to do that because otherwise it'll clock up the other driver's time.
So our second place qualifier at the Winwood is now coming in for the new nose section.
Garage. It is in the box, properly in the box. That was the car that picked up the issue. We've got Maro Engel here. Let's see if we can grab him. Maro, what happened there? It seemed as though there was some damage to the front from earlier, which was fine, but was it scraping the ground at one point?
To be honest, I have no words. I came into pit lane, turned off to the fueling, and the other car just obviously blew the stop, and I T-boned him. I mean, I don't think I've ever experienced something quite like it.
So that was coming into the pit lane, yeah?
Into the fueling. So obviously we have the rule that the cars coming into fueling have precedence, and the cars going out, there's a marshal stopping them. But clearly the other car didn't stop, and just appeared out of nowhere, and I T-boned him right in the door. I mean, yeah, most bizarre thing I think I've ever had happened to me in racing.
A 40k, not even a 40k accident.
Oh, 40k accident, yeah. And then the splitter held on for a while, but I mean, inevitably at some point it came off.
It's been a hell of an effort by the team. Qualified first and second. You've been there or thereabouts. It looks like the plan was working all the way through. Have you been cycling through the used tyres as well? You're happy? You were happy to that point where you were in the race?
We were happy. The car was working well. We had no damage. Everything was going well, and obviously, then yeah, that was pretty much a race-ending incident, which should never have happened. I mean, yeah, it just blows my mind how that can even happen.
You know what? Did you see that? There's a smile on Maro. You've been around racing to know that bizarre things can happen. That's just another one you write down in your racing diary for when you write your book at the end of your career.
Yeah, this one's definitely pretty high up on that list. I mean, yeah, I have no words. It's crazy.
Sorry, mate. Very bad luck. Sorry for having to talk to you like this, but thank you. You're a gentleman as ever, talking to us even into the bad times. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Maro, for those words. Leader into the fuel station now, the number 10 Porsche from Herbert Motorsport and Tez Al at the wheel. This will promote Max Moritz in the 269, another GT3, and it'll be a Pro-Am leading the race with just under 2 hours remaining.
Yeah, just 2 hours. This does mean that this could be the penultimate stop for Antares. You can go, they really would now want to not fiddle about with code 60 stops, just run this one for 1 hour and 20 and then splash up to the end. As you rightly say, that means that Herbert has been replaced by Herbert at the top of the field, as Max Moritz in the 269 takes over the lead. Simon Birch in Resume More Than Racing, the Porsche, he's in third. Philip Barron in Barron Motorsport is in fourth. All those top cars have various amounts of penalties, the least being our new leader, Max Moritz, 269, who has 2 seconds of penalties, but if we get a very close finish, there's going to have to be a huge amount of working out who's actually where. Dan Harper, he is in fifth, and the key point about Dan Harper, T90 and BMW, they have no penalties hanging over them at the moment at all.
Yeah, just having a look at how far Dan Harper is behind. He's 28 seconds behind the 14. Well, the Herb's dropping down the list now. And a good run from the Resume More Than Racing. Simon Birch at the wheel of that at the moment, getting promoted up into second position. That team managed this weekend by Christoph Huber. And he'll be very happy to see that. They've only done 3 stops out of all of those 10 code 60s that we've had. So they're very much running to their methodology.
Most stops I can see at the moment is actually that 16 Women Racing, who's down. One of these, of course, is a mending stop as such rather than tactical stop. They're on 8 now, 8 times through the pit lane. Matched by Ivo Breukers, and we know they're just doing a test. They're also on 8 stops as well. So. For example, it's interesting because Max Moritz is on 5 at the front, whereas second place Simon Birch is on 3. So it's like, because it's really about what sort of fuel you are taking and when, how much you got in your tank, and what can you exploit as you now go on. But you know, I don't want to say it, but are we going to get a long enough run for this to come out?
To play out, yeah, because Philip Barron is very close behind the 14 in the 86 at Barron Motorsport, just 2 seconds separating second from third at this time. So that's, I think that's going to turn up 53.4 versus a 53.6 on the previous laps for the 14 and 86 respectively.
As the Wimber team try and remove the damaged front clip. It's quite a large section now, isn't it? What's happened is as the teams develop the GT3s, Phil, they've made each section bigger and bigger and bigger. It was led by the Ferrari 296, which
yes.
had a front and a rear, and that was it. You know, before if you looked at, for example, the early R8s, and every single little piece was a little individual bit you could
yes.
screw in and screw out. But they go, no, we're making these prototypes. You undo 4 massive, great big Allen bolts, pull the thing out, put a new rear clip in, then worry about it next time. You've got the whole thing. The Ferrari has half the exhaust as part of the rear clip.
Exactly, it's in the back clip and it just slides on. You don't have to attach it at all.
Because people say, what's the point of bringing out a new car in a balanced performance environment? None of them are trying to make the cars faster. They're trying to give them wider performance windows and making them easier on the tyres and that sort of thing. That's what all GT3 development is about now. It's about making the cars easier to drive and having better life on their boots. But we've got a bit of pace out there now from the other Wimber car. Gabriel Piana's back in the 81. Fastest middle sector. Fastest laps are hard at the moment because there's too much traffic to really get a clear lap.
Yeah, we still probably got over 55 cars out there. We've lost the 178 is still in, and Chantal Prince in the 11 in the Hoffa Racing after that nasty incident. Red Camel Jordans.nl still in the pits, but I think we have about 57 cars there, and the Dragon Racing is also having their issues. Where else are we looking at? Yeah, Miroslav Vibo, Scuderia Praha as well. So we're probably 55 cars on track at the moment with an hour and 55 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think we've probably lost 3 of those for good,
yes.
Which, given the fact we started with 60, we finished with mid-50s, although there has been quite an incident accident, as seen by the fact we're in 10 or 11 code 60s now.
Let me have a look at the
too many is the answer, obviously.
Yeah, we're in double figures. An hour and 21 minutes under code 60 so far. It's allowed, especially Creventic Racing, it's allowed those cars to be brought back to the pits. So that
yeah, I mean, I haven't got an issue with any of this. I think it's all part of the racing. It's all part of the joy of endurance racing. Sometimes you have an endurance race. We've all been there, Phil, where you run, many hours, like 7, 8, 9 hours of completely free running.
Yep.
And other times you have this situation where it's coming. The people are having to work the tactics, and this is why, the strategy and the tactics, especially with the difference in fuel, the difference in when you're allowed to put tyres. The fact not only are you allowed to put tyres at certain times, but you have to use the tyres you've used in qualifying. You've got only 6 hours to work this all out in. This is the sort of thing where actually, rather than Formula 1 where they have 70 strategists sitting in an office, you need more for these bees.
Indeed, 20 cars, 22 cars, but 20 cars and 20 drivers, 60 cars and over 170 drivers of all different levels.
I forgot the other part of the finesse is you've got to finesse your drivers, make sure they meet the minimum or maximum drive time, and you've got to work out the best way of using your differing talents within those drivers. Frankly, this sounds way too complicated. I'm happy I'm just talking about it.
Exactly, it does my head in, and I dare say that most of the team managers will need a good lie down in the dark, quiet room for a couple of days before they venture onto Dubai and do it all again next weekend. As we're approaching 100 laps in about 8 or 10 minutes' time.
Yeah. There's no danger of us worrying the distance record for this event today.
Well, it was always going to be an experiment with this many cars. The most ever in a series at the Yas Marina circuit. The circuit is actually capped at 80 cars, whereas in Dubai it's capped now at 100 cars. And we've got probably 70 cars next weekend going around Dubai.
Is there much competitive bike racing here?
Yes, they have a national series here in the UAE, and they do race down here.
Do they use the full track?
No, they don't use the full track.
It doesn't seem quite safe for bikes, I don't think.
Not around here. They did a lot of experiment. The EMSO, the national ASN here in the UAE, did a lot of experiments with racing. We don't hold any of the national series down here, but they're allowed to do track days and the like around here. But at Dubai, it's part of the national racing series, but they only use the national circuit, not not the full circuit for their racing. So it's great 30-plus bike grids in our national series, which gets back after the Christmas break. And next weekend we'll have part of that at the 24 Hours of Dubai. We'll have the Golf Radical Cup in the SR3 Radicals, and good grid there next weekend as well, supporting the 21st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai.
Oh goodness. Oh dear.
In the past, I've had the sharp end of 90 cars. I've just seen a car trundle past me, and it was trundling. Then I went, I've not seen that all this week. And it was the black and white. Is it the new fit or something like that, Ferrari, that's just gone by? I apologise to those guys. It's clearly not been in the pits very much, and it certainly hasn't attracted my attention. It's got a right rear light cluster that isn't working, which is what attracted my attention as it went by. And I thought, I've never seen that, or at least I can't remember seeing it. So they've been flying under the radar, doing what they do best, and
which number was this?
Not necessarily. I don't know what number it was. It was a black and white Ferrari that's pitted at the far end of the pit lane. We've got a pit stop coming. By the way, I think they've stopped work on that Winward car. They've put the new front end, but I think they're calling it a day because they know they're not going to get the result. We've got a pit stop coming.
I'm going to say something to you now which might make you feel worse. I think it's a McLaren you're talking about.
Oh yes, it is. It is the McLaren. It's one of the Optimum McLarens, and I was talking to the guys from Optimum early on. You're absolutely right. I've not been up that end and spoken to them. Thank you. It is the McLaren. That's why it looked a bit weird from the back. Origin are about to come into the pit lane, which is on time. It looks like it's a full service stop. They've got the no, they've just brought the dolly jacks out, but they've got a new set of Michelin tyres ready to go on. So this is the number 22 Origin Porsche. Meantime, Nick in the pit lane further up.
Second Winward car, the teal machine with Gabriel Piano on board.
Oh, that's right behind me. Hang on.
The dollies and going back in again. So within half, I mean, this is, let's be honest, after the glory of yesterday when they locked out the front row, it's been going downhill ever since. First of all, they pick up a 20-kilogram penalty for balance of performance, re-performance balancing. Now both the cars are side by side and not running with an hour and 50 to go. This is not, I'm sure, in Winward's worst nightmare, not being the race they're expecting, John.
And this is not what we expect at all from Winward Racing. The relatively, I mean, in motorsport terms, a relatively young team, but my goodness, they've had great success in IMSA competition, in DTM as well. But that looks to me as though it's all over. Dan Arrow has that look of resignation. Both cars in the pits, Dan, at the moment. What's happened? We talked to Maro about the number 16 car, but what's happened?
Well, following the incident from Oro, we lost the splitter, and given in mind we have one more race to do, and we weren't in a competitive position, there was no point to keep on pushing and risk it. It's high risk out there, to say it gently. You're driving with moving chicanes for everybody, but we try and reduce the risk and make sure we get to the start over a week.
So this is Dan Arrow we're talking to at Winward. Both cars now, so we're not going to try and get either the number 16 or the 21 back into the race now, as far as you're aware.
No, we actually repaired it. The guys did it. The guys did the work. I was sitting in the car to also do it as practice, but there's no point to risk it out there in the danger zone.
And what's happened to the other car, the sister car? That's just come in. It doesn't look like damage. Is there a problem with that one as well?
It's a very good question. I have no idea.
But that's because you're not the man with the spanners or the computer, isn't it?
No, but it's funny because I drive on the 81 earlier in this year, and we had the meatball flag. And I was telling over the radio, boys, I have a meatball flag. And they're like, yeah, we know. I'm like, well, why aren't we doing anything? It's a different number. I forgot I was on 16, not on 81. So.
It can happen to anybody. It really can. Right. Maro was very upset. Still talked to us, still smiled. It's Maro, of course. But also philosophical. you go again next weekend. So you just have to what? Scrub all this from your mind and reset?
It happens. The good takeaways, Sergey did a fantastic job. We have the pace. We showed it in quali. I had a very fun, entertaining stint, and we have the right ingredients. We have a car in one piece, so just focus on the next thing.
Behind you, there's a bit of congratulations and commiserations going on with the team. I'll let you go back to the team and do the debrief. We'll see you back on track, qualifying next Friday. Front row lockout again next Friday for next weekend?
You betcha.
That's what I like to see. Down Arrow, down at Windward, down and out here, but not disheartened and ready to go again in a week's time. It's almost like being a Premiership football player.
Well, actually, there's some good news for Car 16. It is now put this good news. Is that their 10-second penalty for not respecting pit lane regulation was rescinded. So obviously, unsafe release in front of the what should it be there or should it not be there? We got another coming together at the back of the track. Is that on the main straight, Phil, coming into 6 and 7?
Turn 4.
It's 4. Oh, it's a super fast point. The car moving slowly is the 451 Audi, the GT4 Audi. I'm not sure what the black car is.
The wheels are all pointing in the wrong direction.
I tell you what, it's not a Porsche though.
Its front end is on all over the track. There is carbon fibre, the complete width of the circuit at the moment as they're heading down from turn 4 to turn 5.
There's been a massive misunderstanding. Code 60 again.
Yeah, and this one will take a little bit of time to get. 427 is
There's 3 cars involved.
Yeah,
that is the Stefan Bayer SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, which was currently second in GT4. That is damaged on the right-hand side of the circuit.
Indeed. So they've been coming together and they've split. The cars have bounced around. They're very, very fast part of the circuit there. You're pushing 4th to 5th gear as you're coming down the hill towards turn number 5. And we'll keep an eye on what's going on there.
Still not sure what the larger black car was. It was 4 cars, because that's a different part of the track. That's a turn 8.
That's a turn 8. With
that's the number 2, the second of the Haas RT cars. That's the Man City coloured car. The number 2, James Winslow on board. He's got a deranged rear left. All chaos has kicked off now. We've got 4 cars minimum in trouble. 2 of them in major issues. We're still not sure who that 4th car is. We've identified 3 of them. It's the 2, the 451, and the 427. There we are, right up there on the G. That's a blue and white car. That's a Mercedes GT3, I believe. Would you say it was GT3?
Yeah.
Mercedes AMG, sorry?
Yeah, AMG.
Unfortunately, just not got the right angle to get the colours of that car. Given the Mercedes are all near the front.
Door is opening, thank goodness.
So everyone's okay, it seems, but there's a lot of damage. That's a big impact given by the bits of carbon fibre and car parts which are laid sort of behind the car, even though it's facing the wrong way, behind the car as the flow of the track goes. But there's been some sort of coming together, maybe 4 cars.
Have a look at the skid marks. They tell the story. There's an accident that happened down there. We can see the
427's hit the barrier. That could mean we're going to have a long stop here.
And then something else happened after that.
There's a carcass stroke wheel about 50 metres away from that Mercedes AMG. Still just trying to work out which the AMG is. As soon as we find out which one it is, we will tell. I'm not going to speculate on that particular thing. We can identify 3. That's the whole wheels can be whacked off. The cars at that point are doing 180, 200
kilometers now. They're well down around.
But some of the cars, especially they're coming out the pits, or they're at A-BAS, so they're not going that fast. So hopefully now we're going to see what happened.
Oh, sorry.
No, unfortunately, there isn't any replays of this one. It's a combination. The cameras weren't pointing in the right direction. We had no on-boards in that one. But everyone seems to be getting out the car, which is the good news.
Yes, that is the main thing at the moment. And we have the 427 parked up on the top of the hill. We've gone into the barrier. Medical cars are in attendance now.
Plenty of cars coming in for fuel.
Yeah,
we'll work out what's going on that
we don't know if there's barrier damage. So this could be, if they've got to repair the barriers back to circuit spec, and there is a bit of damage.
People are saying it might be the Team Moto Park Dennis Remianco 13 car. It could be the 13 Mercedes AMG that could be on. Thank you to the chat for that guess. Here's what's going on with the 427.
Oh, he's just lost it because the Porsches.
Right. So the 427 it wasn't a 4-car accident. The 4th car fell off on his own.
Yeah. So that was coming into code 60. So the car in front did slow when that code 60 came up.
So that's one of those looking up, oh my goodness gracious me, that car's going very slowly, bang the brakes on. So that 47 is not involved whatsoever in this coming together. The other three cars, I think, were the 451, the Audi GT4. We believe it's the 13 motor park.
Yeah,
it is the 13 motor park.
The car behind him has come through.
Yeah,
so
and he's been greyed out on the scoring. So it is the 13 motor park car, and there is the driver, and it is the two Haas RTs. The Haas RT got round, that is round to turn 8 with rear suspension damage. My guess is he's probably involved, and he's just managed to get around an extra mile.
It's a long way to go with the back wheel that's actually
It may well have just pinged off a bit later, you see. It may not. The things don't always, but often they break immediately, Phil. But they don't always break immediately.
But yeah, two completely different areas of the circuit, turn 4 and turn 8. As the team goes to work on the, we've obviously got some fluid running down the circuit because it's at the top of the hill there as it runs down to the race and drive centre.
This one is not going to be the work of a moment.
No.
We've seen a number of people come in for fuel. It'll just be the little top-up. No one was able to take advantage of it because it was an almost instantaneous code 60. There's no warning because obviously you have to call them instantaneous when there's sort of danger like there was here with the cars strewn on the circuit. So we're just really, so they are now fueling up some of those other cars. They're able to go in the, you can see now we are in full darkness because it's the one part of the track that is dark.
You see the purple light on the Bowser, which is code 60.
Look at that. I don't think either the first or second place runners, Max Moritz or Philip Brown, took fuel. I'm not sure about Danny Hub. I know that Amir Faisalun in the Haas RT did, as did Lou Y in the Origin, as did Martin Klein in TFT Racing, and as did Yannick Redont in the Ajit Racing Redoubt Racing. Ajit Kumar fans, that is the Redont car now. My guess is they are strapping in Ajit Kumar because they know they need to give him an hour, and this is going to be code 60 for a while.
Yeah, indeed.
So if you have a driver who is your gentleman driver, sticking them in when it's going to be under code 60 is an incredibly clever thing to do. Burn your time when your least quick driver is in the seat.
Indeed, as you said before, Pro is as quick as an am under code 60.
Yep, Max Verstappen can go no faster under code 60 than Nick Damon.
From John and have arrived on scene. You were spot on. Yannick Redont and Corby de Bruyker are standing here. I deduce. But Ajit Kumar is going to be confirmed in the car when he just goes through.
Yes, he is, and that's come out 9th position at this time.
See if I can get a word with Yannick.
Thank you, Joe. An errant wheel being pushed across the circuit.
It's never a good day, Philip, is it, when different parts of your cars are doing different lap times. Actually, that's not just a wheel. That's a wheel and the centre part of the hub. That has been dragged off a car with some force to be able to do that. Let's go down to the pit lane. Yannick right on with Joe Bradley down in the pit lane now. Good evening, Joseph.
Good evening, John. Yannick Redont just got out of the car. Yannick, I mean, it looks chaos out there. What's it like from, when you're actually out there?
Luckily, when you're in the car, it's a little bit less chaos. But I just drove a very small stint. But yeah, we saw the big crash, and when there is code 60, you need to take every chance you get.
And is the tactic here that Ajit's going to soak up some of his driver time under code 60? It's kind of like a performance tactic, isn't it?
The main goal, of course, is that everyone get the lap times they needed and the driving time they needed. And now we hope after this long code 60, the chaos will be a little bit less. So that's very good for Ajit, so he can drive his stint.
How are you coping with this adulation from the stands then? Is this something you're used to?
No,
as a rock star?
Not at all. We never experienced something like this. The last race in Malaysia was the first time we had this. Something very special you need to get used to, but in the end we are here for our race, and our main goal is to get the podium together with Ajit.
So how famous is Redoubt Racing in India then? It must be pretty famous by now.
I think Creventic need to go next year to India, and then we will see.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you for talking to us, Yannick. So tactics coming into play as we expect.
I love the idea of them being superstars in the Tamil-speaking community and the world. That's brilliant stuff. Cherry Motorsport, Joshua Bednarski behind the wheel, still leading, despite one or two bits and pieces of trouble. But those guys, they race. I said on the grid to them, you know, that they at Malaysia were the only car in the class, and they raced as if they had a swarm of GT4s up their tailpipes for 12 hours in Malaysia. Really good set of people with that car. Some very good history on the Nürburgring Nordschleife as well, particularly in the ADAC 24-hour race there as well. And I can tell you that Radio Show Limited, so many of the voices you're hearing in the next 3 weekends in our big start to the International Endurance Series, with the 6-hour here, the 24-hour next weekend, and then the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. Many of the same voices will be on NLS and ADAC 24-hour duty as well. Looking forward to another great season of that. If you're just joining us, it's Phil Hansen and John Hindorf as Nick Damon's taking his pit stop, and down in the pit lane is Joe Bradley at the moment, as we have got just on an hour and 40 minutes, so 100 minutes just under to go, and another code 60 well into double figures now. This time a quite substantial accident at a very fast part of the track, Phil, just coming through turn 4 into turn 5, and are coming together there with, what, did we think 4 cars?
Well, what we saw originally was the code 60 got called, okay, and the 427 almost ran into the back of the Porsche. He took avoiding action, he went off and hit that. We didn't see what happened with the AMG. We are not sure. We didn't get it on camera either, so we're not sure. We can just see the tyre marks as evidence whether there was contact maybe with the Audi that's around at turn 9 trying to limp back, because it's got rear end damage. This one has got no front left at all. It's just laying on the, you know, it's on there. You can see the brake cooling duct lying on the side.
So James Winslow was involved in the Haas RT, was he?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's the number 2 car. I thought it was the number 4 car.
I'm just going to look at my number 2 car.
What's the number 2 car?
Yep.
Okay. So James Winslow was involved. The Mercedes, that car was.
That's really quick there. You can see how quick. Yeah, it was all over the place as the radiator dumps its fluid on there.
So that's the 13, isn't it?
13, yes.
That's the AMG number 13.
Yeah, Team Motor Park. Dennis Remienko was at the wheel. He got out of the car under his own steam.
That's the car that's very difficult to identify, because it's Mercedes silver at the front and multicoloured down the side and dark blue at the back. So it very much depends where you see that car from. Yeah. But that now we can definitely say, and probably say, that that wheel that was floating away, being used as like a hula hoop with one of the Marshalls, that was the left front of that AMG, which was absolutely not round, and the suspension has been ripped asunder. Absolutely incredible stuff. So first of the big races of 2026, the Michelin 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. Let's take a look at how things stand with just over 90 minutes still to go. We'll give you a standings of how we are in the championship, the Middle East Trophy, the Michelin 24-hour series Middle East Trophy, with 2 of the 3 race results to stand. Herbeth Motorsport, the number 10 car, which ran, of course, with Herbeth and Absolute in Malaysia, leading by 2 points from another car that was in Malaysia. Anybody who was at Malaysia has a bit of a leg up to those who are just joining the series now. Origine for Porsche in second, Herbeth Motorsport, the 992, number 269, in third position. Then Continental Racing, the Audi, they were in Malaysia as well with 38 points. Then the number 91 Herbeth car, also with 38 points. That's the GT3. Now is the overall category and the pros, if you will. But it is the 91 Herbeth Motorsport that leads in Pro-Am. Now, they almost won the race in Malaysia, but they still won their class, hence they've got an 8-point gap to Ajith Red Ant Racing, the Mercedes AMG number 93, the red and white car, and then the second of the Herbeth still on that 40 points in third. Joining in here, TFT Racing, so that's their points from this race. They'll be able to add on the Dubai finishing results and interim points to that, whereas some of the cars above them, particularly the 91 and the 30, the 93, they will then have to drop a score. You can't just keep adding them on. Climax Racing in the 999 Ferrari, 36 points, third in the Pro-Am category. In the Am category for GT3 is the Origine Porsche, 72 points, so that's an 8-point gap back to Continental. Then Baron again joining in here, and Haas RT, 36 points for the number 21 car. And Vietnamese Racing, who aren't here, that's their points from Malaysia then, that is here, and we're yet to find out. I haven't seen them on the confirmed entry list, but there's still time, to be quite honest. Moving on to 992, the always highly competitive, and it's a car that was at Malaysia from a car that was not, because Red Camel Jordan.nl, 40 points there. EBM, the 952 on 40 points, courtesy of what they've got here. Modena with the 216 team, another 4 points further back on equal standing with X Motorsport by HRT. Then the 610 racing car, another 4 points further back. So 8 points between the top 6 there in 992. There's a 992 Am category as well. And again, as it stands right now, Modena and X share the lead at the top. 610 Racing and HRT with the 666 and the 932 teams are next up. Then QMMF by HRT Performance. That's their points here. Again, they weren't in Malaysia. Expect to see potentially big turnarounds when we start doing this in Dubai in a week's time. GTX Vortex, courtesy of being at both races. The Ginetta from Team CMR have only been here, but they will be next week as well. So again, there could be a big, that looks like a big swing of points. That could turn around massively, because CMR basically have only got 1 round of points there against Vortex 2, and Vortex can't just add on another 40 points if they win. They'd be stuck on 80 points. GT3 Poland for the Super Trofeo version of the Huracan, the number 764 team, are another 4 points back in third position. And as we run towards the GT4 standings in the Michelin 24-Hour Series Middle East Trophy 2026, Czerny Motorsport, courtesy of 2 outings from SRS Team Rennsport and Circuit Toys. They're both here for their first round. See above comment for Primus Racing in that rather lovely GT4 Audi R8, which really does just look like a street car with a racing livery. And last but by no means least, Asbest, who were a sole entry at Malaysia, but have brought 4 cars here, which they've managed to almost dominate the category. The cheeky little interloper is the Alpine A110 Cup from Chazelle Technology Corsa on 40 points. But again, that number 102, the Cupra that leads the class standings in the Michelin Middle East Trophy for 2025 and 26, that everybody other than that number 1 or 2, that is 1 race against 2 races. It will balance itself out. I feel we're going to have to keep seeing that quite a lot when we get round to these graphics and these point standings in the next week, at the next weekend. It is Friday qualifying, Saturday and Sunday for the race. Make sure you join us next weekend as we finish off the Michelin 24-Hour Series Middle East Trophy. Exactly 90 minutes to go, and our hard-working track services. We talk about the marshals quite a lot, Phil. Yeah. Actually, the people, we love the marshals to have a quiet day. They never have a totally quiet day because they're waving blue flags as well as other things. The people that we absolutely want to have a quiet day and sit around and do nothing at all is our safety services from fire and rescue and medical, and the guys at track services. And when they come out, they go to work with a purpose, and that's what's going on right now on drivers' right, coming through that left-hander at turn 4.
Yeah, that's where the 427 impacted the barrier. Now, the barrier has to be brought back into the circuit standard, which means it has to be straight in case somebody else goes in there. So they have to repair that arm code to bring it back to the minimum circuit standard that the FIA has authorised. So we all know, we got a message from Race Control, and if you're watching on the stream, it did play, so it's a minimum of 15 minutes to get that barrier repaired. There's no other barrier where there's no damage where the Haas Audi just pulled over at turn number 8, but it gives us time to do a little bit of track maintenance with under 1.5 hours to go now as the cars move around. Once again, the strategy is being thrown up in the air, and where the balls land, Nick Damon, I have no idea.
Join the club. I had a very nice dinner though, so that's good news. Now, of course, the interesting thing is we're about to hit the this code 60. I think will hit that half hour, won't it, where you can come in twice for a splash?
Well, yes. This code 60 started at 1912 or at 1932 so at the moment. We've
had 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And
so
there's still a few minutes to go. So yeah, I think oh, someone's stopped in the middle of is that the Baron car? Just stopped in the middle.
Yes.
Yes, that's our second place car. Just stopped.
And
so in second place, Philip Barron in Barron Motorsport, on the run down to turn 9, has just conked out. I mean, I know cars don't like running for long periods at code 60, but I think they are built to do that now, aren't they?
They are indeed. And overall third in place, well, is it's now up into second because of the...
It's rolling again.
Yeah. So quick control, alt delete. Going around at 60, it's trying very hard to get that going. We have got time to recover that car because the barrier repairs haven't been completed down at turn 4. So if he needs to get back into the pits, but boy, the top place Ferrari at the moment in trouble on the back straight, trying to get that 296 Ferrari back mobile again.
Looks like Dan Harper's already moved into second place in the Team WRT. But Phil Barron had been in there for 2 hours and 16 minutes of actual running time plus the pit stops, but that's just stopped. That's very, very bad luck for that brilliant red Ferrari.
Guys,
and Joe's going to give us a bit of one of the characters of the pit lane. A quick chat with Greg Gorski.
Yeah, would it be an Abu Dhabi 6 hours if it didn't have Greg Gorski in it? The 929 HRT Porsche, Greg. All right, you're not up there on the timing screen, but I can tell by the ever-present smile on your face that Greg Gorski is enjoying the drive here at Yaz.
Oh yeah, you know, the whole Creventic family, I love it here. It's and Abu Dhabi's an amazing track. I really enjoy being a part of this event. I'm really thankful for being a part of it. I've got a great team with HRT. I also love the team that we're standing in the box here with Leipert Motorsport. They're both like my best teams, and yeah, I really love it. We've had a really good week so far. We were up to P4 in class for a long time. Now we're down in P10, but the pit stops are sorting things out, and we're looking for a strong finish.
This facility, I mean, probably like yourself, I started trudging across muddy fields to the fence to watch race cars go by. But this facility is like futuristic, isn't it? 21st century motorsport, I call it.
Oh yeah, you know, being over at the W Hotel on the patio having dinner with the lights on the track and the cars going around, it's like being in a snow globe. It's just absolutely incredible. It's surreal. It's there's nothing like this anywhere in the world.
You just mentioned as well, Greg, you've been to every one of these events that Creventic have had here, and we mentioned how small the grid was. What did you say? I think it was 18 cars.
Yeah, the first year we were here, there was only about under 20 cars. I think a lot of guys had gone out to the 24-hour Daytona or something. There was a conflict that year, but it was an amazing time that time also. We were here with Leipert in the GTX class, and I think we even won that year.
Here we are several years later, and the grid, by the way, it was 14, just being told in my ear. But here we are, and year on year, certainly for the last 3, I think 3 years ago we had 30 odd, 40 odd. Now last year we had 50 odd. Now we've got over 60 cars. I mean, it's just obviously you're spreading the word as to how great the event is.
Oh, I tell everybody about this. To have 60 plus cars on the grid here, it's just fantastic. It just shows that the sport is growing, even though like in some businesses the economy is not doing great, but the people that can race come to race. They like to spend their money on racing, and I just want to thank all the drivers for making all this possible, because the drivers pay the whole bill for the entire thing.
We'd like to thank them as well, Greg, because I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. You're still doing some radical stuff in the States, I see.
Oh yeah, well, we had the Radical World Finals here 2 years ago, and that was fantastic. This last year we had it in Virginia. It was great there too, and I think we're going to go back to Portimao or Barcelona, I think. And you know what's really cool is Radical and Creventic have teamed up, and they're going to have a lot of co-events coming up in the future in Europe, and I'm looking forward to being a part of both of those events. I love to do double duty.
So we're going to see Greg Gorski double duty in the Radical support race and the main race.
Absolutely, and I'd love to bring Joe in the car with me one of these days.
I would absolutely love that. I'll bring a sick bag.
Oh yeah, well, we'll definitely get you out there on a practice. You got to have a lot. You have to experience this track at speed. It's just amazing.
Well, I'm here all week. If you've got a Radical that's available, I'm here all week, so we can do that. Greg, as ever, an absolute delight. Enjoy the rest of your race. Have you got any more driving to do?
We're not sure yet. We just the third driver's in the car now. We're not sure he's going to last. And me and the first and second drivers, we just rock, paper, scissored for it, and I won. So I might get the last 30 minutes or so, which would be great.
That's fantastic. Greg, great to see you again. Keep in touch on Facebook as ever, mate. Greg Gorski, a guy that is just absolutely delighted to just be driving a race car around the track, and that's a true racer spirit.
Absolutely. What I like is we don't ever go through an entire session, be it a qualifying session or a race session, without one member of the team asking a racing driver to get a drive. I think John wanted to know whether they wanted his helmet yesterday, and then Joe's asked for a free go over the week here today, so that's always good though.
No, I think he was talking about passenger ride in a Radical.
No,
he was talking about Radical, which is, to be honest, it's safer.
No, you just give it a Phil to drive. Phil's a Radical expert.
That is true. How is it we haven't had a passenger ride in a Radical, Phil? We've got Phil Hansen and Greg Gorski.
Mine's only got one seat in it.
Royalty there.
It's in the centre.
Early
Radical.
Right, so we were having a conversation whilst you were chatting to Greg. I said, so where do you think we are then, Phil? After our 117,000th Code 60. I'll tell you where we are officially. Max Moritz is leading in the Porsche, the 269. That's the Herberth car from Dan Harper and then Team WRT BMW. I think Dan's got more fuel. He's got less drive time. Third place is Amir Freyzulin in the Haas RT car. I think they're doing very well, but I don't think they're in contention for the win. Philip Barron obviously no longer in contention for the win, unfortunately, due to that breakdown on the back of the track in the Ferrari, so still scored fourth. Can Loic Hartog and the number 10 Herberth car, which has been leading a number of times, actually stagger his way back up the front again? I'll be honest with you, I don't know.
I've been looking at what's been going on. I'm confused, but it's... I
love that. Is that an understatement?
It's an understatement, but you said an hour and a half ago, watch Team WRT, and I think your prediction is coming true, inshallah, that they have got this difficult race to strategise. They've done possibly the best job. Yes, he's an hour and 20 into his stint now, whereas Max Moritz is 46, but they both can't go, they're still going to need a fuel. We've got an hour and 19 minutes to go.
He won't get to the end, Dan Harper, because we have an hour and 19 minutes to go, and he has an hour and 9 minutes of drive. I don't know, a couple of possible, I don't think, but they need to. But they obviously need to make one green stop in about minimum 10 minutes time, 20 minutes time. So basically, by the time we come out of this Code 60, they can make their final stop and final driver change. They haven't got to. They've got a window probably of up to 40 minutes to do it in. Especially since I think we said they were going to need to make a stop with 40 minutes to go before all this Code 60 running, where you use at most half the fuel, perhaps less. So but then again, I'm now looking at Loic Hartog in the 10 car. That 10 car's been cycling to the front as well all the time.
Yeah.
So thinking, is that going to go? And then I look at Max Moritz and go, well, that car's actually leading. And yes, I don't know, their only disadvantage might be on fuel. So the top three, I think, is those cars. Unfortunately, Barron Motorsport no longer a part of that bet. But it's it's really, really interesting. We just haven't had a chance to get a pattern established and an idea of what people can and can't do as the barrier repairs continue.
We are just... Sorry, we're just 2 minutes away from being 30 minutes where they can come in and fuel again.
Right.
All right, guys, I've got the number 2 Audi. That's the Haas RT. We've called it the Manchester City Audi because it's Manchester City colours. I've got Chris Tedonka, the team manager here. What can you see, Chris? Can you see
a job that's going to be worth repairing now, or are you going to do it midweek?
No, it will not be. We will repair it now because the car will drive on Monday in Dubai for testing, but not for racing anymore. Too much damage.
Do we know how it occurred? Have you got any information from the driver?
Apparently what the driver told us, what code 60 was called out without countdown. He did not even brake, get out of the raceway, but the other car was still on full speed and hit him.
Right, okay, so a misunderstanding there, right?
Yeah, it's a pity.
Do we know what the other car was?
He thought it was a TFT car.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was a Mercedes?
Yeah, but I cannot confirm it. It's what he told me.
Yes. Okay, so that's a job for the... So what's the process, Chris? When do you stay here for a little while and repair the car, or do you box it up and take it to Dubai?
No, we will repair it here and then it will go to Dubai, and we will be good. We have all Monday there to work on it if necessary. So.
Got a day off tomorrow?
Tomorrow for the guys, it will be the day off, yes.
That's good. Good to hear. Thank you, Chris. Thanks for that.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. First of all, thank you, Joe. First of all, we can tell that half hour is up because the car's coming back in again. Now, this is interesting. Now, I'm wondering, this is the thing I'm wondering now. I think that code 60 was caused by the 451 Audi GT4 having a problem. Remember we saw it crawling away from the incident? I think that it was having a problem on the run between 3 and 4, just completely uninvolved with anybody else. Yes. A code 60 was called to rescue that car at the point. Then we had all heck breaking loose with the cars hitting each other.
Well, the 427 had to take avoiding action to miss a car that was slowing down.
At code 60.
At code 60, and that caused it. It didn't hit that car, but it lost control and hit the barrier.
And now the 2 and the 13 appear to have come together for the same reason, of a sudden stop because of code 60.
Possibly, and the 2 got further around the track to turn 8, whereas the 13 had bits of its car spread across the width of the circuit and on the grass.
Maybe it was completely. Just one thing though, if it was just a coincidence, and it was the TFT of Marvin Clean,
possibly,
who actually hit him. So there's 2 Mercedes involved. And Marvin's down the pits at the moment. Joe, can you get down to the TFT Racing pit? It's the 28 car Marvin Clean. They're in the pits. They've been in the pits for it's 28 minutes. So I think actually no, we've got 3 accidents happening. So I do think now I'm changing again. I'm doing a 4. I think the 451 Audi was involved with the 13 Mercedes, and it was the TFT Racing car and the blue Haas car hit each other, and it was the 427 that crashed, avoided. So 5 cars went out. There we are. And we're off and running again. Code 60 over. Let's talk about racing by the hypothesis of accidents.
I've not got enough time to do that in the highlights.
Just talk really fast. It's worked for me.
Oh dear. Herbert in the lead. Max Moritz in the 269 Porsche. 106 laps under the belt. He's got 51 minutes in his stint and 6 stops that they have done. Dan Harper in fuel at the moment. His fuel would have gone green, and he can take his BOP as well. He's been in there 45 seconds, so he's going to get a full load. He's got an hour and 15 to go. He may be able to fuel to the end.
This may well be the final stop for Team WRT. They will bring in a full stop for Dan Harper. They will change to their final driver, and they'll put a new set of boots on, and they'll run to the end regardless, I think, at this point.
Indeed. Haas RT with Amir Faisaland still in 3rd position. Loic Hartog in Herbert Motorsport Porsche in 4th, and Lou Wee in the Origin powered by CC Porsche in 5th position. Axel Jeffries in the Africa racing by Dragon in Ferrari, moving up into 6th position. Alessandro Giannoni in the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing Porsche in 7th. Ajis Kumar in 8th position, running 3rd in GT3 Pro-Am. Ralph Bond in 9th in the Herbert Motorsport car, and a 992 car in the top 10, and Alessandro Giretti in the Alabama Motorsport car. Wow, that is an effort.
Well, hang on a second, because we've got the Vortex on the front page.
Yes.
In leading GTX Vortex in 33rd position. The Baron car is rolling. I think the Baron car ran out of fuel.
Possibly, yes.
Because he's rolling happily now, and he served a penalty for various penalties they picked up during the course. I think the Baron car was a fuel lack of. They just ran out of fuel. Now, Harper has gone in. We think that's his last stop. Now, it's really quite interesting about where he's going to come back out again. I think he may even come back out again. Will he come back in front of Loic Hartog or after Loic Hartog is the question.
Yeah, at the moment, we're just waiting for him to come through. So the Herbert Motorsport, like Hartog's, 13 seconds behind the Haas RT car in second position. Then there's a big gap between that and the 269 leading the race at the moment. Penalties being served.
The 952 is in trouble because they stopped twice in under half an hour.
Yeah.
For fuel. I'm trying to find the 952. Which one is one? Is that one? Scanning up the scoreboard.
Just an eye.
Doesn't matter. It's a 952 anyway. I misread that. It wasn't a different colour. No, 952 more than once in the fuel stop. 85-second penalty. Wow.
Ooh.
That's not on, is it?
Just keeping an eye out for that.
Doesn't appear to be a 952 at the moment. Oh, it's the leader. It's Alessandro Ghiacci in the EBM. The leading 992 car has an 85-second penalty. So their lead, they have got a big gap. They are something in the region of a lap and 2 laps and a bit ahead of Ryan Nyker in the AR Motorway HRT performance car, but that is going to disappear when you have 105 seconds of penalty.
Well, they're 3 minutes 51 seconds in front at the moment. So you take out the pit stop and the penalty, and we could have a battle on for the lead between Max Moritz and Amir Freslin.
And there are several cars very close together, so it's not just that battle. There's about 4 or 5 cars who could then equally start claiming those podium positions in 992.
Indeed, very close together. They're all running down overall 18th, 19th and 20th. All AM category cars.
So BMW have thrown the dice, team over here, and they put Parker Thompson in, the Canadian, for the final run to the flag. He can run the entirety of the rest of the race. They didn't get quite a full load of fuel, but they may not have needed it. Don't forget they have a 120-litre tank, and they could have brimmed that tank without having to take a full fuel because there's so much green flag in that run that Dan Harper had. Theoretically, he should have emptied his tank, but he wasn't going fast enough.
Indeed. So you're limited to your BOP, but that does not take into account what fuel is remaining in the car. So you're correct there. They may have been able to brim it like it was at the start.
Anyway, so we're on board at the moment with the engine noise you can hear is Maris Jackson in the 929 car, currently overall in 12th place, I think, or is he 12th in class? It's the we just heard it's the teammate of Greg Gorski, who we just heard through talking to Joe, and they come flying down the run into the 9. That's run the back straight, isn't it? Not running to 9. It's the running to 9. That's not the first time. Stick with your belief, Nick. Don't correct yourself when you're right.
Stop double thinking things.
Well, I think it's triple, to be honest.
It's really at this time.
My brain is mostly kind of full of who's doing what, who's winning. I don't know.
Well, Lou Wee has just got past the Team WRT, as is Axel Jeffries, as Parker Thompson's on his outlap now, dropping down to 6th position, and. Total lap time, including pits, 7:51 on that last one, but it is their final stop.
So Parker topped about a minute. He's 98 seconds behind Loic Hartog, who is the closest, I think, to him as far as where they are on fuel.
Yeah.
But he will need to stop again, and I don't think Parker will. So I still think that Team WRT could be in the lead.
Yeah, all the cars in front of him.
But it's very hard to tell.
Yeah.
And Max Moritz is doing a very good job within the Herbert car as well, and they've got some really fast drivers they can put in for the last hour or so.
In the 269, yeah. Running in the Pro-Am category. So they've got that, because the second Pro-Am is down in 7th position at the moment. That's Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, Alessandro Gioni at the wheel.
Just looking down the rest of the class in GT4, of course, we lost the car that was running second in GT4, the SRS Team Saw Rensport car. That hit the wall quite heavily about half an hour ago. Stefan Bayer at the wheel, avoiding a rear-end accident when he was caught out by the sudden calling of the Code 60. So the 1, 2, 3, it is leading. It's Ivan Krapizitsev of Michelin Motorsport, and then it's second place. It is the Circuit Toys, the Toyota, the bright yellow Toyota Supra with Klaas Kukler currently at the wheel, and third is Johan Rosen with the Primus Racing Audi, which we think was involved in that multiple accident, but seems to have got away with just causing it, or being involved in the cause of.
Yes.
Sorry. And Joe.
Nick, you had a question for, well, you spoke a lot of words, and in those words you said something about TFT Mercedes, the number 28. What exactly
I
were
want you
you
to go and
wanting
look at
me
it,
to
find out what was wrong with it, and
Right,
find out if that was an accident with the number 2 car after and therefore not an accident with the number 13 car.
Right, so I'm looking at it, and it looks like it has been involved in an accident. The right front corner is being dismantled. The brake disc is off, the hub is off, and they're basically dismantling the suspension and taking it apart. Trying to see. Oh yes, that's the top wishbone is bent like a banana. That shouldn't be like that. So it's had heavy impact on the right-hand front corner. Now then, that inquiry you sent me away on is whether or not contact with the number 2 is what caused this. Is that right? Okay, I'll go and find. There's nobody here other than mechanics working on the car, but I'll go and find someone. I'll see if there's a driver.
Given the fact it's got front right damage and the number 2 had rear left damage, it is another clue, and it does seem that we had 3 separate accidents during the course of that, causing that code 60. 2 of them between 2 cars, and 1 of them between a car and a barrier. But that's what happens, you know. If you get a quick code 60 call, you can catch people out, and that's what we saw 2 cars get called out by it.
Yeah, I didn't see a countdown. That was the thing. So it may have been called very, very quickly. Unfortunately, catching people out because it shows up on the screen inside the car. Alessandro Giahetti, even with that big 1 minute 45 penalty, is just on the fastest, their fastest lap of the race, a 1:56.081 in the 9.52, leading the 9.92 AM. They know they've got that big penalty. He is pushing hard now.
Yeah, most cars have got some sort of penalty hanging over them. Ajit Kumar is in the Ajit Red Racing car. He's now in 10th place. He's in 4th place in Pro-Am, so he's moved. The team's moved nicely up in the Pro-Ams. I think it started in 7th or 8th. This is your 4th place 87 car. That's Lu Wei in the Origin powered by CC Porsche, green and white stripes. We've got Max Moritz in the stop for fuel, so this will also be the last stop for the 289. They can obviously very easily get to the end now. The interesting thing would be who they put in the car for the last hour and 6 minutes, and obviously with a fresh set of boots as well. At least a set of boots is no more than 5 laps in qualifying. There is the Kumar machine, red and white, part of the Redon team. Laurent Redon and Ayrton Redon have been racing in the Creventic series for a long time. Bert Redon, the team manager. And Ajit Kumar coming across and joining with them for this part of the season, the Middle East Championship. But the Redon team, basically, they were the key rivals of Red Camel Jordan for about a couple of years in 992. They kind of went into GT3 last year with the Mercedes, which was disappointing for us only because we were enjoying the rivalry between themselves and Red Camel. Because it's Red Camel and Redon, they're both family teams. It was a great. One was Dutch and one was Belgian. It was brilliant. But they're now in GT3, and they've obviously teamed up with the Hollywood star Ajit Kumar, who has a smattering of fans in the grandstand. We're expecting several more than that when we come back to Dubai in 4 or 5 days' time. Where last year, when I think what about 5,000 turned up, was it, or 7,000 turned up?
We had over 40,000 attend the race weekend, which was amazing for the Dubai Autodrome, and a lot of them were Ajit Kumar fans in the grandstand.
Shall we say most of them?
Yeah, until the wee hours of the morning. Well, they'd never left, and absolutely mobbed at the podium. He was on the podium last year, and so we'll be back to do that all again this year for the 21st edition. As Parker Thompson does very well to avoid the Sayat at the apex, and continues on his merry way. And it's now Loic Hartog taking the lead in the Herbeth car. Amir Freslin, Haas RT second, and Lu Wei in the Origin powered by CC. Okay, 2 hours and 9 minutes, so he's going to have to pit as well. Axel Jeffrey not too far behind. He's at 1 hour and 11 minutes at the moment, got 1 hour and 4 to go. Axel could go to the end and still be under 2.5 hours, but he will need to fuel, I dare say, because this stint is quite, he's a long way into the stint. We're expecting him with that half-hour code 60, where he's got a little bit to run on this stint.
On board with Parker Thompson on the video stream with the Team WRT car, obviously very successful within Creventic. He's now powering down the back straight, having just gone round 5, coming into 6 and 7, that tight left-right. That looks to me, and I could be completely, it looks like he's got a Lamborghini in his sights there as he comes around the back of the circuit. Braking hard. The Lamborghini itself is trying to do some overtaking, and they all concertina up, not just because of braking. It's the Supra, the yellow Supra, just ahead of the car currently running second in GT4, and it is the recovering Arc Bratislava Lamborghini. They've managed to fix the front of that car. You can see the flashing lights from Thompson. He wants to get past. He's going to sweep down now, left, right. But fair, the Lamborghini's not making it easy because he's been lapped for the multiple time, and then making him go, not even letting him pass. I'm not going to let him go the long way around turn 9. Just saying, no, thou shalt not pass. I mean, there's no blue flags in this type of multi-class racing, but it's kind of a situation where you're not really in the running at the moment, Mr. Arc Bratislava. Is it one of the Konopkas in the car at the moment, Phil?
Just trying to look at that because I'm trying to find
44.
the number.
It's 44.
44.
But it's had a long time in the pits. It might even have ended up. It's Adam Konopka in the car at the moment, just on the second page there, running in 35th. And I think if I was Mr. Thompson, I'd be a little bit peeved that there's not really much respect being shown about cars that are several laps ahead.
Oh, he's ran wide there.
But he's came back across again.
Not giving him any room. Got a yellow flag down at turn 10 at the moment. And that is a 93 car. Again, that's around turn 10. That's on where it's very quick.
That's Ajit Kumar. Kumar and the Ajit Racing team have pulled to the side. It doesn't look like this is the result of any sort of driver error. It just looks like the car stopped. So the legions of fans of Ajit Kumar are going to be concerned and possibly about to be disappointed as their man, who is doing a very stellar job keeping the car towards the front end of the Pro-Am class, has pulled to the side. There are the two Redon brothers. It's on, I think, on the left there, Yannick, the right, and then Yannick. So I'm not quite sure what's happened, but the Redon team there looking like they're thinking this could be it. Some sort of drive line, perhaps. Certainly doesn't seem to be any sort of incident that's caused that problem.
Yeah, it's on the back of the marina there at turn 10 onto the run into the hotel. Code 60 within 20 seconds. Yeah, he's right at that very dangerous point.
He's pulled off as much as he can. It's all you can do when the car stops working is get as clear away from the track as you can.
But it's on the exit of turn 9, and they can't leave him there. The cars are coming too quick through there. And we go. Yeah.
And this throws another spanner in the works. And there is Kumar off the track, slowing down.
He was all ready to give him way on the cars.
People, hoping he could do the last few corners and get back. Not possible off the track. Only sensible thing you can do. They will get a tow back, but A, it's quite near the end of the race, and B, when those cars stop and it's not restarting. I think they might be going through the process of restarting or trying to get restarted.
Yeah, the lights are off at the moment, and Ajit working very, very studiously there.
Control-Alt-Delete, because you see the lights come back on again. When we say Control-Alt-Delete, I mean, it's a kind of a throwaway joke, really, about old-fashioned PCs, which if you wanted to restart them, you press those 3 buttons together, and they would then restart, or, well, theoretically restart. It's a very simple thing. What you're effectively cycling the power, so you're trying to reset the various electrical systems in case you've got a false reading from a sensor, or something just needs to be told to turn off and back on again. It's the most basic way, and often in these highly complex, electrically based and computer-based cars, it often works.
Yeah, true. Could be solar flares.
Or any other sort of trousers.
Yeah, exactly. So he's trying to recycle that, and they'll give him a little bit of time to see if he can do it. But I dare say there'll be a tow vehicle heading there. He's at turn 10. He's got to get to turn 16 to get back into pit lane, and hopefully he can get that done. As the team look on nervously.
Well, there's just nothing else you can do.
Well, he can't.
This is endurance racing. It's everything else. Sometimes you get a 24-hour race where you just sail through, and all you have to do is occasionally clean the headlights. And other times, it just, out of the blue, stops working.
With 5/6 of the race completed. Yeah.
We are now in the last hour. Very good point there, Phil. We have reached the last hour of the 6 hours of Dubai.
The 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. Dubai is next weekend.
No, it's 6 hours of Dubai in my mind, but it's also obviously it's a 6 hours of Dubai plus 90 kilometres.
110 according to my car.
Is it?
Yes.
Just be careful.
From pit lane to pit lane.
I'd like to point out, if you are coming from Dubai, remember the speed limits change and the severity of how they deal with them as well.
Yes. No need to speed. It's all lovely countryside as you go past.
It's mostly a massive great container port, to be honest.
As the 93 now on the tow rope. Hopefully they can get that car back out there again. Trying to get it on the podium. Currently 4th in Pro-Am, 14th outright for the Ajit Redant Racing Mercedes AMG. This is his first weekend in a GT3 car. We had a good chat with him the other morning when he came to say compliments of the season to the commentary team. Great respect for him to come and do that. He's a very busy man this weekend.
It's fuel crazy in the pit lane. Joe, what's going down with you in the pit lane?
He's obviously running around.
He may be getting some secret information from someone.
Well, yes.
So the pit lane very, very busy. The Vortex there is getting its... I think the Vortex actually might almost have won its class. It's so far ahead with not much time to go. More problems again for the CWS Ginetta, getting a bit of a push back into the pit lane. Because looks like Joe's back with us again. Joe, how's it going down there?
I've got Yannick Redon, who's kind of giving me some information. What has brought that car to a halt, Yannick?
Just no fuel in the car. We are having some radio issues all race long. I just didn't hear the message to come in. It's simple as that.
So you've got no communication between the team and the driver, and he has not heard fuel, box, fuel.
Indeed. We have the the things ready here, but yeah, he didn't hear it, he didn't saw it probably, and that's how it happens sometimes in racing. It's electrical and...
You know what? I'm old enough to remember when we had no radios and that was the only thing. And I remember working with drivers, you would not ever consider the driver as seeing the board. You would stay with the board out until the driver came in. And that's kind of what... But in fairness, is the driver aware that your radio isn't working?
Yeah, we have the fuel alarm on the car. I think normally it's about 2 laps that you can still drive. So maybe he hasn't seen it. Yeah, I don't get it.
I suppose getting a positive from a very negative situation, it is only fuel, we think.
We cost our own code 60 now, so maybe with the same... yeah, it's only fuel. So probably they will just throw him in, we put some fuel in it, and then we can continue. So it's nothing major.
Yeah, and like you say, you know, motor racing does this. All right, guys. Thank you, Yannick. Thank you very much for your honesty. There's a lot of teams wouldn't have told us that.
Yeah, it's just how it is.
It is how it is.
Embarrassed about it's a radio communication problem. It's simple as that.
You get your humility from your dad, do you know that?
I would tell him, he would be happy.
Tell him that, he'll be happy with that. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Joe. Right, so fuel and an alarm that wasn't heeded. There was a slight problem with the toe of that car back into the... I'm not sure whether they were having problems making the sharp right.
Yeah, possibly what happens in this slight downhill run into there, and possibly ran over the tow rope. They're reconnected again. They're going to tow him into the fuel area. That's where the crew will be to push that car to make sure it gets to a fuel bowser. He can only put his minimum allowance in there, so they may have to come back in to complete the race.
Well, the good thing is
15%.
it still counts as his drive time, even though he wasn't moving.
Yeah,
he's on the track.
Exactly. Possibly put pay to a podium in Pro-Am.
They were on the cusp. They're not cuspy anymore as we go back to green, hopefully for the final 55 minutes. It looks like there's a little bit of time for Sebastian Schmemann to get up to speed. That could just be because he's trying to put his foot down in the Cupra. And now he rolls currently, as you can see, that 0.52 minutes. He's in 52nd place overall of the 60 starters. And actually puts him 5th in TCE, ahead of Ryan Savage. That CWS engineering car, that Ginetta, which we saw being pushed in the corner of the frame, that has re-entered the race as well. So we are on a limited number of cars with issues, though it does look like the 929 has joined those issues. That is now rolling into the pit lane.
Just trying to keep it.
He was basically, apparently the 93 was blocking the fuel entry, so it's another little issue being caused by that Mercedes AMG. Barron's back out again. They also ran out of fuel and blew themselves a particularly good chance. They're running 4th when they ran out of fuel. They're now officially stroked as 35th, Phil. That's a pretty severe penalty for just not heeding alarms or warnings. Can happen to anybody. I remember at the Australian Grand Prix in 1990, I think 7, John Lazy kept going round and round and round despite getting flag after pitboard after pitboard and radio after radio, being told to come in, He ran out of fuel and he was told off so severely by Flavio Briatore he started crying.
Oh my goodness. Flav can be like that.
Hey, you're out of fuel. Oh, that's not where that 103 should be. That's the Volkswagen, one of the many. No. Oh, I just had enough luck to get round there. That is the 103 of Ahmad Al-Khaja. He is in second place in TCE. I believe there was no actual contact because it didn't seem like bits were falling off it. But there he is in the blue and white Volkswagen TCR. And he's being double overtaken by a combination of a Porsche and an Audi R8. So those TCEs getting involved in quite a bit of action as the various other classes try to clear them. And there's a 914, which is probably, I think, the Mazda Mordan racing car. Flying up through section 2 and 3. These are recovering Art Bratislava Lamborghini with, as John said, the Paul Smith stripes on the car. Paul Smith, of course, the English designer. Probably Sir Paul Smith, the English designer. I have one of his jackets. There's a very nice lining.
Oh, nice.
I got it from the discount part of Bicester Shopping Village, by the way. It's not like a
second-hand.
It was new, but just heavily discounted. Down the long back straight, coming into 6 and 7. The track, of course, narrows to the right-hand side. And you can see it's giving away a bit of aerodynamics. It's having a big nibble out the front left. There's a nibble behind the front right as well. So there's several bits of the car which no longer are as per the homologation. It'll be fine though. They won't be kicked out for that, but they will need to replace before they take the start of the Dubai 24 Hours later in the week.
Axel Jeffries in the 25 into Africa by Dragon Racing can see a podium here. He was fourth in GT3, just done his fastest lap of the race of 1:52.329, around about 3 seconds quicker than the Parker Thompson team WRT in a little bit of traffic. But maybe the Herbeth car in the lead and the Haas WRT, can they get to the end?
I don't think Hartog can get to the end.
I don't think so either.
Mainly because his last pit stop was under code 60, so he's not got much fuel. How much fuel he had, it wasn't enough. I don't know how long a stop he needs. I don't think it's not going to be a full fill at this point with 51 minutes to go.
51 seconds ahead of the Haas RT car, and 54 seconds back to Team WRT.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think is it 51 plus 54?
Yeah, 51 plus 54.
So it's a minute and 45, which is, you cannot do a pit stop in a minute and 45.
No.
We get how much fuel you get. So my feeling still is Parker Thompson's net in the lead. I am ready to be wrong, but we'll find out next.
Alex Arco also getting a move on in the Continental Racing by Simpson. 69 Audi based out of Dubai, 52.497. The temperatures come down, the speed's going up.
Yeah, well, it's again sort of happy hour, aren't they?
Yeah.
Obviously, you can get a point. I'm not sure whether this happens in this track. You know this, Phil, because sometimes you get to a point where happy hour turns into greasy hour, and the track goes greasy at certain points. Is there? I mean, this time of year, is there a large amount of dew?
Yeah, we had fog a couple of weeks ago, so there is an amount of dew in the air. With this many cars around the track, I don't think it's got time to settle. We've got a yellow flag at turn 9 at this time, but it doesn't get time to settle on the circuit. The humidity's up a little bit. You've got a bit of mist in the air, but I don't think it's going to be affecting any of that, and that yellow flag has gone away. It may have been as the 444 facing backwards.
Obviously, that was the trouble at turn 9.
Yes,
he overcooked it. The 444 in GT2 still very happily in second place. They're way behind the leaders, in fairness. The leader a lap ahead of them in the constantly in action. It has this Cherney Motorsport car. In fairness, they've been quite dull for the last hour. They haven't done anything.
Maybe the team manager had enough.
It was quite interesting that we've had some onboard shots from Parker Thompson's Team WRT. Have you seen they've added an AI element to the rear view camera?
Yes.
And they've now got car indication triangles. It looks more and more like you're doing iRacing or ACC or something. Yeah, it used to be. I remember the first car I saw with those rear-view cameras was the Corvettes in well, it wasn't even called WEC then, it was called just Le Mans.
Yes.
And now they've kind of advanced some more. Is the Vortex going slowly? The Vortex is going slowly.
Flames coming out of the right-hand pipe of the Vortex.
Now, we just saw the Toyota swim past him. There's the Vortex.
That
is
turn 3, turn 2.
Leaning on its side slightly, or is it just?
I saw flames out of the right-hand pipe.
I think it looks a bit odd, but I don't think actually it's got a particular issue. So the Vortex is going to have to control all delete. It's 50 minutes ahead. It is also about
He's
29 laps ahead. I think it's okay.
He's in a very dangerous position there because that's the exit of turn 2.
I think it has enough. I think it's going to win the class regardless of whether it actually gets over the line. And don't forget, you haven't got to finish to score the points.
Julian Bellot at the wheel of the 701 car, who's led this after the Ginetta GT2 struck problems earlier on.
Actually, the Ginetta GT2 now has got past the GT3 Poland car, which I think had another little brief stop in the pits at one point.
Yeah.
But Julien Bouillant, he is still likely to get going right. So they have they've changed drivers. Ajit Kumar is getting out of the car, we might believe. Now, has he done the hour, though, is the question?
Well, I'm not 100%.
Oh, another car off the side of the track.
Is that the 7?
It's looking like one of the GT3 cars.
Alexei Denisov, possibly.
Yeah, it is the Car Collection Motorsport.
Yeah.
Well spotted, Phil.
18th overall, 7th in AM. Code 60 within 20 seconds.
Oh.
We got 2 cars stationary on the circuit with 47.5 minutes to go.
They're obviously going to pull Hartog in.
Yes.
But I don't think he can get to the end on 15% of the fuel.
Yeah, he doesn't have any dispensation
but pulling in the fuel in now will enable him to stay in the lead, because obviously a minute and 45 at full speed is a lot more than that at code 60. So that Porsche is facing the wrong way.
That's coming into the
at 11
into the hotel. So that's 11. Yeah,
he's gone off fast to be off there.
Quick through. It's very quick through there because you don't really.
That's a long way off.
No, I've seen cars in the wall there. I've almost been in the wall there because if you get a little contact on the way in there, it just spears you off because you're so loaded up. The 920 with the issue, the front right is
not there anymore.
Not there anymore.
It's not just the wheel, though, guys. There's fluid coming from underneath, so the radiator is gone. There's no front-end damage, though. The damage has been caused via that right-hand front wheel arch. The tyre has come off the rim. All of the other wheels have got tyres, and so he's had a big hit without actually damaging the bodywork.
The door, the hinge is the door area. I think there's a ping to the back there, and that's kind of pushed things up. But the weird thing is the other side.
The thing
is it leaking right across there, Joe?
Yeah,
it's from the right-hand side. Yeah, I think he's had a bang from behind, just behind the front wheel.
So yeah, he has there. There's the sort of telltale signs, scuff marks just in front of the door of what is effectively the passenger side. That's where the hit's taken place, and I think that wheel has gone forward, or has he damaged it with the flailing rubber off the carcass of the tyre? As that the tyre, as I said, is off the rim completely. So has that caused the damage? Until they get the wheel off, and I can see, it's hard to judge whether it's cause or effect. What I can tell you is it's pushed into the garage with its nose sticking out so that the fluid doesn't run onto the garage floor, and the fluid that's running out stays on the pit apron. But this car is going to be in for a little while, and we haven't really got a little while, have we?
Jean-Mathieu Legrandi from the Chazelle Technology, Chazelle course. So the French team there, they will be doing well to get that thing out before the end of the race, which is 45 minutes away. Many other cars need to be recovered, including the 7 car. And goodness know how Alexei Denisov got over there, because that is a long way off where you should be at reasonable pace.
It's a 5th gear corner, and so any light contact there or getting up on that curb too much on the inside can spear you off the track there. And so hopefully not too much damage on that car. And we've got the 12th plate car coming in, Herbert Motorsport. They cannot change tyres. They've got the red light. They've got the red light flashing on there, so they're not allowed to change tyres. We've got.
They are changing tyres, eh?
Well, they've got the red light flashing in there, and that may be a problem for them because that's 60 seconds. If they change tyres under, you've got 50 minutes between code 60. So unless they've got a failure on one of the tyres, which you're allowed to do. So recovery's going on at turn 2 and turn 11.
Yeah. So there's the Vortex hooked up to the tow truck.
Tow trucks have done some miles this evening.
They've had a big day.
Yeah.
Vortex, we've got a chance to look at the Vortex, looking resplendent. It's now slightly more spiderweb version with the bronze rather than the flory orange it used to be. Julien obviously he's had driveline issues, be they electrically caused or be they caused by the uppy-downy bits. We obviously don't know. Joe will find out when it hits the pit lane in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, I just saw flames out of the right-hand bank. A lot of flame out of the right-hand bank, which I've seen before on the Vortex.
Well, as long as the flame's contained to the bank, because that doesn't always happen with the Vortex.
Yes, it was out of the exhaust pipe, thankfully.
So is this number 13 or number 14 code 60?
We are now on number 13, lucky 13, and we've already had 2 hours and 3 minutes before this one under code 60.
Hopefully we are lucky and this is the last one.
Like, exactly, because we want to get to the race. One of the races here did end under code 60 that I was doing of 2023, I think that was, when we had a Porsche and a TCR come together at turn 1.
So Hartog I don't think has come in.
I haven't seen
many people take this one. Alfa Renault, I was surprised he came in. I'm not 100% sure that Herbert Motorsport, the 91, is actually that healthy. If you remember, a couple of hours ago, it came in and needed the front clip replaced.
Yes.
And I don't think it's been super healthy since then. Because when it came in, it was absolutely on par to be around the top 3. It's now down in 12th, and that seems to be where its pace is at.
Yeah.
So, yeah, problems there for, and there's those difficult undefined problems that you can get sometimes in a race car where something breaks and for some reason the car then stops working as well for no real reason because you've replaced the broken part.
Yeah, and unfortunately it's not like the old days where you can fix it with fencing wire and send it back out again.
That's true. If you can't fix it with duct tape, a 4-pound lump hammer, you're just not bothering, are you really? So the car's come round again, still turning round his hard and obviously this code 60 does work in the favour of Herbert Motorsport number 10 because they're using so little fuel.
Yes.
It means they have less fuel to put in when they come to this final stop. Whereas Parker Thompson for DHABI team, they've done that stop, put in the sloshing amount of fuel they needed to get to the end on the assumption there wouldn't be a code 60 at that point, which obviously is a weird assumption given the rest of the race, but you can bet your bottom dollar if they hadn't done that, we'd been green the whole way.
Yeah, so if you finish the race with penalties less than 30 seconds, it'll be added onto your time. If it's over 30 seconds, it'll be doubled. So lots of people looking, because you're not allowed to serve penalties under code 60, and you have the 2-hour moratorium. What is the bird's name again?
It's the long-legged bird. I was told yesterday what it is. I've now got to go back into and find out what it is from the quote I got yesterday. It's the joke from which the 70s joke with Joe yesterday.
The long-legged.
This is long-legged bird. I'd rather watch a long-legged bird than listen to Joe. So the answer to the what bird is that, it is a crab plover. Ian McCarthy told me that yesterday. The crab plover, and my guess is it eats crabs. Just throwing that one out there to show my massive ornithological knowledge.
Thank you for that. We've heard that Alexei Denisov is out of the number 7 car collection motorsport car, and he is out and in the hands of the medical staff here. So hopefully that's a big impact on that that corner. It's a very, very quick 5th gear corner, especially in a Porsche GT3.
No one's going to get there by themselves. No. They've either been nudged or something's broken.
Yeah.
2 cars coming towards us, 2 Porsches coming towards us. The leader, Luke Hartog, in the black and blue Herbert machine, and then it's 7th place, who's
Origin
with him, which is Yi Hongli in the Origin car, and they obviously Luke cannot go past the sort of BP coloured car, isn't it? Really, because of the rules, so he can get a closely likes and kind of worry him, but you're no overtaking. That's an instant 1-minute penalty if you overtake anyone under code 60.
Yep, Ye Hong Lee is currently
out of the 917.
3rd in AM. Back to Joe down in the pit lane.
Guys, I remember when in the 70s, that probably was, the racing drivers all had long hair. But I think I found a racing driver that will take the record. Maya Hardka here in the 917 Porsche. Maya, firstly, when I saw you, I think yesterday or the day, I thought, where on earth does she put that hair? Just turn around and show the world how long your hair is. That is almost at your knees. So the mystery is, when you get kitted up with the helmet on, well, where does the hair go?
It needs to be braided, obviously, and then you have to kind of...
You say obviously, I'm a bloke, you know, it's like obviously, yeah.
Obviously, yes. Yeah. So you have to braid it and then obviously get it forward, because otherwise it sits under your Hans device. Right. So it will bruise everything. So it goes under the helmet, braided only from kind of the lower part, and then forward, and you zip it into your race suit.
I mean, that when you say like the amount of hair you got, the braid must be quite thick, so that would cause a discomfort with the hands.
Yes, yeah, it would cause.
Is that from experience?
Yes, it is. Yeah. You learn to kind of braid it quite flat, and then obviously make sure that it goes around your neck and avoids the Hans pressure points.
Yeah, you say I'm all about the technicals. How long has it took you? When was the last time you had a haircut? Or had your haircut?
I cut my hair not I, but my hairdresser cuts probably every 6 to 8 weeks, so yeah.
That's to condition it, isn't it? See, my daughter's a hairdresser, I know this thing.
There you go, yes it is, yeah.
Right, it's fascinating, and I just had to ask you where you put it. So, here we are, Yas Marina. What's been your experience so far in this race?
There's been a lot of full course yellows, so, that's really interfering with the race and obviously the strategies, so we're, currently seeing how it pans out, really.
Does that affect the focus, not just from you as a driver on track, but the team focus? Because everything becomes disjointed, I would think.
Yes, obviously you have a strategy based on, green flags, so it's really difficult to obviously have so many full course yellows, because everything that you've planned for goes out the window. Because you plan for, 2, 3, 4 maybe, but I think we're like at 15, so it's, not so good.
What do you think of the track here?
I love it. I absolutely love it, yeah. It's fantastic facilities. The track's great. Abu Dhabi's great, so yeah.
What's the key to a quick lap in your car?
The key to a good and quick lap is not having traffic, not having full course yellows, and just trusting in the aero, and just never lift, really.
Never lift. You make it sound easy. You mentioned traffic there, Maya. I mean, has traffic been a thing? Over 60 cars on this relatively short track. We're not exactly at the Nürburgring, are we?
Traffic, I mean, obviously we're not the fastest, so GT3s do come flying by, and I mean, there's 10 seconds difference between some of the drivers, so you have to really be looking in your rear view mirror. Not as much as obviously the TCRs and the GT4s, so we're kind of the second fastest on the grid, which is good. So the slower cars, we are that much faster that they don't really cause the traffic. I think we cause the traffic for the GT3s more so.
Yeah, well, some slow GT3s can cause you guys problems as well. Is this a 2-race deal? Are you in for Dubai next week?
Yes, I'll be at Dubai 24 hours. So this is actually my first endurance race.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
what's your experience so far?
I've done Ferrari Club Challenge and then Ferrari Challenge. So a tiny amount of racing, but yeah. So I'm holding my own.
So I didn't do my research I did on your hair, but I didn't do it on the driver. So this is all new then. Sharing the car with other drivers and having to compromise is perhaps a strange one, is it?
Yes, it's different, obviously, and you have the driver change. You have to practice, obviously, going in and out. So you get lots of bruising trying to eject out of the car, in a quick manner before the race. So it's good fun.
Yeah, and a good preparation for next week's 24-hour race, I would think.
Yes, I think I'll still be like a rabbit in the headlights, but I'll try.
Have you ever driven in the night? You're going to be woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning and say, get in that race car. It's bizarre, isn't it?
It'll be an experience. I think, sleep will be a fine thing, but, it'll be, I think, the adrenaline that you have, you just keep going.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of drivers say when they first do a 24-hour race, they don't sleep because of the adrenaline, which is not good. And and that's the hard bit of forcing yourself to rest.
Yes, no, that's true, because obviously concentration, as much as you feel kind of energized, concentration will drop even with adrenaline. So, you get the jitters. I mean, after racing, generally that night, you just don't sleep anyway. After tonight, we'll all be like night owls, just with kind of the adrenaline coursing through us. But
and I would imagine you haven't got time to wash your hair.
There's always time to wash hair.
Maya, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. We'll see you at the end of the race and look forward to a good race for you guys. Not just this one, but next week as well. Great to have you along. And enjoy the rest of your first endurance race.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was really interesting, actually. I was very surprised. I was going to say that Joe made me laugh with that last comment. That was very good, Joe. So yeah, moving forward and looking where we are now, there's another massive raft of penalties coming on. The thing to remember is Luke Hartog has another slight problem that he has 35 seconds of penalties. Parker Thompson has no seconds of penalties. So not only does he have to get ahead of Parker Thompson, he has to be 35 seconds ahead of him if he's going to have any chance of winning this race. I'm still putting my money on the Canadian.
So 3 minutes 23 is the difference between the leader, Herbert Motorsport, and Haas RT at the moment. Then 1:45 back to Team WRT. This is not helping Team WRT's plan to get to the front.
I think it's going to come down. That 35 seconds could be key, you know.
Yeah, but
those penalties. So the car that crosses the line first may not be the winner, but we'll keep you informed of all that. But it is over 40 cars do have penalties to serve.
Yes, and anything under 30 they can take, and it'll be added on to their time.
The problem is that's over 30.
Exactly, and that'll
so
be doubled.
Herbert are going to need to come in for them, and they had the final stop and go, but they can't. This might be they're not coming in because they have to serve a penalty as well. They can only do that on the green.
Exactly. So they can't come in and serve the penalty. If they leave that, it'll be 70 seconds because it's over 35. So it's going to get over 30 seconds. So it'll be double added on to their race time. So that's going to be interesting how they play that out.
Serve it. I mean, I don't really know the answer to this question. So they've got a 35-second penalty. Can they just come in and serve 10 seconds of it?
No,
or once they're in the penalty box, they have to serve all of it?
Yeah, basically they've got 35 seconds. I don't know how many penalties it's made up of.
Because they can hold over that 25 seconds.
Yeah.
Though I suppose once you're stopped, you're stopped. Once you've been in the penalty box, you've been in the penalty box. It doesn't really matter at that point.
I don't think the management would take too kindly of you just doing a 6-second stop to get it under 30 seconds.
It's an interesting point because this thing about penalties, it's in how you play them and when you play them. It's been quite important. But there was a race in Mugello several years ago. And it was a race which the Renault RS01 won. And it won the race because it didn't take its penalty. Because what happened was they made it a time penalty.
Okay.
But it was like a 2-minute time penalty, but it just made their lap incredibly long.
Yeah.
So say they finished on 500 laps, 3 minutes 30. The car behind them was on 499 laps. But if they'd taken the penalty during the race, that car would have won.
Yeah.
And at that point, that's when all heck broke out. That's when they started doing all these things about when you had to serve penalty not, because they actually managed to. There's the crab plover again. They didn't cheat the system. No. That was the system as it was, but they actually got a win they shouldn't have had by gaming the system.
Working the system to its ultimate.
It was nice to see the Renault RS01 win because obviously it wasn't designed for endurance racing anyway, but good-looking car.
We had a few of those do the 24-hour. Fred Fatian had the RS01s up in his stable of cars as the 444 comes into the pits, second in class, and Klaas Kukia at the wheel of that one at the moment. And no idea yet when this is going. We only had a long shot of the car, the 7 car in the barriers. So, and I think that was Tech Pro, that it was, there's Tech Pro around there. Maybe they're having to replace the Tech Pro.
That's a problem, yes. Good point. We normally get told, though, when they're replacing bits and bobs.
Okay, so we're keeping a close eye on it. It looks pretty good at the moment. We haven't had any notification of when.
Just out of interest, you have to do an hour with your amateurs and your amateur pluses, yes?
Yes.
Right, okay, well that means that the AJ Racing is fine because Ayrton Redon is an amateur plus.
Yep, so
they are, this car we're seeing on screen at the moment, they have, whilst they've had some problems, they have fulfilled all their minimum drive time, so the 93 will not pick up a post-race issue. They will be wherever they are. Currently they're scored in 31st overall and 5th in Pro-Am. Here is the Haas RT car that's also been in the wars at various times and may or may not have illegally changed its tyres. We don't know.
We don't know.
21, Amir Faizulin. They are in 2nd place overall, I think, and this is just, and obviously therefore they're leading AM. That's brilliant. I just realised they're AM, they're not Pro-Am, they're an AM team. So AM, a brilliant performance by that 21 car. They're currently something in the region of a lap and a half ahead of the next placed AM, which is Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the number 6 Audi. That's the car, I think that's the lozenge coloured car, isn't it? That's the Rhubarb and Custard machine. Pro-Am's being led by Max Moritz in the 269 Pro-Am Herbert Motorsport car. So currently it's in GT3 it's Pro, it's AM, it's Pro, it's Pro, it's Pro-Am, it's AM, it's AM, it's AM, it's Pro, it's Pro, it's Pro-Am, 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 AM. That's top 14 for you.
Well, I think looking at that, the balance of performance is working.
Well, the thing about balance performance is it goes out the window with this level of yellow flags. And if you have the video stream now, you'll see the screen on Parker Thompson's BMW. So there's big green triangles. That is AI telling them where the cars are, so he can actually work out if a car's diving left, diving right, to give him not just the information of where cars are, but how close they are to him. That's all done by I say AI. It's just done by everything's AI now. It's just done by a clever computer program. If you use a clever computer program, what you now say is it's AI. Yeah, it's AI. It's not a clever computer program.
Indeed. 28.51 remaining in the 6th edition of the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. Still all to play for up the front end of the field. And into the very all the TCEs are close together now. The Chazelle Technology course leading TCE from Ahmed El Khaja and the Asbest Racing Volkswagen, and then the Marco Grilli only 29 seconds behind in the Porsche Cayman. So
that could get a grandstand finish to that one.
Yeah, that could be pretty exciting. GTX, well. The Vortex, if it's run out of fuel, it can come back out. But as you said before, there's such a discrepancy as the car 7 is now on the flatbed.
I think we're 12 cars, 13 cars, 12 cars short at the moment. I think we actually got 48 or 49 actually running at the moment. There's a few cars which have come into pits. We're on 10, 15-minute stops.
Yep.
But with that car being removed, and we believe from our producers back in Cologne who are looking at all the pictures, there's not a lot of barrier repair going on, so they should be able to remove this code 60 relatively closely. And as I say that, the message is saying code 60 ending. I'm not psychic, and I'm not in charge of any of the race director's requirements, but we do have code 60 ending in 1 minute.
And you can see it on the driver display, just on the right-hand side of the dashboard there. You can see that he's being notified that it's going to end. That's why he started warming his tyres up, to make sure that, so Giovanni was right there, 13th in class at the moment, 929 cars. They know that it's about to go green. If we stay on this, that will turn green and let him know.
They'll get a 10, they'll get a 10, 9 seconds, 8 seconds,
yes.
7 seconds. It's a countdown. Big. Look, you can see this. The drivers all know when these things are stopping, so you shouldn't get caught out. 2, 1, go, bang, throttle, go. That's the one.
Just coming out of the corner. Very well timed.
Fired it on. That's how you should do it. Not be half asleep as one of the drivers was earlier.
Yes, indeed. 2 hours, 19 minutes, 50 seconds under code 60 at this time, with 26 minutes, 40 seconds to go. The problem is long code 60s at the track temperature at the moment.
Yep.
Tyre warm up. This is going to get very interesting because everybody's on cold tyres. They can't keep heating them running around at 60 kilometres an hour.
Now, my feeling is that Hartog should come in as soon as possible.
Stint is 1:29. He's had a lot of code 60 in that stint.
But we know he has to serve his penalty, and we know he has to take some fuel on board. Now, they may have realised already they can't win because they can back time and side time and know what everyone's doing. But you should still come in, get yourself that out of the way as early as possible, because obviously if it then finished if we had another code 60, they could be stuck having to double that penalty at the end.
Got a battle for 992 AM honours as well. Yassam Al Thani in the QMMF by HRT Performance, just 25 seconds ahead of Taku Bamba in the Noric Racing by HRT. That's a battle for 992 AM that's going to go right down to the wire.
Hartog stuck as he goes round to the bottom of the track. He's just trying to get up the inside of the Baron car through 6 and 7. And he now finds himself with a little bit of clear traffic. The Baron machine, which of course was so in contention, filtered, it ran out of fuel about an hour ago.
Yeah, that scuppered their race. Just keeping an eye on the gaps up the front end of the field. And it's still that 3 minutes.
It's going to take now. You got to wait a while. You have to wait for a complete lap for these staggers to unwind if timing is concerned.
Yeah, 1 minute 13 is the lead that Herbert have over Haas RT, and it's 1 minute 14 back to Team WRT.
I think that might come down once the full lap of non-code 60 kicks in. It's a weird situation whether how the times change as the lap re-unwinds itself. That's not English, but you know what I mean.
Our race leaders have the fastest lap of the race, a 1:51.900, done quite a while ago. And with all these interruptions, nobody's really been able to get into a good rhythm. We've basically got a 30-minute sprint here to the checkered flag.
Well, sprint with fuel stops.
Possibly, yeah.
So there's no, I can't, unless Luke Hartog has literally been, using no fuel whatsoever, given the fact his last stop was some time ago and it was only a splash and dash, effectively, the Code 60 splash. He's done well to get as far as he has, to be honest.
The Yelbamba Motorsports has come in and served its penalty. Josh Berry in the 9.52, getting all of those out of the way. It's leading 9.92 at the moment. And down in I think 15th position.
Jasmine Al-Thani in the QMF by HRT go past because he isn't in the pits.
Yeah, I think so. This car was due a pit stop, its last pit stop of this race, with only just over 23 minutes remaining. So driver change, fresh tyres, scrub tyres, not exactly brand new Michelin rubber, but that car been delayed somewhat for conversation between the driver and an engineer there, I thought. He maybe shaved about 3-4 seconds of conversation there. He would have been out earlier. But the race is back on because in with the class lead, into the pits in the class lead. I would imagine it's lost that lead, have it, guys?
Yep. I think he's leading, obviously, in 992 Pro.
Yes.
The next Pro is some distance behind, but overall 992, we're going to see how close the QMF car gets. In fact, they're taking the lead. So Jasmine Al-Thani in the QMF by HRT Performance now leads in 992, and of course, therefore in 992 AM, as has Taku Bamba. He's gone back in second. So Alessandro Getty is at best third place. Gap between first and second, 1 minute 18.9 seconds, 1 minute 19 seconds. It was 5 seconds gain in that one lap. Luke Hartog went 5 seconds faster than Amir Fayzulin, but the real question is, where is Thompson in relation to
35 seconds behind.
So it's 1 minute and 51. That's the absolute. They're almost together, actually. Thompson and Hartog are within a couple of seconds of each other, but a lap apart.
Yes.
And so it's 1 minute 51 Thompson, but we know that Parker can get to the end, and we are pretty much certain Luke Hartog can't. More importantly, he has to come in and serve this 35-second penalty.
Yep, and don't forget, there's still 20 seconds to be added on to the Haas RT as well, if they can get away with that being added on, but they're going to have to finish because they're only 50 seconds at the moment in front of Team WRT.
They got a reasonably full slurp of fuel last time they were around, but I don't know when that was, I'll be honest with you. With so many Code 60s and so much coming and going, it's hard to work out exactly who took when from where.
Yeah.
But the point is that at the moment, Hartog is not leading. He's possibly not second either, depending whether Haas RT have to stop or not. Fourth place, just for everyone, is Axel Jeffries, Into Africa Racing by Dragon. They are a further 58 seconds behind. So Axel less than a minute off Thompson. He's not out of this.
No.
But I think he may need fuel as well. And there's another swathe of penalties of bits and bobs coming in as we end that Code 60, as various people have gone a little bit too quick in various sectors. They're tiny penalties. The key point is, though, you don't want to go over 30 seconds in total.
Exactly. As Herbert Motorsport are looking to see anybody else over the 30 seconds on both the screens, and I think it is only the number 10 car.
The big one was, of course, was the Pro 992 car, which has served Alexander Goretti. In fact, they've really dropped down with that penalty.
Yeah.
Alexander Goretti, EBM now are 8th in 992 and down to 3rd, I think, in Pro. So that penalty and stop has effectively taken them out of the chance of being the overall winners. They now have the top 3 in 992 are all AM.
Yes.
You know, one of the top pros, the Ivo Breukers and Red Camel Jorgensen, that was out after a lap. We just had a quick chat with Paul Trustwell saying they've done what they've done the test they need to do, and they're off home. Yeah. So that's fair enough. And we are now down to the last 20 minutes, and the question is, when will Luke come? If Hartog doesn't need to come in, he'll have 1 minute and 10 seconds added to his time. He will win.
Yeah.
However, it will be the most amazing economy run ever if he gets to the end, or something's really gone wrong as far as what we thought as far as fuel was concerned. But he's making his own petrol as he goes along.
Possibly at doing that. With a few changes around in TCE, the 193 has got a few cars in between now, between it and the second place, the 111 Marco Grilli in the Porsche. They were all nose to tail before that Code 60.
Last lap round, we had a change change at the top of 992. Taku Bamba got past Jazim Altani in the QMF by HRT Performance on pure pace. The Norfolk race by HRT Performance, so it's the same garage but different teams. HRT Performance are first and second, but Taku Bamba in the 928 had, which is a good number for a Porsche, let's be honest. The 928 takes the lead from the 974 QMMF. They have, of course, won in the past, the Qatari Motor and Motorcycle Federation. This time they're running second in a purple and grey machine.
Seeing some personal best coming out. Alex Arca, Continental Racing by Simpson, 152.411, his personal best. 152.149 for the Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini with Brendan Leach at the wheel. Enrico Fulgenzi and the Fulgenzi racing car, 153.123. Michael Porter in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, 152.310. So maybe tyre changes at that code 60. Got some new rubber on the cars and some very quick times coming out with under 20 minutes to go.
Parker Thompson's about 3.5 to 4 seconds quicker than the man immediately ahead of him, Amar Feyzoun, the 21. He is 23 seconds behind. There is about 7, probably 8 laps, 8.5 laps to go. So on pure pace, he would be right up at the wheel tracks of Amir Feyzoun, the 21. We don't know if the 21 has to stop again. We don't actually know, if I'm really honest, whether the Herbert has to stop again. But the problem with the Haas RT team is they have a 20-second time penalty. So actually, Parker only needs to get another 4 seconds closer, and he'll be net ahead.
Well, he was 4 seconds a lap quicker on that previous lap. 157 for the Haas RT, 153 for the Team WRT. So they're chasing them down with 17 minutes to go, at around about 4 seconds a lap.
So the Vortex still is not running, but it is still 16 laps ahead, and it will win GTX from the Ginetta, which is running and is 4. There's a possibility it might not. There's only a lap and a half ahead of Adrian Lewandowski in the GT3, so it's not really a battle in GT3. GT4, still Czerny Motorsport. They are leading by 4 laps or so, 4.5 laps in the Circuit Toy Toyota of Will Powell, and he himself is a further 2 laps ahead of third place Johan Rose, the Primus Racing. He's had a bit of a difficult weekend with sensor problems and ABS, but they have really put in a pretty good performance actually in the race itself to be as close to everyone else as they are. Closest on the track is actually that first and second place in 992, but it's already going the wrong way as the leader's got past him and is pulling away.
Just looking at Jamie Day, a local driver here running with Earl Bamber Motorsport in the number 8 AMG, just starting to put in quick sectors. Jamie knows his place well, but runs in ALMS, is an Aston Martin factory driver, driving a Mercedes, because there's no Astons here this weekend, and we'll see him also up in Dubai at the 24-hour next weekend.
Yeah. So a good spread of cars, but not the full complement of the GT3s. I mean, we have Audis, we have Porsches, we have Mercedes, we have McLarens, we have Ferraris. We've done reasonably well, and Lamborghinis. But obviously there are so many manufacturers now in GT3 that you know, you can't get them all really. Brendan Leach, Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini, currently running in 9th. They just picked up another 10 seconds and gone to 30 seconds on the penalties. That was for multiple track limits offences. Agit Red Hat Racing have also been caught speeding during code 60. They picked up a 4-second penalty. That takes them to 6 in total. That's fine. That'll be doubled at the end. But they are way down in 5th in Pro-Am at the moment. A long way ahead of 6th. It's not quite how they are a long way behind 5th, so they're going to be barring someone stopping moving. That's where they're going to finish. This is the GT4 leader on the screen, the black and white BMW M4 Czerny Motorsport. They also won in Malaysia, so they're going to have a maximum point haul prior to Dubai. But with Dubai being extra points, Phil, they can still lose the championship.
Well, they can, because they get points for half distance. So you get if you win get to half distance first, you get 20 points. If you get to the finish first, you get 40 points, so a maximum of 60 points in Dubai. There's lesser points at a 6-hour race, because this is under 10 hours, and you have the between 10 and 20 hours, and then over 20 hours. So 2 races in the 24 for this, for the entire year, 1 in the Middle East Trophy and 1 in the European Trophy, which is the last race of the season at Barcelona.
The little Alpine is leading in TCE. It's a bit of a little car that could. It looks incredibly standard when you look at it on the pit apron. It's been lowered. It has been lowered. It's running on a lowered spring. Obviously, it's got a number of racing changes, but this Alpine, pretty close to what you used to be able to buy, so they discontinued it. Stripped out, quick, running well, running reliability, the 193. He's picked up a lead now over second place. The Porsche, the Cayman, that's now down about 4 laps behind him. And the gradual disappearance of the TCR cars, it's actually the Asbest Volkswagen that is leading from the Asbest Seat, which is from the Asbest Cupra, which is from the Ginetta at the back. So 3 of the Asbest cars, the TCRs, are in the order Volkswagen, followed by Cupra, followed by Cupra, but the leading car is the Alpine, also run by Asbest, and we have a new fastest lap, Phil.
Yeah, Luke Shan from Optimum Motorsport McLaren, a 151.841 with 14 minutes to go. The team will be asking, where was that? Currently 4th in the AM category, 8th overall in GT3. Keeping an eye on the gap between Haas RT and Team WRT, down to 15 seconds. He's constantly 4 seconds a lap.
And it's there's now not a gap because Parker Thompson's ahead on the penalties. So Parker Thompson now is in net second. WRT move into second place. And it really is, are Herberth going to make fuel out of air and get that thing to the end? If they are, they'll have 70 seconds added to their time, 1 minute and 10, if they don't come in and take the penalty beforehand. And that will be, we'll have to wait and see whether that's going to be enough. 54.8, is that a fuel safe 54.8? Is that a traffic 54.8? We've just seen a 51.8 done by the Optimum Motorsport McLaren.
I think a light right foot might be in order for there, because it's 1 minute 40 is the gap at the time as the 795 goes off the circuit. The GT2 Ginetta, that is
rolling, thankfully.
Turn 6-7. So you're going to come out there. We've got 12, just under 13 minutes to go.
That's not him.
And just waiting to see if he gets back on the circuit.
Yeah.
He's going
He's
very,
rolling.
the lights
Let's
are off.
not have a code 60. Are we going to finish on a 60? This is going to be a disaster for Hartog. Or is it? Because he would remain more than 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead.
Yep. Just rolling down towards the support paddock and the start grid on that side. I saw him start steering to the right-hand side of the road. They can recover the car there because it's at the support paddock, but they wouldn't bother getting it back to the pits with 12 minutes remaining.
This is your fastest lap holder.
That's stopped.
And now it's not anymore. We've gone, and it's stopped. It's on that run to turn 9 again. It is going to cause a code 60. And it's going to cause a code 6. It's going to cause consternation, because if Hartog can't get to the end, he's got some problems. He's going to have to fuel up and he can't take a penalty.
Yes.
This is really dramatic. I mean, I suppose really you have to say in this race, Phil, it was going to come down to a code 60.
It was.
This race has been the code 60 capital of a Creventic racing ever, and the fact that a potential or possible maybe actually happening code 60 in the last 11.5 minutes is going to decide or make the decision more difficult is really what you expect.
Yep, 2 hours, 19 minutes, 50 seconds, and we're going code 60 within 20 seconds, and this will be our 14th code 60 in a 6-hour race.
So there is no chance now of Hartog, I think, getting in and serving that penalty. So that penalty will be hanging over him. If he wants to win this race, he needs to be 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead. Yep. If the race finishes under code 60, that's fine, because your lap time goes up to 5 minutes from 2 minutes.
Yep.
But if it goes green, which I'm sure they'll try and get it to happen, because we've seen races at Yas Marine where we've desperately tried to get the races to go green to change the result, haven't we?
We have. 2021. Yeah. So the code 60 time for a full lap here is 5 minutes and 9 seconds as we look at the stranded Ginetta GT2. And Jack Mitchell at the wheel. Currently, they were third in GTX.
He's got power because he's got a bit of light and he's got the luminary number on it. There's just heat haze coming from the back of the car. That's not exhaust. That's just the heat haze you can see from over the rear ventage of the back of the machine.
How long's he been at the wheel of that car? 1 hour 26 is the stint time on that.
So what we need to really have a look and see is what Hartog's doing. That's the question. Thompson. Now this is interesting because Thompson's was 11.5 seconds at full racing pace behind Haas RT. He'd be a lot more than that under code 60 pace.
Well, it shouldn't change.
No, it does, because time stretches.
Yes, it does just stretch.
Because your distance, 11 seconds of time in distance at full speed becomes at half that speed, becomes 22 seconds distance. So it's a weird thing about distance and time are different in some ways. So if it doesn't go green again, he'll actually be back behind him again.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Juggling lots of balls, can't remember, but just looking at that gap where it is. So they should be able to recover that car fairly quickly because there is services on that right-hand side.
Yeah, if they have no interest in getting him back to the pit lane, absolutely, and they should have no interest at this point.
Yeah,
just pull him off the track and then rescue him in 10 minutes time back to the pit lane.
Well, he's not going to probably lose that position because he's currently third in GTX, so he can't go any lower in the GTX category.
On the podium.
Yeah. And can finish the race on the podium because he's the last car in that category. So it'll just be how they're going to do that. They are going to push him back and push him down the support paddock pit lane. They're telling him to turn in there. 9 minutes to go before we see the checkered flag. And our marshals and everybody in there just making sure that they can get up to that support gate.
Haas RT, you picked another 10 seconds. The 21, Amir, the second man, has picked, they've gone to 30 seconds as well.
Oh.
So they have to officially serve that or it'll be doubled. Don't forget, Parker Thompson, Team WT have no penalties.
And they're with 11 seconds deficit. And at this time.
So definitely, I think even at this point, if we stopped under full course yet, it's not full course yet, it's code 60, but we would still see Parker Thompson and WT move into second now thanks to that extra penalty. But I don't know about Luke Hartog. I don't know. He's far enough ahead.
Yeah.
If he can get to the end, this is obviously helping his fuel situation because he's using no fuel again.
Well, with a minute 46, he doesn't have enough time to come in and get these 15 litres that he's allowed to do it, and it's still going to be a
he's got the issue. He's got his minute and 10 penalty as well.
Exactly. So it'll drop him out of the lead. He actually can't afford to.
Here he comes in the Porsche, the number 10. Don't forget, he led from the first corner.
Yes.
Went past the two Winwood cars who had basically at the end of the day. Yesterday we finished with the Winwood cars, lucky at the front row. Mercedes fantastic, and it's just gone horribly wrong. I don't know how much of that is just down to bad luck and how much of that is down to the 20 kilograms. But we are going racing. We will finish under green. Hopefully, this is another code 60, obviously, as they have decided to do this simple. Let's get the Ginetta off the track, not worry about anything else, and we'll be ending this code 60 within about 45 seconds.
Going to keep an eye on all of the gaps up the top end of the field. With it'll be about 7 minutes remaining when we go green. So around about
3.5 laps.
3.5 laps.
Has Luke Hartog got enough fuel in that Herberth Porsche to get to the end? If he has, he's going to win despite the minute and 10 penalty.
Yes.
If he doesn't, he's going to stop. And the one thing I would say about Herberth and Creventic, they have been the masters of managing the fuel rules. There is first and second. They are in the same frame. They're the wrong way round because they are exactly a lap apart.
Yeah.
Parker Thompson leads Luke Hartog, but Luke Hartog is 97 or 98% of a lap ahead of him. But he has to complete 3 more laps. Joe.
That a car is about to appear on pit road would be the team preparing themselves. However, in Creventic racing, the fueling station is away from the pit garage, so the crew can't really affect a pit stop purely for fuel. If they are showing any signs of nervousness and anxiety, they're hiding it very well. Everything's very calm here. Nobody's looking concerned. Everybody's just watching the clock tick by. I'll keep an eye on their body language.
If they just go for it and run out of fuel in the last lap, they'll still come third.
Yeah,
because of the way things run wide, they'll still come third. If they, get to the end with the penalties, they'll still win. So it's really just go for it or whatever. Now I don't know. I'm not seeing lap times which are in any moment saying that, or lap speeds which are saying that Luke is on any sort of fuel save. He's going to cross the line with about 5 minutes to go. This is a problem for the Rabdan Razan more than a racing machine, the 914, but I think he made me get out of the way rather than having a problem.
So,
that was Razun, yeah, with Ivan Stanchin. He's not going particularly quickly, to be honest. Stanchin, he's maybe nursing the car back as well, but
get to the end.
He's not going horribly slowly. He's just not going horribly quickly either. So Hartog's options are come in and get a top-up of fuel, which would leave him unable to serve the penalties, or which would put him back down again, third or fourth. I think the worst case scenario for him really is third. You know, if you think it's going to get to the end, even on fumes, just run it to the end and hope for the best, because they're more than a minute and 10 seconds ahead. You can see how far they are ahead because the car is a lap ahead of him, who is fasting, sorry, it's a lap behind him effectively, which is Parker Thompson. And Thompson, I think, was a little bit quicker that time round as Thompson crosses the line with a 1:53, so half a second faster. So Hartog not doing anything to particularly save fuel, but he is, as you can see, 1 minute and 53 seconds ahead with a 1 minute and 10 second penalty to serve. There's nothing Thompson can do apart from go as fast as he can for these remaining. Well, it's bad news for Herbert. It's 3 laps.
Yeah.
It's this one and 2 more.
Yeah.
They need to get to the end. So are Herbert going to roll the dice, see if the thing can get to the end, or have they been just like some way doing the filling up at various times, just enough to keep the thing topped up, and they actually ended up with 120 litres in their tank at one point just by coming in on various code 60s.
Parker Thompson has got Amir Freslin's Audi in its sight as they come down into turn number 6, and just gaining hand over fist on the last few laps. We went back to green with 7 minutes to go. And I think he'll make short work of this, even though he's already in front on the penalty count for the Audi with their 32nd.
First 5 cars: Loic Hartog, Porsche, Herb Motorsport, 6 stops. Haas RT in second, 7 stops. Team RWT, 5 stops in third. In fourth place, Into Africa with 8 stops, and fifth place is Alex Acker with 9 stops. The top 5 teams have different numbers of stops.
Yes.
Every single one, but Hartog has taken 6. Thompson's taken 5, but we know they really put their last one was a great long fuel slurp. What is the situation? Has Hartog got enough fuel? That is Thompson. We are going 2, 3, and then 1. The 3 cars together in the same piece of real estate as they come down to complete another lap. They're about to start their penultimate lap of the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi.
Well, it was a great overtake there from Parker Thompson on Amir Faisalan. Faisalan didn't want to give the position up. They were side by side coming out of turn 9, but he's got the work done, driving away from him now on much younger tyres. And just getting the work done, and I think
Hartog's gone through as well, so that was a lappery. So we have seemed to have not so keen on being lapped, but he was lapped there. So it is still first and second nose to tail, but in the order second to first. And we are 2 minutes 20 and a lap and what, 2/3 from finding out if Hartog and Herbert have done it again with their fuel strategy and their ability to run Creventic rules better than anybody else. Not the 91 this time, one of the other cars, the 10 car. The 91 seemed to lose competitiveness after an instant where they had to change the front clip with Ralph Bon on board, but we are now just a lap and a half away from seeing another Porsche victory for Herbert Motorsport, or are we?
Yes, we don't know quite at this stage. Too much to play for, and I see Amir Freslin's really backed out of it at the moment, possibly fuel saving. He's leading the AM category for the Haas RT car, and he's got quite he's got a lot of time over Axel Jeffries.
Well, he'll drop to 4th because of the penalty, so he will drop behind Axel Jeffries, because don't forget that gets doubled filled to a minute. So he's got 48 seconds of penalties more than Axel Jeffries does. So that will mean but it doesn't matter, they'll still win AM, which is what really counts.
It does indeed. They will win the AM, and well, as we click down towards 1 minute to go.
We click down to a few corners and a lap. So Luke Hartog in the bright blue number 10 machine. He is about 10 car lengths behind the man in second, but he's actually a lap off 10 car lengths ahead of him. So Hartog to start the final lap. Is he going to cough? Is he going to splutter? Is he going to fail to get round the corner, or have once again Herbert mastered fuel in Creventic racing?
Yep, Parker Thompson's not quite there, but he's just got to hold this together for 16 corners and get to the end. The clock counts down to 45 seconds.
round turn 1. Put the power down through the fastest flowing part of the section through 2, 3 and 4 for the heavy braking into 5. Just trying to do the inside, not being really helped out. He doesn't need to go past any of these cars, of course.
He's a racing driver.
He's certainly not being helped whatsoever by the blue and white Porsche. But there we go.
Motorsport Porsche.
He got through now. So he'll be listening to everybody. Whether he's got, I expect he must at least have the fuel warning light on his dash. He puts the throttle down. He's just waiting for the thing to cough, surely. But he can see his target because he's just got to stay close enough behind the second place Parker Thompson, Team WLT BMW, as Hartog, the 7 foot tall. I was going to say lanky Dutchman. Once you said 7 foot, there's no point saying lanky. Just a few corners to go now. Go through 6 and 7. Going to power it down through the kind of no-name corner of 8 before you hit the big sweep round to 9. And it could be a chance for Hartog and Herbert to win another race in the Creventic series.
Yes, the Herbert name has been synonymous with Creventic racing, and they've done their sums right to get this one worked out through the massive amount of Code 60s that we've had so far. 14 of them upset the race. 2 hours and 24 minutes under Code 60 as he comes up underneath the W Hotel for the final time. He's going to say it in front of him. Looking splendid under the Yas Marina lights. They said 2 corners to go for Herbert Racing. Loic Hartog brings it through the penultimate corner onto the start-finish straight. The checkered flag is at the ready, and the winner of the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi is Herbert Motorsport, Loic Hartog in the number 10 car. What a fantastic drive, and I think the Code 60 at the end saved them.
They have won because they have done an extra. Parker Thompson will actually hasn't finished it. He's going to complete another lap. He'll be more than a minute and 10 seconds behind. Parker Thompson will come second. I'm not sure. I think third place will go to Axel Jeffries when he crosses the line in a second on the penalty count back. Amir Fresdin Hassarti will be fourth. In the classes, wait for them to come over, and currently it looks very much like Yasmin Al-Thani, a QMF from HRT Performance, have taken back the lead. So the Qatari team is going to win overall in 992 despite being an amateur car. Second place is Christopher Zochling from Rabdambo Forgenzi, and third place looks like Luis Perron from Sebaju, all amateurs. Alexander Giretti from EBM Urbana Motorsport wins 992 Pro. Just going down again, it's Kearney Motorsport and Ivan Krabisev, who looks like he's going to win GT4. It is a win despite not moving at the moment with the Vortex V8 and Julien Boulot in GTX. In TCE, it is Benoit Rosset and the Giselle Technology Alpine who take the win. And that is the complete set of winners and runners and riders.
As the fireworks go on down the start-finish straight.
Joe, how's it going down there in the pit lane?
I have got a winning driver, Huub van Eindhoven. Congratulations. We were nervous for you, but the team looked very cool. You had that in the bag, I think.
Yeah, they did a perfect job there. I mean, the strategy was perfect. Our race pace was really good, so the guys were in control, and we brought it home, so really happy with the win.
How much fuel saving was Luke doing there in that last stint?
Actually, in my stint, we did a lot of fuel saving, and then with all the Code 60s, there was a bit more natural fuel saving, so we could push all the way to the end now.
Great stuff. I'm going to try and grab your teammate, Antares. Congratulations, Huub. We'll see you on the podium. Huub van Eindhoven there, guys. Antares Al is still congratulating his whole team back there in the garage, and I'll wait for him to come out, but we'll see everybody down in Park Ferme.
You doubt Herbert Motorsport and their fuel strategy at your peril, because again, the team has proven to be able to run cars longer than you can ever expect as this massive field runs round on its final lap into the Park Ferme, where Joe will talk with as many of the winners as possible. Just to confirm, it is a win for the Qatari Motor and Motorcycle Federation. Superb performance by the locals, only 6 hours away by car, aren't they?
Yes.
If you drive, and about half an hour away by flight. With HRT Performance as well. Great victory for them.
Yeah.
Forganzi, rubbed down by Forganzi, Christopher Jochling, they picked up second, and third was Louis Perrault in Sebleju Racing. Just about in 992, by far the most even and competitive group. The top 4 are all amateurs. So actually, there are some penalties. Actually, it's a very good point. I think I may have.
That may
I don't know. Actually, Phil's pointing something really important out. That actually, with the penalties, I'm not quite sure when they get applied. I think it's possible that Rabdan and Forgenzi will get the win and QMF will move down to second. There's a combination of penalties that I think that will happen. I could be wrong.
I think that's a 10-second.
Hang on, no, wait a second.
9 seconds there, so...
No, wait a minute. No, they're on 10.
Yep.
Rabdan on 20. So QMF will stay there. They're on 20 against nothing. It's really close. Anyway,
6 seconds between second and third.
Sometimes
penalty.
you know what's going on. Sometimes it's worth staying for the the ceremony to see who stands where. But no, I'm going back on the QMF should pick up the victory.
Yes, indeed.
For this one.
Yeah, well
in 992.
Well done to the QMF.
But there are sort of 42 cars holding some form of penalty. The biggest penalty seems to be 39 seconds, way down in 30th place. But there's a lot going on as the cars form one of the very expensive car parks. Barron Motorsport, some of them, the 555 seem to slightly have missed the entrance to the pit lane, which is the confusion about whether you go in the pit lane or you go on the straight, depending on where you are overall in the results, is the question.
Yes, I think that was mentioned at the driver's briefing, but they've been racing for 6 hours. So
fair enough.
I'll give them. Peter won't be happy about it, but it's just
a bit messy. Who can
most of them are supposed to pull up on the start-finish straight as the Parc Fermé area. And so the remaining cars, the 103 was the last car coming around to line up to go in. As Joe's searching for people to chat to.
They've lined them up. This looks very reminiscent of a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
As they line up the top finishers on the start-finish straight in front of the adoring crowds, who are mainly here to see the Agit by Red Ant Racing Machine. The rest of the cars, I think these are the cars who aren't at the top who are rolling onto the straight. The cars which are on the podium or going to be required for podium action, they are coming down the pit lane.
Yeah, and their numbers are up on screen at the moment. The 10, the 21, 669, 269, 974, 445, 701, 193, 25, 971, 888, 930, 928 and 985 into the pit lane, please. The rest of you onto the start-finish straight.
There's still penalties turning up, so every single thing we say is provisional.
Thank you for that. Yes, it is very, very provisional at the moment as the timekeepers go to work to try and sort this out at the end of the race with the amount of code 60s that we had and everybody pulling up into pit lane. We see the 21 in there as they're sorting them out now to send them down to Peter and make sure that we have the right cars there. They're going to send into pit lane and yeah, Nick, it never really got into a rhythm, did it?
No, it never had a chance. When you've got, was it 14 in the end?
Yeah.
As Antares over there celebrates with Loic Hartog. When you've got that many code 60s, I think the teams didn't know what was going on a lot of the time. They just ended up having to run their own strategy. And Herberth again really made this car work. Don't forget this car led from lap 1. And they managed to run a perfect strategy fuel-wise, benefited from the Code 60s, which was the whole point of Creventic Racing, to benefit from the Code 60s, not be hindered by them. And they are now the winners of this 6-hour race. And I believe we can see that Joe Bradley is about to have a word with our leaders. Joe, down to you. What, are they trying to celebrate their win and not talk to you?
Yeah, well, yeah, they're just doing a selfie, aren't they? Antarasal, Hoob, Van Eindhoven, we've already spoke to. Let's speak to Loic Hartog. I've got a box to stand on. Let me stand you there, Luke. You stand there, please. There you go, mate. Congratulations to everybody. You have all done a fantastic job. You really had our minds blown there. We thought you were going to run out of fuel. How close were you?
Me too. No, I mean, in the end, we had so many full course yellows. We could make it to the end. I mean, fair play to everyone. This was really a team's victory, and yeah, we did well along the way.
Traffic has been a problem all day, but you've kept out of trouble.
It's not been a problem. It's been really fun, to be honest. It's you get an extra couple of corners on this track now every lap, so no, it's fun. And yeah, we managed to seize the opportunity and do well.
Thank you, Luke. Congratulations. And Taras, if I could bring you in, congratulations. We spoke to you on the grid. And did you envisage at that stage, 6 hours ago, all that time ago, that you would be standing right here?
Well, not exactly, but like when I initially, told you guys, I think it's all about the people. With a great team, with great drivers. This is, this man's first GT3 race. I'm glad we're now starting him on the right track. And then 10 years ago, I started my racing career literally to this day. That was only a P2.
To this very day?
To this very day. That was a P2. Today it's a P1. I think it's a good step.
Yeah, in 10 years, that's a great step. You mentioned the team. The team really does come into play when you have such a chaotic race, so many Code 60s. You're relying on those guys with the computers and the data to tell you guys how fast to go.
100%. People say drivers are dumb, and I'm probably the example to that. We just drive. We place our faith in whatever the team tells us. My first stint was actually cut short by a Code 60. So we had to find a way to come in and put me back in the car to fill the driving time. Somehow they managed to make it work, so credits to the team.
It's incredible. Well, you guys make that sound easy. It's not. You guys have got to press the pedals and not crash, and that's exactly what you've done. Herbert Motorsport, Hoop van Eindhoven, and Taras Hau and Luke Hartog, congratulations, the winners of the 2026.
This is his first GT3.
I did not know that. That is quite incredible, Hoop. I didn't realise that when I spoke to you. Your first ever GT3 race.
First ever GT3 race. I'm used to the Porsche Cup, so endurance, stepping into a new car, it was quite a challenge, but learned from the best, had a great team behind me, so we pulled it off, really happy with it.
Well, everyone at home is now wanting me to ask you, what are the major differences between a Cup car and this GT3 car?
Mainly the aero and the systems like ABS, TC, we don't have it on the Cup car, especially in the series we run in. So that was a bit of, adjusting to it, but we managed well.
In the Netherlands, do you have a saying, a duck to water? Because that's what you've done.
Sorry again?
A duck to water. It was like you weren't out of place.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well done, Hugh. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Joe. Congratulations to our winning drivers down there. And Teres, our Luke Hartog and Haben Eindhoven, as they're going to be making their way up to the podium very, very shortly. And we're going to have a look at the unofficial race results. These are provisional at the moment. There's still a lot of penalties and stuff. It's Herbert Motorsport winning GT3 from Team WRT in the BMW. Haas RT finishing in third. Into Africa Racing in fourth position. Continental Racing by Simpson in fifth position. Herbert Motorsport in sixth. Origin powered by CC in seventh. Optimum Motorsport in eighth. Leipert Motorsport in the Lamborghini in ninth. And Razoon More Than Racing in 10th in the Porsche. Herbert Motorsport, the 91 car in 11th, 22 car in 12th position win here, Origin Motorsport. Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, 13th overall. Dynamic GT in 14th in the 24. The second of the Optimum Motorsports in 15th position. QMMF by HRT Performance, winner of the 992 AM. Rabdan by Fulgenzi in the 17th. Sebjulu Racing in 18th. The X Motorsport by HRT Performance in 19th position. And the Elbaba Motorsport 992 Porsche in 20th position. The 931 21st ARM Motors by HRT Performance. Sebjulu Racing in the 910 in 22nd. Neuhofer Rennsport in 23rd position. Razoon More Than Racing in 24th. Norrick Racing by HRT in 25th. HRT is 26th in the 932. Alabama Motorsport in 27th. Enrico Fulgenzi Racing 28th. Agis Rodant Racing in 29th. And in 30th position, HRT Performance in the 929. 31st position, it is Baron Motorsport in the 86. Elbamba Motorsports, a Porsche in 32nd position. ARC Bratislava in 33rd. Mulner Motorsport in the 921 in 34th position. And what a result it was for Cherney Motorsport in the 445 in all sorts of incidents out there, but won the GT4 category. The next car, the Chazelle Technology Course, winner of TCX, the beautiful Alpine in 36 overall and winning TCX category. 37th position is Circuit Toys. In 38th position, the 111 Asbest Racing. In TCX in 39th position, a 103 for Asbest Racing, the Volkswagen TCR, and the 101, the oldest car in the field, the Saatlian Cooper Cup Racer in 40th position. 116 laps. Primus Racing in 41st position, running in GT4. The 920 in 42nd, Chazelle Technology Course in the 992M. Unfortunately for the Vortex V8, it didn't finish the race, but it won the GTX category, 43rd position overall, but a bit of an issue just before the finish of the race, and put them in the pits. Car Collection Motorsport in 44th position in GT3, and 45th position is Krubel Sport in the 925. 555 Maizawa Racing in 46th position. GT3 Poland in the 764, 47th. Asbest Racing in the TCX category, 48th, 102. TFT Racing in 49th position, and Team Motor Park in the 13, involved in that incident. Later in the race, we brought out the Big Code 60 in 50th position with 98 laps completed. We did 135 laps overall. Haas RT 51st with 91 laps, and then Team CMR in the Ginetta 52nd position. Winwood Racing in the 81, 53rd. Both the Winwood cars retired before the race end. They said they'd done enough. They've done enough testing. They're racing down in Dubai next weekend, so they wanted to get the cars, make sure that they're safe to do the 24-hour next weekend. In 55th position, 427 Team Sorg Rennsport. We're glad the driver's okay. Big incident down at turn number 5. Scuderia Praha, the 56 in 56th position. Dragon Racing 888 in 57th position. Red Camel Jordans.nl taken out at the fifth corner on lap 1 in 58th position. CWS Engineering, big problems for the Ginetta. We'll see them in Dubai, 59th position, and the Hoffer Racing car unfortunately taken out of the race at turn 16 and rounds out the field in 60th position with 27 laps done. Down to you, Joe, with the interview with QMMF.
Yeah, our 992 class winners, Ahmed Al-Amadi. You've been given the job as spokesperson for the team. What a fantastic result. When did it become clear to you that you had actually won?
It was clear to me actually half an hour ago only that we will win, and the performance was really good with the team. I think the strategy was one of the main elements, I can say, that we could win today.
And because of all of the Code 60s, everybody's been talking about strategy having to change. Is that the same for you guys? You think you had to change things all the time?
Actually, the best thing that what we did only 3 driver change, and we could manage it to do it only 3, and this is, I think, was the best strategy from Alberto.
Yeah, Alberto is the man. His name will be on the trophy. He's here, Alberto, the engineer, the man behind the win, because it's endurance racing is won on the pit wall. There's Alberto right there. Well done, Alberto, and well done to QMMF. We've been called up to the podium, guys, so we'll go up and get yourself some trophies. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you, Joe, and congratulations to QMMF. Let's have a look what happened over the last 6 hours. Wow. 3 o'clock this afternoon, and we got underway. We had a lot of bird life around the circuit, the cars on their warm-up lap. We went green and it was a great race down to turn 1, but it was the number 10 car, our winner, around the outside, and took the lead from the 2 cars. And then we had the incident of the 909 being absolutely sandwiched, and that was the end for that. But they got that car back out onto the circuit, back under green flag racing again, as we follow the vortex up through the thing. More trouble for the 88 car spinning. We had lots of spinners in the earlier days in the sunlight. Unfortunately for the 701, and that is the big hit for the Hoffa racing car, and brought out one of our code 60s. Then we had some trouble getting going again as we went green, and little taps, and brought the right hand side of that. The 555 had all sorts of issue with that front right, and there was lots of bent body work, and as cars tried to make their way through as we moved into the dust. Synchronized spinning down at turn 13 as the 921 gets towed back into the pits, and then we got some more problems for the Hoffa racing car with that broken spinner. There we got the Dragon car with that broken left front, and then we had the big incident down there with the 427. We had 2 separate incidents with 5 cars involved in that area. It took a while to clean that up. We had a long code 60, and then a tragedy for Ajit Kumar, run out of fuel, and they got that car back to the back. More spinners there. There is the 701, couldn't make it back to the end. The 920 had lots of issues as well. The 795 also with issues. More cars being pushed back off the circuit, but it was the number 10 car of Loic Hartog and Herbeth Motorsport who took the checkered flag at the end of 6 hours. Congratulations to them. What an effort. What a strategy by Herbeth Motorsport, and bringing it all home for their drivers, Loic Hartog, Antes Au and Hub van Eindhoven.
So the standings as they are, and it's after 2 races provisional because there are still some penalties to be applied. But if it was to finish as it finished, these would be the results for the Michelin 24 Hours Middle East Series. This is the overall GT3, taking in all 3 classes. The number 10 Herbeth Motorsport winners today have 76 points. Origin Motorsport by CC, the 87 have 58 points. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport with their Audi have 56 points. And then Herbeth Motorsport's 91. Problems today, they had 38 points. Team WRT with just one result, that was today. Second place had 36 points with the BMW M4 Evo. And now just the Pro-Am side of things. It's a 91. The Herbeth Motorsport car picks up 76 points, being in both races. Despite the disappointment of running out of fuel, Ajit Red Racing could cement their second place. They have 52 points. Herbeth Motorsport with their 269. That was the car that came in what, 5th, 6th this time today. They have 40 points. Climax Racing have 36 with their Ferrari 296. And Win here, Origin Motorsport, they have 32 points with their Porsche 911. In the full AM side of GT3, it's Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport with 72 points from 2 rounds. Origin powered by CC also have 72 points. There's a tie at the top of GT3 AM at the moment with 1 more round to go, but a big scoring one, the 24 Hours of Dubai next week. Chance to score points twice there. One's at halfway, one's at full time. Haas RT have picked up a full 40 points in the AM class today at the moment with their Audi R8. Viper Nita Racing have 32 with the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, and it's Optimum Motorsport on 28 points in 5th in GT3 AM. Now the overall on 992, and it's still Red Camel Jordan with 40 points because of course they won the race in Malaysia, and also 40 points because they've won the race here. It's QMF by HRT Performance. Modern Motorsports have 36 for their second place. Radama Forgenzi have 36 points for their second place, and 610 Racing are in 5th with 32 points. Just the AM side now, we're going to see QMF sharing the lead with Modern Motorsports. Both won one of the rounds so far. Modern won in Malaysia, and they have 40. And QMF, of course, won here a few minutes ago, and they have 40. 610 Racing, they have 36. Rabdan by Forgenzi have 36. And Sebleju Racing, but it's the AAA because there's 2 of them now. The AAA Sebleju Racing car has 32. GTX, it was another win for Vortex. They have a maximum 80 points after 2 rounds. GT3 Poland have 36, and Team CMR, who obviously brought out that final Code 60, whilst everyone was bringing out Code 6, but the final one was brought out by Team CMR, have 32. In GT4, it is going to be Cherney Motorsport with 2 wins and 80 points. They're BMW. The Circuit Toys Toyota GR Supra, they've got 36 points. Primus Racing with their Audi have 32. And SRS Team Sorg Rennsport ended up in the barriers, but still scored 28 points. And finally, the TCE side of the event, and it's Asbest, well, there's a lot of Asbest, it's the Asbest 102 Cupra with 64 points. Then our winners today, Chazelle Technology Course, run by Asbest with the Alpine A110 Cup, have 40. The Asbest Cayman have 36. The Asbest Golf has 32. And the Asbest Seat has 28. And that is the scores. The thing to remember, of course, Phil, is that it's best 2 out of 3. Yep. So if you are here and you are at Dubai, or you are at Malaysia and you're at Dubai, you can score those 2. And there are more points available in Dubai than there are here, because there are halfway points as well. Half points at halfway, I believe. Yeah, half points at halfway, so you can get a max at 20 points at halfway, and you can get the full 40. Nick, before we get up to the podium and do that, I just want to look at this race. 14 Code 60s, almost 2.5 hours under Code 60. Really threw strategy out the window this time. Yeah, the longest green flag run I think we had was just shy of 50 minutes, which obviously isn't anywhere near a tank full. The others were evenly spread out between like 10 minutes, 20 minutes and 30 minutes. It meant that the teams were constantly fighting against where they were on their fuel strategy. Could they get their driver times done correctly? Where were they on the tyres? Because don't forget, you cannot change your tyres within 50 minutes of them being put on under Code 60. Yes. So it became, I think, a victory that was won by, yes, great driving, but I think was won more in some ways by great strategy on the pit wall. Most definitely. We know Herbert for many years, and they very, very rarely get it wrong. And congratulations to them. What a comeback. Team WRT, we had them there, and I think the last couple of Code 60s spoiled their run. It just didn't give them enough time to get it done. Yeah, I think, it's obviously ifs and buts and maybes. But certainly when you have 14 Code 60s, it means that all your plans you made last night are straight out the window, and then you are on the fly the whole way. But it was, Loic Hartog and the team at Herbert who made it work. In 992, the pros all faded during the course. At one point, I think pros 1, 2, 3 and 5, but problems. Paul Meyer and the Muller Motorsport very unlucky, having a sensor problem costing them what was a big lead in the 921 machine. We know Alessandro Giretti, they had an EBM, Earl Bammoser, they had a big penalty that took them out of contention, and Ivan and Razum more than racing. That car was a little bit slow towards the end, so I think they were battling problems as well, but that let the AMs come through. Yes, indeed, and didn't the AMs come through, they won the race. Jassim Althani at the wheel of the QMM by HRT, leading from Rabdan by Fulgenzi, Griffiths and Zockling bringing that across the wheel. And Louis Perot in the Sebulou Racing third in that. Not a massive amount of time after 6 hours and so many Code 60s between those 3 cars. No, it's very, very close. I mean, it's one of the things is the Code 60s in some ways prevent cars from getting stretched too much, because they don't bring things together like full course yellows do, but they do of course mean that there's less time to get away, and often people are put on the strategies they don't actually want to be on because they need to get some fuel in the tank and they couldn't get much in the previous time. And what else? GT4, Cherney Motorsport, they probably got more screen time than the GT4 cars ever got, not for any other reason. They kept stopping, not going off the side, but it was a great result and a second win for them in the championship in a row. Second place was the Circuit Toys, a beautiful yellow Toyota, lovely car. Third place was Primus Racing, and they had a terrible weekend. They couldn't get the car running in the first day with qualifying. They had issues with the sensors and ABS, and they may have been slightly responsible or involved in some way in the massive accident, but we don't actually know, so we can't actually say anything. And Stefan Bayer, of course, unfortunately with Sorg Rennsport, ended up in the wall. And then we have the ever-entertaining TCX class with a surprise win for Alpine. That was a brilliant win for them, and did all the right work at all the right time, stayed out of trouble, and I think that is the key to this race. Marco Grilli in the Asbest Racing Porsche 718 came in second position there, and then the Volkswagen TCR from Asbest as Ahmed Al-Khaja brought that home in third position. Once again, very difficult to stay out of trouble in the TCE TCX cars, because the closing speeds between them and the GT3's 992 GTX is just massive. Yeah, I mean, that is why we don't see the really slow, small cars at Dubai anymore, because it just got silly. Remember, what year was we had 100 entries or something?
Yeah, that was
from a Clio to a full race GT3, and the speed differences were enormous.
That was the 10th anniversary. We went out on 103 cars, and there was something like 130 km/h closing distance down towards turn 10 between the smaller cars. And as motorsport has progressed and evolved, we see the likes of TCR coming into this championship. We lost the Clios back in those days because we've built a faster grid, and we've seen the emergence of GT3 30-car field here this
and
weekend.
also 992. 992 is you go to Creventic events, and there's always a healthy amount of GT3s, but it can be as few as 9 and as many as 30. But 992 is a solid field. It's
17
there's
here.
Lots of cars available. Porsche churning them out, dime a dozen effectively. But yeah, so you've been here, I think, for all the 6 hours. This is only my second or third, I don't know. But it's interestingly, despite the 14. Code 60s, it was actually incredibly interesting and enthralling race. You kind of kept the thing fresh the whole time.
You couldn't work it out. You couldn't, our job is to try and work it out and see where the strategy's going. I just couldn't get a handle on it. It just too many interruptions to get that done. And just going back, 2021 we had 14 cars, 2022 31, 2023 24, 2024 43, and 2025 52, 60 cars. So this event
is 70 next year.
Yeah. Well, we've got a track limit here at the Yas Marina circuit of 80 cars. With it, what's your thoughts of running before the 24-hour? Because there was a circuit conflict.
I actually think this has been forced on by just bad luck, really.
Yeah.
But I think this may be the pattern moving forward. The only question is how the teams doing the 24 feel about being a week later, obviously running into the 2 other big events. There isn't really a team overlap with Daytona. There's a driver overlap, which is fine a week later. Then, of course, you've got the overlap with the beginning of the Australian race. You've got the Bathurst at the beginning of European season. I think this actually works better. Having it as a prologue, as a build-up, as an excitement, as a aperitif to the big event is better than it being an afterthought. And I think that my guess is the way the teams all seem happy about it as well. Running a car for 6 hours doesn't wear it out. You can just replace some of the normal consumables and off it goes again for 24 hours rather than running a car for 24 hours, having to do a complete replacement anything to then run it the following week at the 6 hour.
Yeah, I think what also gives it precedence is that you finish the Middle East Trophy at a 24-hour race. We finished the European season at a 24-hour race, and I think finishing the Middle East Trophy at a 24-hour race does the Middle East Trophy justice.
But it kind of means anybody who's done 2 events and got in the top 10 has everything to play for. Because just because you've only got 15 points now, there's 60 points next time.
Exactly.
In a week's time. Enough of us wittering. The most important thing is about to happen. That's the awarding of the trophy. And the man awarding those trophies, it's Joe Bradley.
Welcome everybody to our trophy presentation for the 2026 6 hours, the Michelin 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. We'll start with our overall podium, so please a big hand and a big round of applause for our 3rd place team. It's the Indo-Africa Racing by Dragon. Please welcome the drivers Lidlaga, White and Jeffries. And in 2nd place, it's Team WRT with their BMW. It's McIntosh, Thompson and Dan Harper. And the winners of the 6 hours, the Michelin 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. Please welcome Car 10, that's Herbert Motorsports, Artedius Luke Hartog and Hub and Eindhoven. So drivers just getting themselves into position. And now the national anthem of the winning team. Our winners, everybody, for the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi for 2026, round 2 of the Middle East Trophy. And once again, congratulations to the number 10 Herbert car of Hartog and Eindhoven. And please welcome to the stage our trophy presenters who will be presenting our trophies to our third, second and first place drivers. Please welcome Mr. Mohammed Al-Hashmi, who is the Motorsport and Community Engagement Programme Manager, and Mr. Stuart Latham, the Circuit Safety and Operations Director of the Yas Marina facility. Third place trophy to the Into Africa Racing by Dragon Ferrari team of Detalca, White and Jeffries. Second place, Team WRT with Anthony McIntosh, Parker Thompson and Dan Harper. And the winning trophies from Mr. Al-Hashmi and Mr. Latham presented to our winners. That's Antares Au, Luke Hartog and Huub van Eindhoven, and the number 10 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Well done, everybody. We've got our watches to present as well. As watches the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi 2026. Fine examples as well, fine watches indeed. Quite a watches have been presented. We get the word for and I think now we can spray some champagne. Well done once again to our third place, Into Africa Racing by Dragon Ferrari, the team WRT BMW, and the winners, the number 10 car, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Au, Hartog and Eindhoven. Well done. Big round of applause, everybody. That was the trophy presentation for our overall winners. We will next go through our trophy presentation for our classes. And to kick this off will be the GT3 Pro-Am class. And we're ready to go. Please, well, in third place, please welcome to the podium, car 22, the Win Here Origin Motorsport Porsche of Han Cheng, Wang and Yi. Big round of applause, please, for third place, Pro-Am class here. In second place is the number 91 Herbert Motorsport of Ralph Bourne and the Renauer brothers, Alfred and Robert Renauer. It's a Herbert 1-2 because our Pro-Am winners are the number 269 Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Moritz Kolb and Muller. And please welcome to the podium our trophy presenters, Mr. Khalid Al-Mulla, who is the founder and president of Group 63, and Sultan Al-Ali, who is the vice president of Group 63, who will present our trophies to third place Porsche of Winhire Origin Motorsport Car 22. They will be getting presented with the second place trophies and third place trophies, and now our second place trophies, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche 91 of Ralph Bourne, Robert and Alfred Renauer. And the winning team in the Pro-Am class in GT3 is the number 269, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Moritz Kolb and Muller. Presented with watches also. Congratulations from our presenters, Mr. Khalid Al-Mulla and Sultan Al-Ali. Raise your trophies high in the air, gentlemen, and there will be watches also. Big congratulations from everybody. Our Pro-Am class in GT3. We'll just get a quick photograph of the watches.
being presented, and then we don't want to get that horrible sticky champagne stuff all over the watches, so we'll be, before we spray it, we'll go through the photographs. You've got the photographs. Peter will take the watches back, and when he has, we can get ready for some champagne! Well done, everybody. That's our GT3 Pro-Am class. The next trophy presentation will be for our GT3 Am category. And when we replenish everything we need on the podium, we'll get the top three in the GT3 Am class. Please welcome Car 87, Origin, Porsche, powered by CC, of Wan, Hongli and Y. Car 87. That's the Origin powered by CC, Porsche of Wan, Hongli and Y. In second place, it's the number 69, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi of Aka, Novchikov and Vladikin. Big round of applause for our second place in GT3 Am, everybody. And first in GT3 Am is the number 21, the Haas RT Audi of Gwilinex and Faisalin. Haas RT, car 21, so close as well to an overall podium. Our trophies are to be presented once again by Mr. Mohammed Al-Hashmi, the Motorsport and Community Engagement Programme Manager, and Mr. Stuart Latham, who is the Circuit Safety and Operations Director of the Yas Marina Circuit. Third place trophies are to the number 87, Origin powered by CC Porsche of Wan, Hongli and Y. Second place trophies to the number 69 car, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. And of course, the winning trophies to the Haas RT Audi number 21 of Gwilinex and Faisalin. Congratulations, gentlemen. And a big thank you to Mr. Mohammed Al-Hashmi and Stuart Latham. Our watches to be presented. We'll quickly get our official photographs of the watch presentation. And when Peter has gathered the watches, we can now spray some champagne! Thank you, gentlemen. Well done. Congratulations. Our GT3 Am category there, getting their trophies. And a big thank you to Mr. Mohammed Al-Hashmi and Stuart Latham for doing that presentation. Our next trophy presentation will be for our 992 Porsche Cup class. When we replenish the podium. Second Please welcome to the podium in third place in 992 is the number 971, the Rabdan by Fulgenzi entry of Almeri, Zokling and Aktebi. Please welcome in second place the number 888 of Shebelju Racing at Perrin, Vince and Perrol. Shebelju, car 888 in second place. And the winners in the 992 class. Please welcome the number 974 Porsche of QMMF by HRT. Please welcome El Amadi, Al Thani and Yafe. Well done, everybody. Our trophies to be presented once again by Mr. Khaled Al-Mullah, founder and president of Group 63, and Mr. Sultan Al-Ali, the vice president of Group 63. Third place trophies to Rabdan by Fulgenzi, Porsche of Almeri, Zokling, Al-Ketibi. And in second place, the Shebelju Racing entry of Perrin, Vince and Perrol. And the winners are the QMMF by HRT Porsche of El Amadi, Altani and Yafe. Well done, gentlemen. Your trophies high in the air. Watches, as ever, Mr. Khaled Al-Mullah, the founder and president of Group 63, and Sultan Al-Ali, the vice president of Group 63, presenting our watches. Do you want to... Right, the kids are clear. Do you want to spray it? It's up to you guys. Well done. Don't go too far. You will have to make that walk again. Do you want to do the whole walk again, though? I think so. Do the whole walk again. It looks great. Our next trophy presentation will be for the 992 AM class. No, GTX class.
Only number 1 and 2 are here. Only number 1 and 2.
Our next trophy presentation will be for our GTX class. We're ready to go, and in second place in GTX is the GT3 Poland team, the Lamborghini of Lewandowski and Lewandowski. GTX. Our GTX class winners in second place, the GT3 Poland team. Here they come, the GT3 Poland team in second place in GTX. That's car 764. It's the Lamborghini Huracan of Lewandowski and Lewandowski. Big round of applause for our second place in GTX, everybody. And the winners in GTX is the 701 numbered Vortex V8. Please welcome
Amarouche and Bolo to get their trophies for winning the GTX class. Well done, gentlemen. Once again, please welcome to the podium Mr. Mohammed Al-Hashmi, who is the Motorsport and Community Engagement Programme Manager, and Mr. Stuart Latham from the Yas Marina Circuit. He is the Circuit Safety and Operations Director. Congratulations, our GTX podium. Congratulations, our GTX podium. And Vortex V8, our winners in GTX. We take the watches so they don't get splashed. And now, gentlemen, if you would like to spray some champagne, and I think they are, let's spray some champagne! Congratulations, our GTX class there. Our next trophy presentation will be for our GT4 class. And with the podium ready to go, please welcome to the podium, third in GT4, is the Primus Racing Audi of Larsen, Rosen and Lindroth. In second place is the Circuit Toys Toyota GR Supra of Powell, Kukla and Simone. And the winners of GT4 in the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi for 2026 is the Cerny Motorsport BMW of Sternkopf, Kravtsev, Bednarski and Cerny. And please welcome again our presenters of the trophies, Mr. Khalid Al-Mullah, the founder and president of Group 63, and Sultan Al-Ali, Mr. Sultan Al-Ali, the vice president of Group 63. Third place trophies being presented to Primus Racing, the Audi R8 GT4 of Larsen, Rosen and Lindroth. In second place is the Circuit Toys Toyota of Powell, Kulka and Simonde. And the winning trophies being presented to the Cerny Motorsport BMW of Sternkopf, Kravtsev, Bednarski and Cerny. Congratulations, gentlemen. We'll be presenting watches next. Congratulations on the GT4 class winners, everybody. And when we safeguard the watches, because we want to spray some champagne any moment now, is the champagne. Well done, everybody, in GT4. Fantastic racing from all, as ever, in that class. And a great podium. That's how to have a podium. Well done, everybody. Our next podium, our final podium of the evening, is for our TCE and TCX class, which are TCE, our Touring Car Endurance Series. Waiting patiently. So our final podium of the evening, our TCE class, which is also our TCX class, the top three in TCE, forming our TCX class for special touring cars and silhouette cars. And once we replenish the podium, we'll get that underway. Well done in GT4. Well done. Well done, guys. Well done. Congratulations. Our TCE and TCX is one podium, as our TCE is formed, our TCE podium is formed by the TCX class. And please welcome, in third place is the number 103, the Asbest Racing Volkswagen Golf GTI of Kanja, Khan and Avik. In second place is the number 111 Asbest Racing Porsche 718 Cayman, and that is Grilli, Khan, Praji and Mughal. Well done, second place. And Asbest 2 and 3 on the podium in TCE and TCX. Happy birthday. Our winners in TCE and TCX, please welcome car 193, Chazelle Technology Corsa, the Alpine A110 of Folifont, Labida and Rousset. And please welcome to the podium Mr. Mohammed Al-Hashmi, who is the Motorsport and Community Engagement Programme Manager, and Mr. Stuart Latham, who is the Circuit Safety and Operations Director of the Yas Marina Circuit. Third place trophies to the Asbest Racing Golf GTI of Kajak, Khan and Avik. Second place trophies to the Asbest Racing Porsche, that's the Cayman GT4 of Grilli, Khan, Praji and Mughal. And the winners of the TCE and class win in TCX is the Chazelle Technology Corsa, the Alpine of Folifont, Labida and Rousset. Watches to be presented also. And a big happy birthday to someone up here. This is your birthday. How old are you?
I turned 20 today.
Turned 20. Get back on there. You're not finished. Right, guys, you're not finished yet. Happy birthday. We get rid of the watches and then we can spray some champagne. Congratulations, our Touring Car Endurance class, our TCX, our special touring cars and silhouette cars, our final podium of the evening. And the good news is that next week we get to do it all again. We go along the road to the Dubai Autodrome for the 2026 Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. We will see you there, hopefully. If it's half as good as today's race, it's going to be a cracker. Have a safe journey. We'll see you next week.
Here starting at 1 o'clock this weekend.
5.3 kilometres, getting in for just over 3.5 miles.
Now, we have a massive crowd here.
Biggest grids in GT3 and Porsche 992 Cup that we've ever seen. Historic numbers of cars. The intensity is ramping up. The green flag is in the air, and the Porsche straight away tries to get it out. It's a long, long run on the top of the brow and down towards the first corner. Behind the blue racing and right there. Side by side through the first corner. Manoeuvre. This is going to be a bit closer. It's only 16 seconds as he goes on to his last lap now.
Between their brand new machine, the M4 GT3 Evo.
Congratulations, you've got the car home, you've won the Dubai